Good morning. My computer is indicating it's 10 a.m., which is scheduled to be the start of the meeting, so I'd ask all of you in the audience to please take a seat. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners special meeting and a joint meeting with the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board for October 13th, 2022. At this time, I'd ask you to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by County Manager Patrick Cates. Thank you. Before we get started, I do have some housekeeping items that we need to go over. First of all, we have our Deputy Community Development Director in the back of the room that has parking QR codes for you when you, or barcodes, so that you have, oh, maybe she's going to the back now. So please make sure you get your parking vouchers in the back so that you can leave without having to incur a cost this afternoon. Secondly, I did want to indicate that this room obviously is very noisy and can tend to be very noisy. So if you wish to have individual conversations between yourselves, we would ask you to exit the room and do that outside of the room so that we don't disturb any of the speakers. We also understand that passion is running extremely high on this particular issue, and so we ask that you respect the comments posed and offered by members of the public on both sides of the issue. To that extent, I want to read something that our district attorney has provided, our deputy district attorney has provided us. I'll read that into the record now. Once again, in order to ensure that every citizen desiring to speak before the board has the opportunity to express his or her opinion, it is requested that the audience refrain from making comments, hand clapping, or making any remarks or gestures that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from commenting on items that are for possible action by the board. The willful disruption of a public meeting is a violation of Nevada law, misdemeanor NRS 203.090. The board wants to encourage the respectful consideration of all views shared by members of the public. The purpose of this meeting, as indicated back in July, we had a item come before the board that was tabled for a special meeting with the special meeting of the Board of Commissioners and the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board scheduled in October. And so that's the purpose of this meeting today. We're going to go into public comment now. I would ask that if you wish to speak on item number 2 or number 3 on our agenda, that you withhold your public comment until we get into those particular items. So at this time, we will go into general public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please end your comments and please sit down. Now, there has been some questions in regards to when your time will begin, and we asked you to, also I should have mentioned, we are asking all of you to please silence your electronic devices here today so that we don't interrupt any of the speakers. In addition, when you approach the podium, sensing a large amount of public comments today, we would like you to line up respectfully before the podium. When you approach the podium, we ask you to print your name on the clipboard that's provided, and then and state your name for the record, and then your time will begin once you begin speaking. Okay, so I wanted to clarify that. I understand that particular microphone, these up here are going to require the commissioners and the advisory board members to keep their finger on the button as they speak, as I'm doing just now and have been doing. However, that microphone, I understand, is sensitive to on. When you begin to speak, turn it on, and when you leave, turn it back off. Is that correct? So, anyways, we do have all 5 commissioners here today. Vice Chair Commissioner Rice, Commissioner John Ingalls, Commissioner Walt Noasad, and Commissioner Danny Tarkanian. And I'm proud and pleased to have the chair of the advisory board with us today, Chairman Mickey Hempler. Her vice chair is on vacation in Belize and is going to attempt to join us from a hotel lobby in Belize. I don't know about the time difference and all of that, but we'll see how that works. We also have a member, advisory board member, Michael Sloan, and Mr. Keith Byers. So thank you for attendance today. And also we have the attorney that's been assigned to the Vacation Home Advisory Board, AJ, is that right? AJ, and we also have with us Mr. Ernie Strelo, who is the VHR coordinator, as I believe, right? So anyways, at this time then, once again, if you have public comment that does not pertain to item 2 or 3, we ask you to come forward and offer your public comment at this time. Otherwise, please hold your public comment until we get into those 2 items. So in addition to the opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, which is item 2 and 3, and additional closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Is there any public comment at this time that's not relative to item 2 or 3?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide meaningful comments today. I do have an overarching statement for everyone here. Be patient. Many of us sat on boards, committees, advisory groups. Nothing happens immediately. My opinion is the current ordinance has only been in place for 6 months, as it has been revised after a lawsuit and adopted in April of 2022. My recommendation for any future requests directly from commissioners will be better addressed when and only when the density and neighborhood studies are completed, along with possible zoning designations that may come as a result of this process as well. A clerical cleanup is necessary for clarity. This is important information to go forward. There is approximately 6 Tier 1, 520 Tier 2, and 37 Tier 3. The Tier 3 do not, Tier 1 do not count against the 600 total. I'd like to thank Jennifer Davidson, county staff, for convening the original vacation home rental stakeholder group to kick this off. Thank those who volunteered for the VHR advisory board and newly hired program manager. Also, many thanks to the sheriff and fire staff that attend the meetings along with the public. I believe everyone has a right to purchase a home in Lake Tahoe. With that said, not everyone can afford to own in Lake Tahoe. My opinion, no disrespect intended, but the vacation home rental ordinance is not intended to help anybody secure or own a home at the lake. It's not an entitlement. Lake Tahoe does not owe anyone a living. It's a national treasure and not a financial expectation. Thank you.
And Ms. Waller, we all know you, but we needed you to state your name for the record. but that's okay.
Ellie
Ellie
Waller
Waller
for the record, and I did write my name down.
Thank you. Okay. Anyways. And I checked with the vice chair just to make sure I didn't mishear. So anyways, is there an additional public comment that's not relative to item number 2 or number 3? Sensing none, I will ask if there is any public comment, Ms. Johnson, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, we do have people who have indicated they would like to provide public comment. Joe, do you have opening public comment? Joe Mason, do you have opening public comment?
Yeah, is this any better?
Yes. Please state your name and we'll start your time.
Joe Mason. I am a homeowner, and my place is right across from Stagecoach Ski Lift. I'm trying to get all this sorted out. It seems, first of all, to me, there's a lot more difficulty becoming a homeowner and also renting out the place that I rent out to skiers. I don't know exactly why that is, and I probably need to get a little more information. But if there's issues with my particular property, I would like to have it some kind of metric to figure out what those problems are. The 25, 30 years I've owned the place, I don't think I've had more than 2 or 3 complaints, and that's usually internal. So I'm doing a lot of extra work just to maintain the tier 2, I guess it's called, tier 2 occupancy. So I would like a lot more information on where the problem areas are, and also the metrics. If it's hotels, then I need to compare my properties with their properties as far as what the issues might be, if there are any, versus tier 1. And that's basically what I'd like to have posted on record, and I yield from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Zambrinsky, do you have opening public comment?
Yes.
Please
Thank you
state
for your
name.
time.
Please state your name and we'll start your time.
Yes, my name is Zembriki Lee, and I want to thank both commissioners for putting everyone's time and effort into this. I'm for VHRs. I think it's really important for younger homeowners to be able to stay in their homes, in these economic times, and if they have a second home, to be able to cover their mortgage and keep that home through the VHR program. I understand that there's been a lot of complaints, with the community, especially those who have been in the community for many years, and I've seen, Tahoe go through different changes. Though, for the future of locals, who need the tourism business to work, that's housekeepers, handyman, electricians, plumbers, people installing all the things to upkeep their homes. And that's one thing in my neighborhood, you can see the homes that are maintained, and a lot of times, the well-maintained homes are people who can occasionally rent out their property so they can afford to maintain the home, as opposed to, many years ago, a lot of these condos and homes went into disrepair as it was purely second homes that people just could not invest any more money into. So I respect all of the people who have been having issues, and I think especially, we know the big hitters here. There's Tahoe Blue. There's a couple of places that are creating a lot of complaints. So I definitely think that these big tier 3s need to be looked at if they're holding it as a wedding venue. Though as far as these just normal community members, who have a small family and are trying to get a start, I think VHRs need to be part of that community. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Chad, do you have opening public comment? Chad, do you have opening public comment?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and we'll start your time.
Chad Smitkamp. There are three names that repeatedly come up as whispers when the topic of a ban on vacation rentals come up. Tarkanian, Noah Sad, and Larry Ruvo. In light of the fact that no prevailing logic would require a ban on vacation rentals, then we really should look elsewhere for an explanation. Like they say, follow the money, or in this case, the political favors. And how would the loss of approximately 1,800 rentable rooms be replaced, and by whom? Think about it. Are you really ready to shut down 600 small businesses in the stream of ancillary income that provides to the rest of the community? The one board member that seems to be opposed to the ban is from the lake, and the others are from the valley, which has already banned them. Gentlemen, what vacation rentals are keeping you up at night or interfering with your parking? The greatest myth the commissioners and the advisory board keep uttering is that the right to do a vacation rental is a privilege and not a right, because some county official, probably an attorney, invoked the term police powers to scare and intimidate all permit holders with ordinances that already exist, but punish owners and not renters. Police powers are reserved exclusively for the promotion and maintenance of the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the public. You lack the authority to create laws that single out property owners who rent any more than you have the authority to regulate the race or ethnicity of renters in neighborhoods. Commissioners, there's no difference between a long-term rental and a short-term rental, except they tax a short-term and a long-term, and not a long-term. And you have life safety inspections for short, but not long. You have quiet hours for short, but not long. Bear boxes for short, no garbage requirements for long-term, including no contract with South Tahoe Refuse. Limitations on occupancy for short, but not long. Annual inspected fire extinguishers for short, but not long. Annual inspections of smoke and CO detectors for short, but not long. Fireplace flue cleaning for short, but not long. Parking passes and parking restrictions for short, but not long. Accumulation of renters' personal information for short, but not long, and annual permit fees for short, but not long. The list goes on, but it would seem as though the short-term rentals promote more life safety than a long-term rental, or even an owner-occupied or weekend home. You don't require the same rules for long-terms that you do for short-term, but a short-term rental stays on average 3 days, and a long-term rental stays a month to a year. And when there's a problem with a long-term rental, we classify them as a nuisance. A problem that may be intermittently experienced during 3 days is an interruption. The authority for police powers has to be and must be for public safety. All of the public, not a designated few, must reap the benefits such as traffic laws and building codes. On March 20, 2020, NAC 414 was amended to add it.
Sir, you have exceeded your 3 minutes, so we are going to the next public comment. Thank you.
Edmund, do you have opening public comment at this time?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Edmund Alberton. I would just like to go on record, being a relatively new permit owner since January, after going through the arduous process of getting on a list, going through a lottery process, meeting all specified requirements, and finally obtaining a permit, have taken all of this very seriously and worked with my community and my neighbors to make sure that everybody was okay and safe, and with the process of me doing what I'm doing, as many of them are also in the same boat. But my biggest concern here is that, as stated by others, we are looking to eliminate a program that has just gone through extensive changes and has not been given the opportunity to the board that have put in place to monitor and to correct some of the issues made by a few, not the many, giving them the opportunity to get the program to where it would do what it was meant to do and make this a plausible program, financially beneficial for the county and homeowners. So I just want to make sure that that is the case. And also, if we look at the hard numbers, 600 permits equate to about 216,000 rentable room nights a year. And what we see on average is about 8 complaints a week. So that equates somewhere to around 200 complaints a year against 200,000 rentable nights. That is far less than 1%. So I don't see why I believe there are complaints and there are people that have caused issues and we need to monitor and police these, but less than 1% is not a number that justifies in any way, shape, or form the elimination of a program that as a whole benefits homeowners, benefits the community, and the county. With that, I can see the rest of the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. David, do you have opening public comment at this time?
Hello, this is David Stewart. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Are you? Okay, great. Thank you. So for the record, David Stewart, I'm a homeowner in Glenbrook. And I would just like to add a couple of points to this, I think, helpful conversation, respect all the comments that have been made so far. I moved to Glenbrook with my family. I have a young daughter who will be going to school in another year or two. And one of the things that I'm concerned about isn't just kind of what I would consider the acute problems related to some, and I think it's just a few bad apple VHRs, but excessive parking and other kind of taxing issues for the immediate neighbors. But the broader issue that VHRs, when people buy homes not to live in, but to rent them out, that actually squeezes out other families and other full-timers who would otherwise potentially be living in our community. And for me, that's a really important issue. I think we're seeing a skewed set of comments here because the handful of people who are here who are making money through VHRs obviously have a huge vested interest in continuing that income stream. So they're all going to show up here and comment on this. But I'd like to speak for those people who want to have communities of actual full-time residents rather than just revolving doors of folks who are short-term renters. And I would like to see the end of the VHR program primarily for that reason. We have a lot of hotel capacity in State Line. There are other places for tourists to stay when they visit our region. But I would like to see more students in our schools. We've had a declining student population at the local public schools for decades now. There's been affordability crisis. And one possibility to support those homeowners who really need extra cash to be able to afford to live in Tahoe, and I do have sympathy for that, would be to allow tier 1 rentals, but just not allow tier 2 or tier 3, or possibly limit the number of tier 2 rentals to say 30 days, 30 nights a year or sometime, so that if a family wants to leave their home for a while and earn some extra cash while they're away, they can do that. But it wouldn't be something attractive to an investor who just wants to own it to rent it out. So just wanted to put that out there, and I really hope that we can end the commercialization of our residential neighborhoods. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Lisa, do you have opening public comment?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Hi, Lisa Marks. I think I'm a little different than a lot of the people here today. I'm actually a realtor, number one. Number two, I don't have a vested interest, as a lot of people here, because I do not own a vacation rental. And number three, I live in the middle of them because I live off of Tramway near Stagecoach. I'm an owner of a condo there. I am 100% for vacation rentals. I have never seen a problem in my building. I've never seen a problem in any of the condos in the area, except for long-term rental. The long-term renters cause more problems than the short-term renters. That being said, the few times I've seen problems have been in large homes where the owners let 30 people, a bunch of cars, and people have at it. That I've seen maybe 3 times in the last 10 years. So these complaints are few and far between. I think that I have more experience with this than most people because I go in and out of these places and I buy and sell them. So I'm having a real hard time with this. There's one person, a David Stewart, that's against this, and everybody else is for it. Where is this coming from? You know, I say follow the money, just as this other gentleman did. I think this is where all of this is coming from. This is crazy. This affects all of our service workers, all of our small business owners. What about the gentleman that owns the Fox and Hound up in Upper Kingsbury? What happens to his business? So right now, if you guys want to know how it is up here, it is very slow. It's off season. We have two huge off seasons. We have one large on season, which is the ski season. And then we have the summer season, which is middle ground because we're in Upper Kingsbury. It hardly is affected at all. So what this is doing is it's hitting our economy. It's hitting the value of all the condominiums, especially, and all the homes. I understand that this is probably driven by a bunch of rich homeowners that want all of Tahoe to be just for them. Well, it's not, and we're not all wealthy. Some of us are middle of the ground people. Most of my clients are referrals, and most of them would like to offset staying in their place by vacation renting it. Most of them do not do this year round. In fact, in the past, I'd say 10 years, I've only had one client that has actually bought a place to just vacation rent it. Other people are doing it to offset the monies. Okay, once again, this hurts our entire industry at the lake. What about the bartenders? What about the service workers? The hotels are doing fine. They're booked all the time. I'm in close contact with them also. So I think that's all I have to say, but I would really, really, really like for us people to follow the money because I think that's where this is all based. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marcia, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you,
Any
Mr.
additional
Chair.
public
Marcia
comment?
Johnson for the record. Michelle, do you have opening public comment? Michelle, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Michelle Main speaking for the record. I know this board is discussing banning or severely limiting short-term rentals at the lake. I'm a long-term property owner and I run a 5-star vacation rental. I hold Tahoe in very high regard, and it's with this passion that I express my dire concern about the devastating impact your proposal, if voted in, to ban or restrict the short-term rentals. Vacation rentals in Tahoe should not be snuffed out or certain people penalized due to a few bad actors when penalties are sufficient with application of rules to weed them out. Using infrastructure to do the job, application is the problem, not the property right. If you do not want the responsibility or liability, assign it to a private company and charge the licensees. Consider the context before you vote. Tahoe is a world-class tourist destination. Of course, we should have and need short-term rentals. If you want quality of life, it's the management and application of rules that need to be enforced, not the fact that the rules are broken. Less rules will be broken when rules are enforced. Families have children who break rules. Do we eliminate the right to have children? Do we eliminate the right to drive cars because some people speed or drink and drive? We should not eliminate STRs because some people break rules. In every context, people choose to be where they are and need to deal with the nuances of where they are. If you live in a city, you will hear horns and sirens, smell pollution, step over homeless people, get robbed or worse, and have difficulty parking. If you live in the country, you may not have resources, you smell foul odors, you live with dirt, you hear machinery in the wee hours of the morning. In suburbia, you may hear yelling from neighbors, children playing early or late in the evening, dogs barking when owners are at work, or problems with nasty neighbors who are unreasonable. In a world-class destination, you will have parties, trash issues, and parking problems. In all contexts, rules exist and rules are broken. Rules guide and dictate behavior. We should not abolish the existence of STRs because rules are broken and not enforced. Success depends on enforcement. Quality of life depends on rules and enforcement. STRs should not be eliminated because of inadequate enforcement. STRs are a necessary component of Lake Tahoe. They provide the streams of income supporting the community. The vastness of the economic benefit cannot be understated. Individuals, families, businesses, government, preservation of Tahoe itself heavily depend on these STRs. They bring increased tourism, business involvement, and investment. STRs benefit home ownership, maintenance, improvements, values, sales, and real estate taxes generated. Different types of lodging are for different types of choices and stays. The people that choose STRs do not compete with casinos or hotels. They complement one another and support our community and all involved. STRs facilitate a choice in housing for visitors and residents, provide access to many who would not be able to afford it, choose to stay in a home where people can share
Thank
the
you.
bill, cook,
Your
bring
time
family.
has expired, and we'll move on to the next public comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
So those of you in the audience understand that the members online did not get the message originally to please hold your comments until we get into item 2. But we did have another gentleman that approached the microphone that wanted to make public comment, so I suggested he sit down until this time, so we'll entertain that public comment, sir.
Good morning, folks. My name is Edwin Miller. I have a property at
If you could
Lincoln
please sign
Park.
in, if you could please sign your name for,
I signed.
oh,
here.
you signed
Yes.
earlier. Okay, very good. Thank you. Sorry to
The
interrupt.
property is located 1272 Lincoln Park. You folks have a real problem. I understand from the property owner's view that they should be able to do what they want. But as long as they don't step on too many other people's toes. Anyway, our subdivision is a very small one. And I think that's one thing that needs some consideration. It was established in early 1920s. The roads are 18 feet wide. Some of the property owners have put fences right up to the property line, and in some cases maybe encroached a little bit on over the line because their instruments weren't too good back in those days. But anyway, with Lincoln Park, it's only one entrance to the property. We've never had any problem with folks that had long-term rentals. For some reason, they had moved to somewhere else but kept the property and rented it, and that has never been a problem. When we started getting property management in there, and the rentals would be, I'm sure the folks said how many parking spots they had and so on, but just an example, we recently had a property right across from our house, rented. It was, they have a very small 2-car garage and about 18 feet in front of the property, of the garage, for parking, for 2 cars can park there. So it's 4 cars can park there. There were 25 people at a party for about 3 days. The party wasn't noisy, but it wasn't bad, but the property, they have no place to park. So they're parking on the street. You can hardly get through. If 2 cars are there, 1 car would have to wait for the other. As I say, the roads are, the established roads in there are only 18 feet wide. So I think individually, you need to look at various subdivisions and see what's built there. And if it's built for short-term rentals, fine, if they're condos and so on. But in some of these old subdivisions like ours, it's a problem because there's no parking and people go down to the beach, and we have easements to the beach, and people go down to the beach and they're unload and park and so on. And it's year-round rentals now we have. When we first moved there were no full-time residents. Everybody went up in the summer, and a lot of
Thank you, sir.
long-time ranchers in Douglas County and in Washoe County, they were some of our neighbors and so on.
Sir, your time
Thank
has
you.
expired, so we appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for
Yep,
the
thank you.
consideration.
Sure, go ahead, please. Once again, I'm asking the public to please, if they have comments for item number 2 or 3, they please withhold that comment until we get to those items. Is this pertaining to item 2 or 3? No, okay, then please offer your public comment.
The focus of my comments are
You-
forward-looking.
Could you please state your name, though, please?
My name is Ashish Goel. I am a full-time resident and homeowner, Upper Kingsbury, near Stagecoach. I am a lifelong banker, now retired, worked for Federal Reserve, have expertise in strategic planning, financial management, and financial stress management. My comments here is driven by, I have never spoken in my all life in any public forum, even though I was with Federal Reserve, worked with all the boards of Fortune 500. What prompted me to speak today is my love for Douglas County. My love for Douglas County and seeing it financially on a stress-free footing for the next 2 years, which is expected to have US go through severe recession. What is the source of my data since I'm retired? And let me emphasize, I am speaking in my capacity as a private citizen and do not represent my previous employers. So please do not take it. This is Federal Reserve, or I was senior partner of a very big company that I'm representing them. Okay, so what's the source of my information to share with you? My information comes from published Federal Reserve data. My information comes from working with and knowing the plans of executive CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, what they are doing to prepare for the next 2 years. My comments come from a number of people I have worked with, such as Janet Yellen or Jay Powell or Ben Bernanke, who just got the Nobel Prize for the recession management. So what is the summary of my analysis of where we are going and what is going to happen in light of two things? Number one is inflation, which is 8.2 today, and market is tanking and everybody is going to get affected. And second is more than 90% chances of recession. I would recommend you not to make any transformative decisions for the next 2 years, just like all these companies are doing. Your revenues, tourism, and all that is going to be dramatically affected. I don't know if my time has expired. Okay. So
Yes, it is.
basically, if this is going to be like 1980, which I worked with Paul Volcker, 90% of savings and loans and credit unions are wiped out. 1987, there's a stock market crash. All the Rust Belt industries were outsourced.
I appreciate your comments, and I would love to hear more, except that if we allow you more time, we have to allow everybody
No,
else
I
in the
understand.
audience more
I
time.
didn't
So,
realize
thank
my
you.
time was up.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
please
Okay.
reflect on delaying your decision
Yeah.
for 2 years.
Very important information, you're right. Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here that does not pertain to item 2 or 3? Please approach.
I don't know. Hello, my name is Edmund Andrews. I have been a resident in Zephyr Cove for 10 years and a homeowner in Zephyr Heights for the last 5 years. A couple of comments. I wanted to respond to a couple of things that the Super Pro VHR people said. One of them is that, you know, there's this unfair distinction between long-term and short-term rentals. The reality is, if you are in a essentially residential neighborhood, there is a tremendous distinction in the way long-term renters and short-term renters behave and the problems that come up. So sorry. Thank you. There's a tremendous distinction between what happens with long-term renters and short-term renters. Long-term renters are residents, they are very careful to, you know, get along with everybody in the neighborhood. Short-term renters are just coming from the outside for a couple of days. They can be party houses, they can be a lot of things. It's just very different. So you have parking issues, you have noise issues that are entirely separate. If it were up to me personally, I would be in favor of a complete ban on VHRs, certainly in my neighborhood. I'm a realist. I'm not going to try to argue for that here. I do think that the current policies are having some effect. I'm very pleased that action was taken on a house that was being illegally rented out on my block, and substantial penalties are being applied. So that's a good thing. I think we do need to be stronger, and if there's one, I think we need to be clearer about where you can enforce and how much. And the other thing, I've pleaded for this in past sessions, is much stronger consequences for the bad actors. By that, I don't mean necessarily the owners who are, you know, illegally doing Airbnbs and VRBOs. What I'm talking about are the owners who permit, tacitly encourage bad behavior by their tenants that don't do anything when there's a problem. If the tenants get in trouble, then the owner really doesn't suffer much of a problem. And I think there needs to be much stronger consequences for the bad actor owners. It really comes down to the owners. And that's basically it. We do need strong regulation to control the behavior of VHRs. And I applaud actually the general direction in which the commission is headed.
So once again, we will be entertaining public comment on item 2 and 3 later. Does your public comment have to do with the vacation home rental process? It does? Then would you please withhold your comments until we get to that item on the agenda? Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it. Commissioners, any public comment that you wish to offer today? Ms. Hempler, is there any comments that your members wish to offer? No. Very good. Then we'll go into the approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as proposed.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noesaz, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to approve the agenda as presented. Sensing no further discussion. Now, on these votes, even though it's a joint meeting, the only folks that can actually vote on these motions coming before us today are the members of the Board of Commissioners. So, no disrespect intended for your board. So, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We've approved the agenda. We'll now go into the administrative agenda. I'll be reading the agenda title into the public record, and we'll have the discretion to determine how the item will be presented. Agenda items may be considered ahead or after the schedule indicated. However, since we only have 3 items, we'll be doing it in the order in which it is already presented. So at this time, for presentation only, item number 1 We will not be accepting public comment on this particular item. We will be taking public comment on item 2, and if it's indicated, we'll take public comment also on item number 3, should we get there. So at this time, an update from the Douglas County staff on the status of the Vacation Home Rental Program, VHR program, including the activities of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board. This is being presented by our Vacation Home Rental Director. I'm not sure if that's the exact title. Target. You know. But anyways, and he's joined by Community Development Manager Tom Dallaire. Mr. Strelo, you have the floor.
Been a coordinator and a director all in one day. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the VHR Advisory Board. This is Ernie Strelo, VHR Program Manager, for the record. We're stuck over here.
Don't you love modern technology, folks?
Okay, we'll try it this way. You got it? Okay. Well, okay, we got it working here temporarily. Okay, we will today review the overview of the program, density maps plus TRP overlay, the number of VHRs with breakouts, trends, TOT, code enforcement, VHR code reports, and a quick overview of GIS map info and how to access, code review updates, and lastly, density, as well as other items we are working on. Then we'll go to any questions. Next slide. Let's update you on the program itself. It's a heat map of where the VHRs are clustered in the Tahoe Township. Than the northern portion of the county. This slide again shows the density with, which again shows where the VHRs are populated. The cutout to the right is the box on the left, magnified for detail. This slide intends to show the TRP overlay map of recreation, resort recreation, and tourist areas included in our GIS mapping. You will note that most VHR compilations appear to be less than 4 miles from the tourist and recreation centers. The data indicates the overall trending of legal VHRs over time. This is the total of the tiers. We tend to hover around 530 or so. Now this data has 2 metrics on a slide. The left metrics is available based on approved VHRs compared to June 2021. The second metric on the right is the overall occupancy determined by occupancy limits divided by the available VHRs. Another way to look at this is in the box below. If we had a tier approach in June 2021, the occupancy limits eligible for today's tier 3 would be 176 properties with an average occupancy of 13.87. Currently, there are 17 permits at tier 3 levels with an average of around 15 occupancy limits. And then this graphic shows the timeline of the VHR rental county code process over time. At this point, I will hand the slide over to Mr. Dallaire as he lived through some of this.
Thank you, Mr. Strelo. Tom Dallaire for the record, Community Development Director. This has a lot of information on it that I have in the background that I want to actually provide to you, which was approved in April 19, 2012. Which basically clarified the process for canceling a permit or advertising requirements, and some minor other modifications to the code. The planning department was assigned the permitting process at that time, and we had a staff member tasked with permitting and enforcement at the time was limited during this time period due to staffing issues. In 2017, the board began considering ways to regulate the VHRs. March through June of 2018, staff began inspecting the board repealed Title V, Section 40, and created Title 20, which is in our current code today at 622. This provided our code enforcement officers to enforce the rules that were established in Title 20. Fines were added at this time and on unpermitted rentals, amending existing fines and penalties for various violations. And define violations as specific. November 15th, 2018, the board directed staff to create a technical advisory group to look at this VHR issue in more detail and draft recommendations regarding the administration and regulation of vacation home rentals in a way which would balance the rights of property owners with the rights of the neighbors. A task force was managed by our Assistant County Manager, Jennifer Davidson, early in the county staff had created an internal review board, and the task force recommendations were reviewed, and we created notes and comments on those recommendations to provide to the county manager. And proponents of VHRs and VHR owners and the public came out and scrutinized both sides of this issue. The board directed staff to hire 2 additional code officers at that time. We had also recommended 2 administrative support staff, which was not included in the recommendation. We hired those 2 additional code officers in March of 2021. Revisions were made to the code, and a lawsuit was filed several days before the board meeting in July of 2021. The DA's office and plaintiffs in the matter met to discuss these issues and revised the section of code which was approved by the board in September of 2021. Then further negotiations were held and another version of the code was presented to the board. This time the board denied the proposed amendment and created a vacation home rental advisory board and provided additional administrative staff positions to operate a VHR program. The program had to run with a permit, with the permit fees being collected. With the BOCC denying the code that was negotiated, the judge ordered the restraining order to be reissued. The board then negotiated the code section revisions, and in April of 2022, the final code, the version we have today that we are using, was approved. The lawsuit was settled, and the restraining order was dropped. That's April of 2022. Petitions for the VHR program were, which were approved, was an office specialist, a permit technician, vacation home rental program manager, and 2 code enforcement officers, also 2 sheriff's deputies. The program is just starting and running fully, and we're currently running fully staffed for the first time in 4 long years, discussing all parties happy. It's been 2 months. We have been training staff, adjusting duties and responsibilities with the department, within this department. Before that, there was an assistant county manager, Jennifer Davidson, myself, gain compliance. This is going to take some time to get this team moving in the same direction with some momentum. We have a lot to do, and we are accomplishing a lot in the last 2 months and setting up a great program. And I just want to conclude is that I really appreciate the support of some other staff members in the county in going through this entire process, from GIS, our county manager's office, and our past employees. We've lost a few in our department. The sheriff's office has lost a few. I appreciate the sheriff's office and their support in enforcing of our code and regulating these VHRs.
Okay. This graphic indicates our status of permits. Numbers might be very based on the arrows. Next one. This pie chart is a concatenation of the total calls to the sheriff's office for the Tahoe Township on what the undersheriff provided me in August. Really, the purpose of this slide is to show the overall calls in the area, including VHR type calls and everything else, to see how it is weighted as a percent of the total. You can see rental checks is about 18% of the total, the big green box for pie. Making VHRs and the process better requires us to improve processes. This slide shows some of the existing activity in process or completed. As you can see, creation of a neighborhood assessment app for the iPhone. We'll talk about that in a bit. Moving permitting external to internal, and lastly, improving our hotline process to a switchboard for improved response with it, enhance our ability to better service the program. Now, this slide and through slide 16 will address the TOT. I made the pie charts, but I'm not the expert, so I will hand this again off to Mr. Dallaire to explain further.
Thank you, Mr. Strelo. Tom Dallaire for the record. I'm not sure I'm the expert in TOT, but thank you for that. TOT is, actually we have TOT information on the website. You can see on the slide just a snippet of that page. If you are on the county website and you search in our search bar, you can just type in room tax and this page will come up. TOT in Douglas County up at the lake is at 14% of the revenue reported. The tax distribution is per state law and local codes. Some of the state law was established in 1969. There is 60.7% goes to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, 2.7 goes to the state of Nevada, and 24.4% goes to the County Parks Department. Just that equals just under $1 million for them this last year. 0.6% goes to the county for administrating the collections of TOT, and 7.1% goes to county roads and is used up in the Lake Tahoe Basin. and then 4.5% goes to the Visitors Authority, and of that, 75 per thousand is for the Lake Tahoe South Chamber of Commerce. And then there is also a new, fairly new regulation, a TOT $5 surcharge was a fee created in 2019 by the in the legislature. Charging the $5 fee on a per night charge, it's 99% of these funds go to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, and 1% goes to the county for administration and collection of those funds.
Ernie Strelo for the record.
So this chart just represents those numbers I just gave you, and I just want to reiterate, out of the total TOT that Douglas County has collected, which was 18 million last year, just over 4 million of that 18 million was collected through VHRs. That's 21% of the total TOT tax collections at the lake was through VHRs. And again, $1 million went to the Parks Department. This chart shows the distribution of funds from the TOT being collected from vacation home rentals, and that's the percentage and the breakdown in the tax, which we had on the slide, 2 slides prior. And then this is from our TOT contractor who collects that information. We wanted to see how the TOT is collected and the value is collected through each month of the year, the calendar year. So this data was started getting collected in 2016. So I think it was June or so of 2016, and you can see the trends over the years on that distribution and how the TOT is collected at which month.
Okay, Ernie Strelo for the record. This is a graphic of what I spoke to earlier on the breakout of where property owners reside. This is approximate, was pulled from our master spreadsheet of rentals. So Nevada residents, about 42%. This section will review some of the data collected from code enforcement, and I will end with this section with a story of how calls from the public have helped us shut down an illegal VHR operation. As this slide indicates, the next slide will indicate in red coloring of the parcel where the code violations or calls from the sheriff appear to congregate. This slide starts in the state line area from Heavenly to the east and up to Round Hill in the north. This slide shows 3 continuous maps. The beginning is from Glenbrook to the north, on the left graphic to Shakespeare's Point. The middle graphic is Logan's Creek, Cave Rock area, and Lincoln Park. And then on the right is Lake Ridge to Marla Bay. This information is a tally of the amount of calls we get in a given month. This appears to show the heavy summer months is more active. It would suspect the calls come down numerically over the winter. We will see. This is somewhat of a Pareto chart of the call volumes for code enforcement covering the entire county. Remember, there is 4 code enforcement officers in total for the full county currently. And this graphic is a distribution of the calls code enforcement and the sheriff's office receives specifically for VHRs. Reminder, the sheriff reports are given to code enforcement for recording the information, so we're able to pull it from one database. And then lastly, on the code enforcement, wanted to give a little bit of a success story on code enforcement. I know we hear a lot of other things, and I wanted to share that these guys are very busy. I wanted to share a success story of how code enforcement takes information provided by the public and investigates it. In the example, I wanted to share how we received a call from the public pertaining to an illegal renter. One of our code officers took the call from the public and began to research information on an illegal rental. As she researched this, she found that the same owner had a second location he was renting based on an unrelated call we had also received from another person from the public. Upon further investigation, our code enforcement officer found that in both cases, this owner was not the owner and it was leasing on a long-term lease for 2 years on the two properties and was subletting these properties as illegal VHRs. We notified the actual owners of these properties who were unaware of the situation. These actual owners ended the lease the same day, while the subletter or person who leased them on the short-term rental dwellings was issued a total of 3 fines, or about $45,000 so far. The moral of the story is the 2 code enforcement officers assigned to VHR spent a lot of time on investigation. The team is reactive in nature. There's only 4 total, as I said, and spend the bulk of their time on building staff reports for Tier 3, investigation on illegal units, and the VHR page, click and have fun. You may remember that I had heat maps on the introduction slides a while back, and here are some more examples of what you can build to suit whatever you want to research. Lastly, this section is something all of us may be familiar with, and that is VHR board approved and pending code revisions. We're on a journey together, so this process is still ongoing. The approach of the advisory board wanted to focus on through this process was to ensure that we adhere to the procedures of the code where it states, quote, "It is the intent of the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance to make the transitory lodging activity permitted by this chapter resemble the existing residential uses by resident owners and lessees," unquote. Taking this into account, the advisory board has addressed first occupancy by eliminating the 50-person limit and reducing this to the permitted amount 24 hours a day. We hope to eliminate problem locations that can sometimes greatly impede the neighborhoods during the day. Number 2, trash problems are vexing. The intent of further defining trash disposal is to ensure that there is a proverbial forehead to poke at and fine that should trash not be addressed properly. Noise monitoring, number 3, can also be an issue. By county code enforcement having direct access to the online data real time, we can ascertain noise and address this either as a warning or a fine is needed. Density restrictions. As the slide notes, we had done a peanut butter approach to the density, which at one time was necessary to get the program rolling. We are finding that in some areas, this is not working well. I have done neighborhood studies for the county, and this coupled with what the VHR board is suggesting on approach will work to inform on improvements on density. This section also includes cleanup and transfers density restrictions to the VHR board if this part of the code is adopted. This slide tends to explain how we approach this study to help inform the VHR board and its attributes. I won't read this, but it's in the packet for you to review. This slide and slide 34 are representative examples of how the roads look in various neighborhoods. This is important for density and safety reasons. Seasons were considered too, as snow adds an element of intrigue while traveling in some of these areas. I grew up off of Lake Tahoe Boulevard past Saw Hill Road in South Lake Tahoe, and I remember the black ice and the tall snow drifts as a kid. Fun when you're a kid, but dangerous, as we called them, flatlanders back then, with all the all-wheel drive vehicles, kind of sifting across the roads and getting in accidents. The road in the middle, I heard one of the public speakers discuss about Lincoln Park. The middle picture on this slide is Lincoln Park. This is the entrance right off the freeway. So when he said 16 feet, he was being very generous. And this is further examples on the left, some more areas in Skyland, right? 50 is the big wall there on the left. And then this is the east side of Highway 50 on the right. You can see some of the hills and stuff there. This slide shows how some of this data was collected. Questions was considered on the left. The yellow shows an example Likert scale for scoring. and I have a description of what a Likert scale is on the bottom. The graphic on the right is an app we had created at the county called ArcGIS Survey 123, which allows us to create a neighborhood study in the field and upload the data. This tool is now being used for all Tier 2 renewals, also by address, so we can clean up past information. We can adjust allowed cars on properties on Tier 2s on what we measure in the field. The data is stored on an internal website at the county office for future access. This is representative flow chart to inform on each neighborhood through scoring and HOA criteria if available. Really a low score or HOA limits on VHR, then no VHRs in the neighborhood are recommended. I didn't include the scoring on this example, but I did suggest some changes to the density to the VHR board for discussion. This needs to be part of the discussion with the VHR boards on a process they have internally proposed by meeting each neighborhood representative and homeowner to better inform. This data I provide is quantitative, and the VHR board's approach brings discussion into the process. This particular proposal suggests vastly changing the heavenly area to unlimited, being the buildings primarily are there specifically for recreation. Many other neighborhoods are suggested to reduce limits. Lastly and finally, the VHR board has marked up but is yet to approve these listed areas on the slide, among many more. Examples include a reduction from 60 days on grace periods for permit renewals, tier description changes, which include specifying no owner occupancy, in which this is not currently stated clearly, cleaning up the process of revoking a permit, a couple of pending proposals on Tier 3 parking ideas, and lastly, just standardizing that the word director applies to the code. It is currently inconsistent. With that, Mr. Chair, I would turn it back over to you to lead the discussion. County staff are here to support you and take notes.
Thank you, Mr. Strelo, Mr. Dallaire. Extremely comprehensive study and presentation, so I really appreciate the work you've done on this. How long have you been in this job already?
Just finished my 4th month.
4 months. Okay. Quite a bit of data for 4 months. Are you getting to sleep at all?
The county office doesn't let me sleep, sir.
Okay. Anyways, so what I want to do is I want to give, and we'll start with the Vacation Rental Advisory Board, go by each member and allow them to ask questions and make comments regarding any slides that they wish to do so, and overall comments as well. And then after we have that opportunity, I want to bring it over to the Board of Commissioners themselves, and we'll go down the line, and each member of the Board of Commissioners will have an opportunity to ask questions. We can go back to any slide that you wish to for clarification, questions or observations. And after that, after those, then we'll conclude this presentation and we'll go to item number 2 on the agenda. So at this time, I'll ask VHR Advisory Board member, Mr. Byers, do you have any questions that you wish to ask the
No, sir.
presenters?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. Mr. Sloan, how about you?
Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, are we to ask just questions about the presentation?
Yes, the presentation and the slides, if there's a need for clarification on any of those.
No, no questions.
Ms. Hempler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've seen these slides many times in all of our meetings, so that is the reason why most of us are saying we have no questions, and I also have no questions. Thank you.
So I did want to acknowledge and how much we appreciate the time that you folks have spent on this issue in working through you've actually only been in place because of the settlement agreement and the reconstitution of your board. I believe you've only been in place now for 1 year. Is that, I believe your first meeting was last October, if I'm not mistaken. But, and you're doing so as a volunteer for our county. We really appreciate that with very, very little compensation. So we appreciate what Yes, enough on a meeting basis to perhaps go to a small dinner with your wife, right? Or husband, in your case. So, anyways, once again, I appreciate that, and I think you're to be commended with what you've done. So, at this time then, we'll go down to Commissioner Tarkanian. Do you have questions or regarding the presentation or slides?
Mr. Strelo, could you please discuss some of the problems in enforcement that we've had discussions on, and what steps you're taking to resolve those problems? Primarily, the two that I recall the most are where the VHR enforcement staff starts from and have the time it takes to get up to Lake Tahoe, and second, the ones where you discussed where there's a disturbance complaint in the home and the enforcement staff was told not to go into the residence because they didn't have a gun. If you could just elaborate to the people here and what you're doing to try to resolve that, that'd be wonderful.
Okay, I'll start with the last one first. This is Ernie Strelo for the record. Typically, when there's a problem at the home, if there's any kind of noise, parties, anything going on, the sheriff's office is contacted. The code enforcement officer is not contacted to go to the home. We've had past issues with code enforcement. Apparently, years ago, that weapons or things like that were, thrown at a code enforcement officer. So for as long as I've been here, and I think longer than a year, the sheriff's office is the one that is called to the residents. And I work very closely with Under Sheriff Ingalls on Elgis, I'm sorry, on making sure that we know who those problems are. And then as far as having code enforcement office.
No, before you get to the second, I just wanted to follow up. So then if the sheriff's department is the one that goes to the complaints, how are violations written then?
The sheriff that goes to the call writes up a report and follows up on the report, as well as gives the code enforcement a copy of it for our records. And then we track it to completion.
I assume then if there was issues, you issue violations.
We could issue violations or fines, yes. And then the second one, I think the question is if I have code officers in Lake Tahoe?
Well, we talked about this before, that the code officers currently reside in the valley, and it takes so much time for them to get up to the Lake Tahoe when there is something they're supposed to be looking at.
So we have space identified, and we actually had a code enforcement officer in the spring and summer located at the sheriff's substation in Lake Tahoe. She's no longer with us, so we've had an opening. We have 2 code enforcement officers and a supervisor that sits at the Minden Inn in Minden. And we just hired a new code officer. So we intend to put a person back up in Tahoe as soon as we train that person.
See, I see that's one of the big problems. This board has prohibited VHRs in the valley, but you have the 2 code enforcements right now working that are in an office in the valley. It seems like we should be able to find something where they could be up in the area where these VHR permits are located and where the violations are happening. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner Kurtkanian. Commissioner Nosad, do you have questions? Not at the moment. Commissioner Ingalls? Okay. Commissioner Rice?
Rice.
Rice, that's what I said. Rice, for the record.
Okay.
R-I-C-E.
I have no questions. What I would like to say is that I'm a longtime resident here. I've lived here for over 30 years. And when I first moved here, right around the corner from me was what was known as the Paiute Party House. And that was a constant problem. Since I was at that time on the sheriff department, my wife and I opted not to call a lot because obviously I didn't want to become a problem on my own department. However, since the existence of your organization, of your group, that is no longer a problem. That Party House has been shut down. I now have a VHR right next door to me, and the only reason I know that they're rented out is because I see a car I don't recognize. No problem whatsoever. I hope that this commission gives you the latitude and the time to continue working on the process and the problem. And this is something that in my opinion, is a win-win for all of the residents in the county, including those who have the one next door that's always been a thorn in your side. Help is on the way. Things are changing. Things are happening. And thank you for what you do.
Thank you. I have several questions that and slides that I want to refer to, and I got to keep my finger on the button here. I forget that. I need a couple of extra hands today. I'd like to go back to that slide, Vacation Home Rental Code plus DCSO reports detail 2022. I'd like to get a little bit of better understanding and clarification of that particular slide.
We're getting there. Stuck again.
You know, I don't have a page. 11. That's slide number 11. So it's as the public looks at it on the once it comes up.
Right there.
It's difficult for I believe when I tried to look at it versus my computer, it wasn't very clear. So the various categories, but I wanted to take a look at that.
We're getting excited over the little things here.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Can you tell us what page in the agenda is so we can follow?
Slide number 11. Page 16? Okay. Now, as I understand this, this is not strictly the vacation home rental code violations. This is all disturbances that are identified by our Sheriff's Department and addressed. That I see in your
Ernie Strelo for the record. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so just because we have 27% of disturbance of the peace, 2% alarms, 7% suspicious circumstance, that doesn't necessarily relate to specifically vacation home rentals.
No, sir.
Okay. So I want to look at that big piece of the pie there called vacation rental check, 18%. Now, can you explain that particular piece of the pie? What is a vacation rental check?
That could be the sheriff. This is Ernie Strelo for the record. It could be the sheriff being called out to check on the residents, to see if they're renting, to bring, to check if there's a problem with a renter. Are they a legal renter? What else could they? Yeah, it would be all inclusive. It could also include calls to code enforcement to check on if a rental is a registered rental. So it could be a combination of several of these things.
So it could be, but it's not necessarily a violation.
It could be a violation and it might not be a violation. It could concern somebody in the public at.
Okay.
So we record it.
Thank you. Okay. I want to talk about code enforcement for just a few moments because I think that not only did I have a misunderstanding of exactly what their responsibilities are, I believe that's a general consensus amongst the board. I may not be correct on that, but I also think it's a general misconception that our public has in regards to what exactly their responsibilities are. Because I get the impression, in talking with members of the public, that if a member of the public indicates or feels that there is a violation, whether that be noise, disturbances, whatever, okay, that they then feel like they're supposed to call code enforcement, and code enforcement is supposed to respond to that complaint regardless of the time of day, and if it's a noise or population of the VHR, they're supposed to shut that down. And I want to be very careful that the public and the board understands that what exactly their responsibilities are in those types of situations, okay? Are they a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week process of trying to shut down the violations, that are the anticipated or perceived violations?
Commissioner, this is Ernie Strelo for the record. On page 41 is the detail of in-scope and out-of-scope for code enforcement in your deck. If there's the code enforcement officers work Monday through Friday. They do staggered shifts. They do not, they're on call after hours and on weekends. They follow up the next morning on any kind of calls they get during the night. If there's any kind of calls related to noise, anything, there's a problem at the residence of a VHR, the sheriff's office should be called. We do need to probably do a little bit of outreach, and we're talking about that with the PIO to try to figure out how to get a better definition out to the public on exactly the roles and responsibilities when you call the sheriff, when you call the code office. The code enforcement person, just by nature, is not a trained peace officer. So if there's any kind of things going on after hours, or anything that could be violent in nature, that we don't want to send a code officer out for. We want to send the sheriff.
Right, and that's become my understanding. These are not sworn officers.
Right.
Code enforcement officers are not sworn officers, do not carry a badge, do not carry a weapon.
Well, they do carry a badge.
Okay, but they don't carry a weapon, and they're not sworn officers, and they don't report to the sheriff's department. They report to community development in your department.
Ernie Strela, for the record, they report to me in community development. And I'm sorry, it was page 46 in the packet. Yeah, we're working on figuring out how to do a better job at getting that outreach. It hasn't percolated properly out there, that we need to do a better job.
So the public should not, if they call code enforcement, they should not expect a response necessarily that day, and especially over the weekend or at night, from code enforcement.
After hours, no.
Hopefully get a response from our sheriff's department in a timely manner. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
So, and we always have, and probably this is probably more of a question for Sheriff Coverly, is we always have, how many officers are assigned on a 24-hour basis, 7 days a week, 365 in the Tahoe Township?
I call it, this is Ernie Strela for the record, it's usually 80 hours of full-time equivalents, because it's for VHR that we're supposed to be budgeted for. And it sounds like from the reports we get, I see that they are responding out to the public calls.
Mr. Chairman. Dan Coverly, Douglas County Sheriff. So the minimum staffing at any time at Lake Tahoe is 2 deputies per shift. So we run 3 shifts, day shift, swing shift, and graveyard. During day shift, there's also a detective up here and an admin staff. We have jail deputies in the jail, but they don't go out. They don't leave the jail typically. One thing to understand is there's 2 deputies that are assigned to the VHR program, and they're the contact point with code enforcement. But if they're not working, if it's a different shift than they're assigned, typically are assigned to swing shift, works from 2 in the afternoon to midnight. If they get a call, if the sheriff's office get a call after that time frame, and it's a different deputy that's not specifically assigned, one of the 2 deputies assigned to the VHR program, they still solve the problem as best they can. They take a report. That report is then forwarded to code enforcement to follow up. So the response by the sheriff's office is consistent regardless of who the deputy is or whether he's specifically assigned to the VHR program, day or night. And all that information that we gather based on the type of call and whether or not we write a ticket or make an arrest or whatever is documented and forwarded to code enforcement so they can determine if it was a violation for the VHR or if it has anything to do with VHRs, which a lot of times it just doesn't.
So if it's a verified issue that the Sheriff's Department documents, and that then comes back to code enforcement, what is the process from code enforcement to the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board? Because I believe there's a process that if we have a continued violation in one particular property, that we do have the ability to start restricting their activities as a vacation home rental. Am I correct on that, or am I off base on that?
Ernie Strelo for the record. If there's a gross violation of their issued permit, we have items written in the code that allows staff to take care of that, revoke permits, or whatever is required. The person that gets the permit revoked has a right to appeal to the VHR board. That's the process. There's a process outlined for that.
Good, thank you. So I pretty much, that was my main focus, honestly, was the code enforcement process, because I think, once again, there's a lot of misunderstanding from the public, and certainly I had a lot of misunderstanding up until a couple of months ago when I finally sat down with staff and tried to figure it out and wrestle that issue. So Commissioner Nosset, you had a question?
Yes. Let's work at 0100. A lot of noise, and a call is made in. What happens? Is it investigated at the spot to determine if there is noise, and if there isn't, if they all shut up, there's no violation? Is that correct?
If something happens at 0100, Ernie Strela for the record, the sheriff's office is called, and then the sheriff will respond accordingly and make a report.
All right, that's good. A minute ago, you said gross violation. What's a gross violation?
Well, kind of what you described. If there's something that violates their permit, if they're having parties, if there's too many cars out there that are identified as part of the VHR at 1 in the morning, those are big violations of the code.
Okay, then a gross violation is any violation against the permit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I thought I was done, but I did have one more slide to look at, and that is slide number 24. This illegal renter the success story that you indicated. I need to understand that just a little bit better. So you call received on an illegal rental from the public. The illegal VHR owner was really a long-term renter lease from an out-of-state owner. Second call came in with the same issue listed above for another house, and happens to be the same out-of-state owner on a different house. Code enforcement did a thorough investigation. So these were lessees. If I understand this correct, these were lessees of long-term renters of 2 homes that were then taking the opportunity to turn around and use those as vacation home renters. Did I understand that correct?
That's true. There was 2 different owners from 2 different states that did a long-term lease with one specific person for both of those properties, and used them as VHRs. And they were unpermitted VHRs on top of that. So it was not a permitted VHR, it was an unpermitted VHR.
Okay, so we have people that are renting long-term and then turning around and subletting illegally vacation home rentals, unbeknownst to the actual owner of the property, I take it.
That's what it sounds like in both cases, Commissioner. we find, we come across 3 to 4 a month right now. We do find quite a few that are unpermitted, even though we have a permit program.
And we probably should, something, you know, I won't go down that road right now. Okay. So commissioners, anything else? Nothing? Okay, it's, I think had this brought any ideas for you guys? Do you have any other questions before I'm going to take a break. It's 11:40, and I know that several, including myself, need to use facilities. For those of you who didn't check, the facilities are just as you come around the corner from the casino. I believe that's the only facilities I know of in this area. But anyways, we're going to take a break at this time. It's 11:40, and we will return at, is 15 minutes good, guys, or 20?
Depends upon the line.
It depends on the line. Okay, I'm going to give you until noon, okay? That's 20 minutes, so we'll take a break at this time until 12 o'clock noon. Thank you.
Recording.
It's 12 noon. I would ask the commissioners to please return to their seats so we can begin this next session on item number 2. Once again, if we could ask everybody to please return to their seats so we can get moving into item number 2, I'd appreciate it. Commissioner Ingalls, could you please return to your seat so we could get going, please? Okay, it's 12:02. All 5 commissioners are back in place, and Vacation Home Advisory Board is back in place as well. So we'll begin this afternoon's item number 2. I will read the item into the record, and then we'll have a presentation by Commissioner Noasad. I would remind the public, when we go to public comment, to please restrain from any show or display of feelings regarding one side of the issue or the other. We understand once again that this item is a very passionate issue, so but we want to respect everybody's opinion on that. So, and again, please silence your electronic devices if you have them, and if you wish to talk amongst yourself, please take it outside the room. Thank you. Item number 2 for possible action: discussion on a proposal to possibly eliminate the Douglas County Vacation Home Rental VHR program. Discussion and possible action will occur in 2 parts. Number 1, the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board will first hear the proposal, discuss, and make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners after hearing public comment regarding the possible elimination of the VHR program. And then 2, the Board of County Commissioners will then discuss the proposal and the recommendation from the VHR Advisory Board and provide direction to staff on whether or not to eliminate the VHR program and how that process would work in an ordinance form for the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners' future consideration. This has been once again presented by Commissioner Noasad. So, Mr. Commissioner, you're up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to see how many people are out there, despite that not all the seats are filled, but obviously you're very, very interested in what's going on in this program. I'm going to simply read my proposal that I've written out in the form of a whereas, and then therefore. So it's an ordinance proposal for the termination of the vacation home rental program for the Tahoe Township. Whereas Douglas County's vacation home rentals regulations as found in Douglas County Consolidated Development Code Chapter 2.662 has been part of the Title 20 for some time. And whereas the vacation home rentals have been declared a business enterprise operating improperly in an area zoned for single-family residential. And whereas vacation home rentals are present in the area known as the top of the grade, and appropriately so since that area is properly zoned for that type of enterprise. And whereas VHRs encourage short-term transient occupancy in neighborhoods zoned single-family residential, and whereas a well-intentioned program in the beginning has become more problematic with the increasing use of the internet and services such as Airbnb. And whereas the VHR program has generated several problems, including an increase in public nuisances requiring extensive county resources. And whereas the number of persons allowed to occupy a VHR was not addressed until recent times, and then not in sufficient detail. And whereas the unbridled growth of VHRs has caused formerly peaceful neighborhoods to become raucous party places, being used by persons who show little or no respect for the private citizens or for their expectation of peace and quiet. And whereas the increase in the number of VHRs has led to an increase in traffic in formerly open roadways. And whereas increased traffic has placed a strain on the availability of parking, further resulting in an increase in parking on the streets. And whereas the increased parking on narrow streets has potential of impeding the passage of emergency vehicles. And whereas large parties in VHRs results in an increase in trash. And whereas Douglas County has been required to dramatically increase funding to combat the problems associated with the VHRs and the operation of unpermitted, as well as operation of unpermitted VHRs. And whereas the county is under constant threat of litigation regarding these VHRs. Now it is further resolved that new applications for VHR permits will not be accepted upon or after the effective date of this ordinance. And it is further resolved that existing VHR permits may be renewed annually based on the expiration date of the permit if the applicant satisfies all other conditions for the issuance of that permit. If the permit is approved within the last year of the phase-out, the expiration date of that permit is the end of the final 2 years. Therefore, be it resolved that by Douglas County Board of Commissioners that the VHR program in the Tahoe Township shall be phased out over the course of the next 2 years from the effective date of this ordinance. And it is further resolved that the VHR permits for the area known as the Upper Kingsbury will remain unaffected by this ordinance.
Thank you. Do you wish to add anything to that?
Asking me?
Oh. I just wanted to make sure, is that your presentation? Okay. Then, as always, we will ask for comments and questions from the board members, after which time we will go to public comments. And yes, we indicated that we will accept comments from the Vacation Home Advisory Board after we get public comment on this. And then
I thought you said the advisory board was going to make comments first, and then we were going to talk. I would like to make my comments after the advisory board's recommendation.
so that would be after the public comment section. Is that right? It says this indicates this. Okay, the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board will first hear the proposal, discuss and make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners after hearing public comment regarding the possible elimination program.
Yes, exactly, and then the board speaks third.
Did you have any questions of Mr. Commissioner Noah at this time, Commissioner Turkanian?
Again, I'm a little confused. It's my understanding we're going to be able to ask questions and make statements after public comment and after the advisory board. I mean,
Absolutely.
Are you changing that now?
Absolutely. But if you had any other comments, that normally we have comments or questions regarding the clarity of the issue in advance of taking it to public comment. That's all I'm asking.
No.
Give you an opportunity. Okay. Commissioner Ingalls, did you have comments at this time, or did you want to wait until after public comment and after hearing from the Vacation Rental Board? Okay, you may go.
those of you that have been through this thing from the beginning know that the reason it all started was because the vacation home rentals were just overwhelming the community up here at the lake. And it was literally dissolving the community. So something had to be done. And we couldn't let it keep on going. Now, subsequent to that, we got sued in a class action lawsuit by a group of vacation homeowners, and in federal court, not Nevada court, but federal court. The judge decided with the county of Douglas, but the judge mediated the lawsuit, and both the vacation homeowners and the board, this board, which represents all of us here in Douglas County and Lake Tahoe, we made an obligation to that judge because we agreed to adhere to the mediated decision by the judge. So we have an obligation to fulfill. I don't recall how long that term would last, but we do have an obligation to the judge and to both sides in the dispute. Now, we have learned so much since this endeavor has started. The staff has done an excellent job in consolidating and compiling information that we never had before. We are on these vacation home rentals like a duck on a June bug. And we're not going to put up with much because that's not the intent to allow these things to happen. And we have the resources now that we never had before, and we're going to come down on them real hard. Because if they don't comply, they're done. And it does seem, and this is something that we have learned and has been presented to us, there are certain areas up here around Heavenly and so forth where there doesn't really seem to be a neighborhood. It's all vacation home rentals. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration, and especially in regard to the consideration of the folks who live here. So I'm of the persuasion of allowing some of them somewhere. They have an excellent idea, and I think they're going to present it in more depth they're called overlays. And they know in each overlay how many vacation home rentals are in a particular neighborhood so that it doesn't get overwhelmed by vacation home rental people. Because I can see how these things get out of hand. And that would probably satisfy the court and satisfy the neighborhood. And I do agree with allowing for attrition. We don't have to come in full bore and just carte blanche, just eliminate everything. But as they do expire, they will be eliminated and not reissued. So at any rate, that's kind of where it seems to be one of the most equitable ways to satisfy the community, the homeowners, the vacation homeowners, and the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ingles. Commissioner Rice, anything to add at this time?
Not at this time. I will hold my comments till after the board is presented.
Thank you. I feel the same way. I prefer to listen to public comment and then also listen to the recommendations of the advisory board and where they are on this. So at this time then, we will go into public comment on item number 2. We would ask once again no display of approval or anger at any of the speakers. We will respect the 3-minute time limit on each one. So once your time expires, I will be cutting you off. And when you approach the podium, please write your name so that we have a clear understanding of your name on the record. State your name, and then you may begin your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you. And yes, we would encourage you to line up so that we can get through this process as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You may go.
My name is Gary Snelson, S-N-E-L-S-O-N. I want to make sure that this comes across loud and clear. The vacation home rental program has ruined our neighborhood. We're in Upper Kingsbury, off of North Benjamin. We have VHR rentals on both sides of us. One is for 10 people, but they have many, many more. I sent the pictures. I hope all of you saw those pictures, because there are many more people that show up. We have complained, and they said that 50 more people are allowed to come and visit. This is unacceptable. On both sides of us, on our little street, there are 4 vacation home rentals. The rental people leave food out for the bears. They don't understand what they're dealing with up here. The traffic is so congested in our street, if there's a problem, we could not get out. The traffic is way too much. There has got to be something done so that we have our neighborhood back. There are retired people. When we moved up here 15 years ago, this was a quiet residential neighborhood. It is a business district now. It is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would indicate the gentleman did not take his full 3 minutes, and taking 3 minutes is not required. So I just want to remind the public that you're not required to take 3 minutes. You have up to 3 minutes. So, but you cannot yield your time to another guest speaker either. So just keep that in mind also. So thank you.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your service, all of you, and your public service, and I really appreciate that. I know it's a difficult time and a difficult challenge. My name is Tom Sheehan, T-O-M-S-H-E-A-H-A-N. One of the things that I have some issues with is in the economic presentation, you guys were just looking at the direct revenue that was received by the county. I think the overall economic impact would be a nuclear bomb to this area. We won't be losing these to families coming to a casino versus a VHR. We will lose them to Breckenridge or Salt Lake City or anywhere else they can go skiing and spend thousands of dollars. And this economic impact affects grocery stores, lift operators, small businesses, taco vendors. And so we are going to look at an economic bombshell if this passes. One thing I do think, if we do decide to ban VHRs, and I don't believe it is a perfect program, I think they've made some improvements and well done, but and those code enforcements will not go away, those costs. So if we're going to lose this revenue, what about tax increases? So we're all willing to kill the program. Well, let's talk about property tax increases and sales tax increases, because we have to pay for that lovely building across the street, and we're going to lose this. So if we're going to talk about VHR banning, let's talk about tax increases. Thank you.
You need to go to the microphone. So.
Okay. I have a request for the board. I have 700 signatures on our petition to eliminate vacation home rentals.
Yes.
I have my 3 minutes, which I'm giving to them, and I would like to have another 9 minutes for them.
I'm sorry, I can't allow that. Otherwise, we'd have to allow everybody. You may take those and please present them to the clerk for putting into the minutes. But Ms. Dingler, we can only allow 3 minutes per person. Thank you.
So my name is Linda Dengler, and I'll read you a portion of what I have to share that these people shared with me. I've spearheaded the effort to allow the people of Tahoe Township to have a voice in their neighborhoods. They are telling you by signing this petition that they do not want to have VHRs in the residential communities. They want their residential neighborhoods back. They want commercialized ventures out-of-state investors removed from their residentially zoned neighborhoods. I represent these 700 people, And we have gathered these signatures in just 6 weeks. If we have to go to a referendum, we'll have way over 700. And these are your constituents speaking to you, telling you that they don't want this. Most specifically, Mr. Rice, they're mostly Tahoe Township people. My experience in gathering these signatures, you know, I had a sign around my neck. People would run across the way to come to me to sign it because they're so desperate to be rid of these in their neighborhoods. They cause noise, and the sheriffs come. The sheriffs happen to call the code enforcement, who calls the emergency contact, who calls the people. So before they get there, there's no noise complaint. They say we're an unsubstantiated noise complaint, even when there were 2 of us standing there from 2 different homes. Code enforcement, I heard all the directions of code enforcement. We have codes. They're supposed to be enforced. We're not supposed to use code enforcement now for that. The sheriffs answer to noise calls. Nobody answers to how many people are in the thing because you guys don't have guns, so you can't come up and you know, find out that there are. I took photographs, time, date, stamp photographs of 14 people staying overnight in an 8-bed facility. I sent those in, and no violation happened. They blocked the bridge driveway for emergency egress. I sent that in photographically. Not a single violation happened. They had parking on the street overnight. I documented it day and night. No violation happened. So even when those of us try to prove what you don't do, which is count the amount of people, I had Richard Wardson said, man, they can't figure out how many people. They're never going to know how many people. They won't control that. So we are living with these kinds of things because there's really no controls on it. And I'd like to really point out the intent of 20.622.010B7. This is the intent of the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance to make the transitory lodging activity permitted by this chapter resemble the existing residential uses made by resident owners and lessees. There is not one thing about having these in my neighborhood that have done that. I used to have 2, 4, and 6 people live near me. I've got 4 tier 3s on my canyon who have parties up to 50 because we're allowed 50, so they have their parties up to 50. I have a commercial wedding event site across from me, and they have DJs that scream and yell into the microphone in their party. So I would really need these eliminated, and that's what these people are making the statement, 700.
If you could please give those to the clerk so we could put those into the record. Yeah. Thank you.
My name is Cheryl Snow, and I'm the president of the 305 Olympic Court Association, located in Tahoe Village, near the Heavenly Stagecoach and Boulder Lifts. It's my aim today to encourage the panel to examine a larger view of how an all-out ban would negatively impact the county resources and the livelihood of so many in our community. Consider that Douglas County directly benefits from VHR income, $4 million annually. The money is used to repair, improve, and protect Douglas County parks, recreation assets, and facilities. If VHRs are eliminated, significant alternating funds for parks and recreation would need to be addressed. As the gentleman before me mentioned, increased taxes would probably need to be next on the agenda. Take into account that businesses also directly benefit from VHRs. Restaurants, grocery stores, recreational rentals, entertainment, ski lift ticket sales and operations, property managers, and the very large domestic and VHR support industry. These professions represent a lot of jobs. If VHRs were eliminated, all of these entities would suffer job loss and take, for example, housekeeping, which is a very large industry. If you ban 532 currently permitted VCRs, that is approximately $7 to $8 million a year of lost income for that industry alone. That's just one business. Reflect on how this would impact the ski industry. The Stagecoach and Boulder Base areas are the only 2 ski lift basins in Douglas County. The VHRs in those areas were never intended for long-term residences. The area is infiltrated with large hotels, timeshares, and corporate condominiums. Banning VHRs in this area would create a shortage of family-oriented vacation rentals and would force skiers to seek out alternatives in California and other ski resort areas around the country. This will negatively impact the Nevada side of when the access is less desirable. Property taxes would ultimately decrease as a resulting decline in property values in this area and causing even further income loss for Douglas County. And for what purpose? The county would not gain a residential area by banning VHRs in the Boulder Stagecoach Basin. It is not a residential area, but the county will lose jobs and for these service industries that I mentioned above. In summary, an all-out ban on VHRs would seem like throwing out the proverbial baby with the bathwater.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do need you to speak directly into the microphone so that we can get your voice amplified enough we can hear it. Thank you.
Is that good? Ooh, that's good. Okay. Hi, my name is Allison Streiner. I just wanted to say thank you for the Board of Commissioners and the Vacation Rental Advisory Board for all of your time and efforts on this this time. This is going to be a long meeting. I am in favor of the short-term vacation rentals. I'm not a good public speaker. In Tahoe, my family has owned a vacation rental for the past 10 years. Before the advisory board made their tiers, we slept 16, but now we are a tier 2. I am very in favor of the regulations of the VHRs, and I think the proposed regulations are a good idea of the decreasing that max of 50, which I hear a lot of complaints about. The task force has had limited time and data to support their changes, and I think they should be allowed to have the time to see their changes made and to have the data through. The data that they presented was only really for a 2-year process. That was during COVID. I'd be really curious to see what the numbers were pre-COVID and post-COVID as well. The vacation rental program is highly profitable for Douglas County, and the VHR, a total of 532 homes, is expected to bring over $4 million, that'd be great, $400 million, $4 million per year. One of the slides that wasn't talked about as much, the one with the arrows, I think it was slide number 10, has an expectancy of 10% year-over-year growth. That's pretty good odds. I would definitely invest in that. And I'm curious as to what other enterprises give the county this much profit with no cost directly from the county. The VHR presents 4 to 19% of the community homes, depending on the neighborhood in the Tahoe Basin. I'm going to skip that because we already talked about that. The VHR program has already made changes to the 3 tiers, and homeowners are currently going through the applications. So please give the VHR program to finalize their tiers before moving the goalpost. I feel like that's unfair and doesn't really justify the time and effort that they've put in to get this data going. For us and our family, if we were not able to rent our home, we would not be able to keep it. And then my fear is that if we play that forward, you would have potentially 532 homes going on the market, which would make house prices fall. We are marching towards a recession, and I'm just concerned about if you walk away from that amount of money that's coming forward, you would decrease that revenue and the tourism revenue that goes with it. We all love Lake Tahoe, and I'm sure we can come to a win-and-win situation for all of us. Thank you.
Fortunately, my name's kind of short, so I didn't have to spend too much time writing down. First off, state my name, yes, Doug Kraus, yeah. K-R-A-U-S, if that helps. First, I want to echo the thanks, the Board of County Commissioners, the VHR Board. You guys are wrestling with a very tough issue. Myself, I'm both a resident and an owner of a VHR. So I can kind of, I can definitely see the dynamics from both points of view. Where I live, I'm close to a couple of VHRs, and so we've kind of had both that experience. Like you all, I love this area, and I want to continue to offer a means for families that want to come up here to enjoy the area, certainly in a responsible way. Being a good neighbor is, of course, a big priority, because we want this place to continue to have that certain, feeling and experience that I think you can only get up here. So in being a good neighbor, some of the things we do, which is a carry-on from the person that we bought this from, who had run it for roughly 20 years, is we vet heavily. We don't allow parties. We don't allow weddings. We don't allow bachelor parties. None of that is part of what we allow. We never allow this 50-person maximum thing that was in the code. We wouldn't want that at our home, and we don't think our neighbors would want that either, of course. Our minimum age of our renters is 35. For example, we filtered out a group of 20-somethings that were lifeguards from New Jersey that wanted to come and stay at our house. On a New Year's, right? We kind of spotted that one. So we said no to that. We were very early adopters of this noise-aware technology, and there's other companies that do it, but that one we found out is the only one that's approved for outdoor use. The other ones aren't designed for the rain or the snow, I don't know. But we bought them and employed them long before they were required, because we do want to be good neighbors. We've reached out to our neighbors. We know who they are. They have our phone number. We address any issues proactively with them. We also have a Ring camera up, again, long before the regulation required us. It's up above where the floodlight is over the driveway, so we can monitor parking real time. And we've been able to, since we live less than a mile away, we've been able to go address those kinds of concerns. I would encourage, clearly there's been a lot of economic study done here. One of the things I think a few people have mentioned is, well, what will not only how much comes into the county and it's the income that's, kind of the economic footprint, if you will, of VHRs, it's how will that be made up? Clearly, as the gentleman who used to work at the Federal Reserve mentioned, we're in an economic downtime. So I want to make sure we're upfront with that. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Carr, and I'm a lifelong resident of Tahoe Township. My father was a county commissioner in the early 80s, and I attended Douglas County schools. I moved back after college and have raised my family here. I co-founded the Chimney Rock chapter of the Nevada Fire Safe Council, and for many years I ran the Wattel Booster Club golf tournament to raise money for our schools. I have served Douglas County by being appointed to the original Ordinance Committee in 2005, the Kids Bond Committee, and the VHR Task Force. I have also had the honor of being elected 3 times as a trustee of the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District. Let's just say that I've tried to be a productive member of this community. I also run a small property management business in Glenbrook. Glenbrook has been hosting visitors since the late 1800s. The golf course, tennis courts, and horse stables were built to keep the renters happy and active. I have continued this long tradition and have been renting to Glenbrook families and their friends for 30 years. I have provided housing for many Glenbrook family reunions, weddings, funerals, and charity events. During this time, I have played by the rules, paid my room taxes, and have not had one county complaint or violation. The reason I have a clean track record is that I work 7 days a week during the busy summer season to make sure any rental concerns or issues are handled immediately. One commissioner who recently moved here and is supposed to represent the Gardnerville Ranchos wants to eliminate short-term rentals in Glenbrook, and after 30 years, put my small business out of business. Why would you ever take away permits from law-abiding property owners that have followed the rules for decades? Trying to make a couple of wealthy Glenbrook donors happy, perhaps? I guess running for Congress isn't cheap. I saw all the ads. I hope you other commissioners and advisory committee members will not put up with these shenanigans. This strict 16-page ordinance should apply to all of Tahoe Township equally. From the cheapest condo on top of Kingsbury to the fanciest lakefront home in Glenbrook, everyone deserves equal protection and enforcement of the rules. I hope you will continue to allow vacation rentals in the Tahoe Township and allow the advisory committee to keep working on fine-tuning the ordinance so to create one that we can all live with. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Lance Evander.
Just a second here. Once again, please restrain from clapping or booing the comments. Thank you, appreciate it.
Sure. We are not talking about banning second home millionaires or banning crazy product crowds from the hotels or restricting long-term nuisance neighbors. We are talking about banning hardworking small businesses. Let me tell you a story. I grew up poor in Minnesota. In a trailer park, 6 people living in a cold trailer, oddly in a county named Douglas County. My dad worked in the mines. My mom got a job managing the trailer park for free rent. They saved money somehow with 4 kids. They bought a trailer and eventually a second. They started their own business, a small trailer park. The county met. The county commissioner owned a hotel, owned the trailer park, and they banned my parents' new little tiny trailer park. My parents resisted. The sheriff showed up, towed our homes away, arrested my mom, put me in foster care. My dad came down from the mines to try and fix what he could. I've been here 20 years. Started an old school ski share business, rented home for years. After 10 years, managed to save money, buy a home, obeyed the crazy complex laws. I was the first-time homeowner. Finally, after years, I managed to buy a second home. I won't let you take this home from me. Killing every small business because of abuse of a few businesses is not the answer. Thank you.
My name is Lorraine Marlowe, and my husband and I are longtime residents of Douglas County. We live in Upper Kingsbury in Kingsbury Estates 2, a neighborhood of single-family homes. We bought our home in 1984, over 38 years ago, where we have always lived full-time. Our home was built in 1966. A few others were built in 1964. The original intent of our neighborhood was single-family homes. The proposed ban ordinance states vacation home rentals are present in the area known as the top of the grade, and appropriately so, since that area is properly zoned for that type of enterprise. Where exactly is this written that it is properly zoned for VHRs and nowhere else? Are you thinking of maybe Tahoe Village or not Upper Kingsbury? And you also wrote, it's further recommended that the VHR program in the area known as Upper Kingsbury will be unaffected by this ordinance. If this does get voted on, we request that neighborhoods in Upper Kingsbury be included in the ban. These are single-family homes. You already know the negative impact that VHRs can have on a neighborhood from the first-hand reports of those that actually live here. If you decide to allow VHRs to continue, there are a few areas that should be addressed. Please eliminate the 50-person cap for parties and events. VHRs should be kept to the maximum amount of people listed on their permit 24 hours a day, and needs to include all tiers with no exceptions. Next is safety. What will happen in case of fire? Are VHR owners required to advise short-term renters of the dangers of open flames, fireworks, even cigarettes? And what do they do in case of evacuations? In our 38 years in our home, we've had 3 mandatory evacuations: Autumn Hills, Gondola, and Caldor fires. Safety for residents and tourists alike need to be addressed. Just because we live in the Tahoe portion of Douglas County shouldn't mean that we have given up our right to a safe environment and the peaceful enjoyment of our home. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janelle Gallucci, and I am a full-time Douglas County resident living here in the beautiful community of State Line. I live next door to a vacation rental. I also am a vacation rental permit holder here in State Line. So I have my feet pretty firmly planted on both sides of this issue. And what I wanted to say here today is that I believe that full-time residents and vacation rentals can coexist here in our beautiful community. I believe vacation rentals should be highly regulated, which they are. We have a cap at 600 permits, limits on neighborhood density, hefty fines for vacation rentals that don't follow the rules, and a 16-page ordinance that governs how VHRs must operate. Problem vacation rentals need to be fined and have their permits revoked, and we need the county to ensure that this enforcement is happening. VHRs represent only 3% of the total housing units in Douglas County, yet we bring in 20% of the tax revenue to the tune of $4.2 million a year. If this program is eliminated, are you planning to raise our taxes like what happened with Measure T in the city of South Lake Tahoe? Our VHR property has been a vacation rental for over 15 years, and we have never received a single complaint. Elimination of VHRs is an arbitrary cancellation of my property rights and punishes all VHR owners for the abuses of a few. I would not be able to afford to live in this community without the income from my vacation rental. Our local cleaners would not be able to afford to live in this community without this work, nor would our local hot tub service or local snow removal service. We all rely on VHRs to survive. No significant changes or decisions should be made without doing a complete financial analysis on the loss of jobs, loss of local business revenue, and the loss of county income from transient occupancy taxes. In addition, we must allow the VHR Advisory Board the time to revise the current ordinance that was put in place a year ago and prove that it can work to address the current concerns of local residents. I ask that the Board of County Commissioners vote to keep the current VHR program in Douglas County intact, and that we all work together as one team, both local residents and VHR owners, to continue to refine the current ordinance. Thank you.
Hey there. Excuse me. My name's Tim Paskin. I'm the owner of 245 Logging Road. I'm one of the dreaded Tier 3 VHR homes. I'm also a Douglas County resident. I'm a Douglas County voter. I'm one of your constituents. I want to just speak a little bit about my house, not to say that I deserve some type of special dispensation, but to use it to illustrate what I think are pretty clearly the deficiencies of this ordinance, namely that it lacks empathy. And second of all, that it's a perfect example of legislative overreach. So I guess I'm nominally in Upper Kingsbury. Some say it's Upper Kingsbury, some say it's Kingsbury Heights, some say it's Palisades. The bottom line is my property is 7.5 acres. I have no neighbors. I have a parking lot, not a driveway. There's room for 20, 25 cars. I can easily sleep 16 people. And I've spent my entire life savings and 2 years of my time basically fixing this house up. I'm now in a job that forces me to go overseas, and when I'm overseas and when I'm out of town, I rent my place out. I've participated in these conversations with the Vacation Rental Advisory Board. I've yet to have one person explain to me logically why I shouldn't be able to rent my house. I've never had a complaint. I have hurt nobody. And that's the problem with this legislation. That's the problem with the main arguments that undergird this legislation. I have complete empathy for someone who deals with jackassery next door to them. Unacceptable. The problem is I don't see any empathy for the complete financial ruin that this ordinance would put me and people like me in. It doesn't have to be either or. We don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The arguments that I hear two mantras behind this legislation quite often. One of them is no VHRs in residential areas. That's a bit imprecise. I'm nominally in a residential area. I have no neighbors. My house used to be a daycare. but it's still in a residential area. The better conversation is the character of the neighborhood. I thought we were going to have that conversation today. Apparently we're not. The better conversation is the density. There is no state that has more federal and state land than Nevada. Simply saying we can't have, VHRs in Middle Kingsbury, well, a lot of those lots in Middle Kingsbury have no homes next to them. The second thing I hear is renters not welcome. How exclusionary is that? Who are the renters? The people who rent my home are families. They're multi-generational families who don't want to stay in a smoke-stained hotel. They play ping pong together. These are the type of people who make our community better. So please, take a scalpel to this problem set. Acknowledge that we have people who are busting their rears to make this work for the greater good. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ruth K. Wood. I live at 639 Lookout in Zephyr Heights. I am not opposed, I'm not here to ban all VHRs. What I'm looking for is a semblance of just responsibility. We live in one of the most beautiful areas that we could ever possibly live. It's our retirement home. We saved all of our lives to buy it. We didn't know that we were going to be surrounded by VHRs. It wasn't disclosed to us. We bought, and we don't have problems with the immediate ones, but there are parking. I have to deal with 5 VHRs to get out of my neighborhood. The parking situation. I live on a fire lane. There's virtually no parking. So to bring in VHRs and allow them to park along a fire lane is really ridiculous. It's scary, especially when we had to evacuate last year when it was. So I'm just asking for better policing. I'm asking for responsible owners, and that just please think about those of us that have spent our entire life savings to live in comfort and quiet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished commissioners, other elected officials. I don't think I need to remind you that your dedication and your duties revolve around responsibility to voters, residents, and many of those are before you today issuing complaints.
I'm sorry, I've been informed that we didn't have your name.
My name is Gary Richard. There's huge responsibilities placed upon the Sheriff's Department each and every day, whether it be accidents, DUI enforcement, problems in the casino corridor, and now many of the responsibilities and complaints of VHRs are falling on them as well. For decades, they've had only 2 officers on duty at a time, and that was confirmed again by the sheriff. And I live close enough to the highway that I hear sirens going north and south consistently. So I know that their responsibilities on the highway are important and take priority. But our community, since the banning of VHRs in South Lake Tahoe, our area, including South Lake Tahoe, doubles in population every week of the peak months of summer and in winter. And that's a huge addition to the responsibilities of these agencies. I think the wisdom of South Lake Tahoe to ultimately put the decision in front of voters recognizes that residents have the right to peaceful enjoyment of their property. Your ordinances also have selected Tahoe Township as the logical location for VHRs. In the valley, there's numerous golf courses, there are hotels and motels, there's restaurants, there's off-road vehicle paths, there is entertainment. All of the issues that are present in the Tahoe Township, and yet they are isolated from VHR, so to speak. So a consideration might be to expand it countywide. And regardless of the decision, TOT taxes are collected from visitors wherever they stay, whether it be the hotels or commercial lodging facilities. So the loss of revenue doesn't ring true to me. Thank you very much for your consideration, and please remember the voters.
Hello, my name is Ray Estrada. I am 100% for vacation rentals. A little bit about me, I'm a single dad with 2 kids. I work in this industry. It's an absolutely incredible industry. I work for a fantastic company. And so we've already discussed the revenue that's generated from this business and the thousands of people that work either directly or indirectly with this business. But one thing that we haven't really touched on is the people that actually come here. Who are they? What do they do? Tahoe, as you guys know, is one of the top 10 alpine lakes in the world. So I get calls from people that say, we've saved all year to go to Tahoe. We're having a family reunion. Our grandma's 90 years old. We want to celebrate that. So I just want to leave you with this. Tahoe is made for memories, to make memories for these kind of folks that come here and save all year because they can't afford to live here, but they can afford to come visit. They can afford to come and spend the little monies that they have on a show or a restaurant or whatever they happen to need. Anyway, I just want to say thanks for your time. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peggy Borland, and I'm here as a resident of the city of South Lake Tahoe to share our experiences. There were about 700 licensed VHRs in our neighborhoods about 10 years ago, when we started to notice a major shift in how second homes were being used. Investors started buying up existing houses. Mega houses were being built specifically to be vacation rentals, never occupied by residents. People started showing up at the council meetings to complain. The problem started to snowball. More people started showing up at council meetings, and eventually the council started to take notice. Special meetings like this were held. The opposition said, we need data. A $75,000 housing and economic study followed, and those findings and recommendations were eventually ignored. The investors, VHR managers, and realtors who profit from these businesses fought back, convincing the council that our tourist economy and our housing markets would collapse without VHRs. Eventually, we realized that the council had no political will to fix the problem, but rather were waiting for us to give up. After 3 or 4 years of attempts at better enforcement, more regulations, higher fees, there were really no solutions. A small group of us formed a committee and began to write a ballot initiative to put this issue before the voters because it was clear that our elected officials lacked the courage to actually make some very difficult choices and fix the problem and not just talk about the problem. That initiative became known as Measure T. It took 7 of us and the help of many, many fed-up residents to achieve what our so-called residents could not, leaders could not. The voters passed Measure T that phased out vacation rentals in residential neighborhoods over an amortized 3-year period to not disrupt and create an economic situation all at once. That was 4 years ago, and the economic housing collapse that those opposing Measure T predicted has never happened. In fact, our TOT tax today is more than it was before Measure T passed. By the time Measure T was on the ballot, the number of VHRs in our city had ballooned to 1,400. The measure restricts VHRs in residential neighborhoods because we identified the problem as a zoning issue, not a nuisance issue, and determined that you can't have a little bit of zoning. You either have residential areas that are protected or you have chaos. Douglas County is experiencing that chaos because you have ignored your zoning laws. Based on our experience with Measure T and the years of unrest that led to Citizens Initiative, I'd say that this commission will likely yield to the money interests, and I hope that is not the direction that this takes and your residents become the most important piece of this puzzle.
Thank you.
Afternoon, my name is Nancy Gilbert. We have our own property in Douglas County. We have 2 VHRs across the street. We have narrow fire lane roads. As can be observed by the fact that you are hosting the meeting today at a large venue, the issue of licensing VHRs in Douglas County is and remains an unresolved issue since 2005. Those that want to retain VHRs is because they make money. At your constituents who seek the elimination of VHRs out of their single-family residential neighborhoods bought into the zoned neighborhoods, and they want to remain residentially zoned areas, not commercial operation centers. We can all agree no one wants a party house, strangers coming in and out, and illegal parking near them repeatedly in their neighborhoods. Not only does it change the neighborhood, it reduces the property values of homes around them. You can't sell a home with VHRs across the street, or you reduce the values of them because nobody wants to live around them. I think we can all agree that no Douglas County resident should be placed in the position of having to repeatedly involve Douglas County sheriffs and VHR enforcement officers to help get control of commercially run VHRs operations in their single-family home neighborhoods, meaning the VHR problem is a zoning issue and a high-density issue. A bird's-eye view of the situation is this: a group of mostly out-of-state and out-of-county investors, and for the record, we'll be offering this. We spent a group about 2 weeks going through all of the VHRs who are registered in Douglas County. What we found is that there was only 41 Douglas County residents that owned VHRs. The rest of them hid behind LLCs or whatever, but it took a lot of time. But a group of mostly out-of-state, out-of-county investors have joined together with the Douglas County to collectively generate revenue for commercially VHR enterprises operated in small, quaint Tahoe residential neighborhoods, which years ago had been zoned low density with narrow roads surrounded by trees and forests susceptible to real and significant fire danger. Since VHRs in Douglas County have engaged in a joint venture to change the character of the neighborhoods, and the promise that Douglas County and with the promise of Douglas County providing an ordinance for enforcement of these VHRs. Looks like I'm not going to be able to make it. But I would ask that the Douglas County please eliminate VHRs in single-family residential communities in Tahoe. Thank you. And I have these to offer to the data for this percentage.
Yes, please.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, and advisory board members for listening today. My name is Nanette Hansel, and since 2002, I have owned and lived full-time at a house at 258 North Benjamin Drive in State Line, Upper Kingsbury. I've worked for a business on Market Street since 2005, and my 2 children, born and raised here, currently attend Wattell High School. I'm here today to express my support for eliminating VHRs. The current program has major enforcement issues and unfairly discriminates against residents of the Tahoe Township. I live next door to a non-compliant Tier 2 VHR at 256 North Benjamin. They're allowed up to 10 people and 7 cars. However, almost every day there are more than 10 people at the house. Both the Airbnb and VRBO sites list the house as being able to accommodate 20 people, and many reviews on those sites describe how well the house has accommodated their large group. After growing tired of the constant hum of music and party cheers, it's kind of like going back to college and living next to a frat house, I filed complaints with the county enforcement office this past July. My first complaint was that there was clearly, regularly more than 10 people at this property. And the second was to report the findings on the VRBO and Airbnb listings. I received a call back from a Danielle at Code Enforcement, and their action was to call the local contact, which is kind of crazy because that is the same person responsible for advertising this property as sleeping 20 people. And to this day, the VRBO and Airbnb sites continue to post the site as sleeping 20 people. I understand that one of the primary concerns of the board will be the loss in revenue, but I implore this board to consider alternative funding sources, and I offer one suggestion here. With the event center becoming operational next July, the board could add a $5 user fee per ticket. And with a seating capacity of 5,000 people per event, this user fee could generate $3.3 million per year. At $10 per ticket, that would be $6.6 million per year. By eliminating VHRs, you could incentivize the sale of homes that could bring families and employees back to the basin and increase student enrollment at lake schools. And it would not tax your local citizenry. If the board is unwilling to eliminate VHRs in the Tahoe Township, I see no reason why they shouldn't be allowed in the valley. There are scores of recreation and tourism attractions in the valley, in or near the Carson Valley: Topaz, Bodie, Wally's, Dangberg, to name just a few. The board should consider this unrealized revenue source. In closing, I ask this board to treat the residents of the Tahoe Township fairly and equitably by eliminating these commercial businesses in our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
My name is Tim Stevenson. I'm long-term resident of Douglas County. I graduated high school here. I remember about 1966 when they put a big gash across my loved Sierras to make Kingsbury grade an all-weather highway. That was put in so that the valley could be the bedroom community for the commercial tourist Lake Tahoe. To open up the valley, which demographically, if you look, we got, 38,000 people living there and about 25,000 homes. Up here in Tahoe, you have 6,000 people living in, 8,000 homes? So we're neighborhoods down there. To think about opening that to bed and breakfast is going to ruin what I see my property rights. People, I have property rights to commercialize my property. You're stealing funds. I own a home in Jacks Valley that I paid a lot of money for a home, not a residence. If the county goes ahead and says, no, we're going to have no vacation rentals, you think these couple of lawsuits that you've dealt with in the past, that you've come out on the right side of, are going to stop? No, you're going to, there are property rights, but consider the property rights of the residents of this county. 25% of the VBROs are Douglas County residents. So you've got big money coming in, buying, a number of houses. How many houses were in that last suit that you had? There's 6 or 7 landowners that wanted an extra 25 for 30 years. If you'll only do this, we'll go away, which I'm glad you guys didn't turn over to. The vacation rental ordinance is important. We need to regulate it. You're not going to eliminate vacation rentals in Tahoe Basin, but you can regulate them, and that's where you folks have done a marvelous job in looking at it, measuring it out. Enforcement, you have 7 people on staff that you didn't have back in about 12 or so when I kicked the hornet's nest with a vacation rental beside me in Douglas, down in Jacks Valley. The beginning of this cavalcade. Respect your residents. Respect our rights as homeowners that live there. You're going to have to deal as well with people wanting to make their living, make a tremendous amount of money off properties they've invested in up here. But it's not to us residents to let someone fund their home, which they couldn't afford without a commercial development. Continue the VBRO, enforce it, make it work. because you're not going to eliminate people renting. What you have, 3 to 4 violations right now? If you say no, you're going to have 30 or 40 without the money coming in. So keep the valley floor vacation rental free. Regulate it here for the residents in Tahoe.
Ellie Waller, I wasn't going to speak to this item. Before you as commissioners and before you as advisory panel members vote today, some clarity needs to be brought to what this ban and an elimination is asking for. In reading most of the comments, the people are saying they want them banned in residential areas. This process is trying to explore what zoning is and where these vacation home rentals can coexist in specific areas. Maybe densities need to be revisited. I know that's on the table. I've attended every meeting, and the meetings I haven't attended, I do provide comments or watch them. Again, I think some specificity and clarity needs to be brought forward before you make your vote on this so people better understand, is this a total elimination and ban request? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sue McPherson. Thank you, all of you, for all your support and time. We really appreciate it. A little about myself. I'm a 35-year full-time resident here in Lake Tahoe. I've been in the hospitality industry and the resort industry for over 35 years. I've devoted my life to helping people in this community to create a much better, more positive, and memorable experience within their vacation. I invested in real estate many years ago, back when it was actually affordable, and spent many, many years supporting the locals here to help me pay my mortgage. And unfortunately, in those days, they never did. They never paid enough to support my mortgage because most people didn't even make more than $10 an hour in this community. And as a result, I was in the red for many, many years. I think what took me over the edge was 3 years ago, prior to my vacation rental business, I had 2 tenants, one of which grew a forest of pot in my house, nearly almost destroyed it after living there for a year. And then the second one after that had a menagerie of animals, pets that I never approved, that nearly destroyed the properties. I spent over $80 million rebuilding the properties, getting very frustrated, and decided to give this vacation rental industry a chance, because then I could get in the property on a regular basis. I could meet the people and make sure that they're okay on a regular basis taking care of the properties. My neighbors used to complain about my long-term tenants, the way the yards were kept up, the animals, all kinds of different things, defecating on their properties. Now, as a result, since I have now one property in Pioneer Trail in California, another one up top Kingsbury, and both of those properties, I meet and greet every single one of my tenants as they check in. I have a welcome desk in my properties to give them lots of local information, local tips, brochures to support this local businesses. And I sit down with them every single time if they need to give them local tips and help them have a much more memorable experience in Tahoe. Maybe this comes from my concierge experience in hospitality over the years, but I will say that to give myself credit, I've gotten over 143 reviews on my site, all 5-star rated, never had one complaint, and most of my tenants have raved and said they can't wait to come back, and they plan on staying with me again and again. So I can't say enough about how I support the local community, the local businesses. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate greater enforcement any time to create a win-win situation for all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaron Gunter. I'm a full-time resident here in Douglas County at Tahoe Township. I wanted to go over a couple things. I'm originally went to high school in Napa. Napa did not allow vacation rentals, so this is what I title a will. When there's a will, there's a way. What's going to happen is these people still need to make money on their houses before they can sell them, or they need to sell them. Now they're going to rent them out for 30 days. You're going to get people using the internet, going onto Facebook group pages of I like Lake Tahoe. They're going to find a group of people saying, hey, I can rent this house for 30 days. Let's all pitch in, and they'll all go to this house and use it this weekend. You use it this weekend, but it's rented to a person for the legal 30-day rental. Now what happened was that there's no regulation. They can have as many people there as they want. You get no taxes from it, and it's going to create a nuisance with the neighborhoods. Not saying all of them are going to do that, but that can and probably will happen with some. Another thing, I want to look around this room. This room does not represent everything in Douglas County. The people that are out working right now that depend on the tourism, that depend on the people coming here, are all at work right now. They can't come to a meeting on a Thursday at 10 a.m. They're all at work. So this room does not represent our whole community. It seems to represent our retired community, and this is not a retirement community. Another thing I like to say is we are not just a ski town. This town has a lake. There's a term here in Tahoe that the winter brought you here, the summer kept you here. We do more business in the summertime than we do in the wintertime. So putting just vacation rentals up at the top of Kingsbury near the ski resort doesn't do anything for our lake. The lake is what most people come here for during the summertime. We are not just a wintertime place. We're not Breckenridge where they don't have a lake or anything like that. We are multi-purpose here. Another thing about HOAs, where you're looking at wanting to get rid of these places, the majority of them are HOAs. And you know why they're not already eliminating those places? Because they have a board, they have a vote, and the people that live in those HOAs have voted to not ban vacation rentals. They can police themselves. They do not need a person or any of you to police them. They can police themselves with their board and their residents. If they're not an HOA, they're a GID, they can do the similar thing, but they just need a larger percentage of vote to change their CC&Rs. But they do not need you to police them. They can police themselves. Thank you.
My name is Frances Carandi. Good afternoon, Commissioners and VHR Advisory Board. I've been a homeowner in Lake Village for the past 5 years. I also vacation rent my home for part of the year when I'm not using it myself. I pay my TOT on time, and I've met every compliance requirement and have an outstanding record. Of course, I'm here to express my perspective on your proposal to ban vacation rentals in Douglas County. As someone mentioned earlier, we're headed into a recession for which we do not know the end. By eliminating a VHR program now, as Board of Commissioners, you would be single-handedly placing undue financial burden on homeowners who rely on partial income or more to pay their mortgages and taxes and have already made investments in this community that they too love and want to share with their families and generations to come. As for those who believe our community should only belong to full-time residents, that is selfish and discriminatory. It doesn't belong only to you. Everyone has the same right to purchase a home in this area if they have the means to, regardless of whether they choose to live here full-time or not. You would also be ending means of livelihood and income for local residents who provide essential services to vacation rentals. These are housekeepers, tradespersons, service workers, property management and staff, business owners, and entrepreneurs who support their own families' means of living and also contribute to the local economy. These are primary incomes that would be completely wiped out with a vote to ban. These are your very own neighbors who also call Tahoe home. You'd be compromising the way people prefer to travel these days, which has forever been altered by the pandemic. Some families prefer a private home to a larger hotel, where they can vacation to themselves, have the space they need to cook, sleep, make memories, and keep their families safe as they see fit. My guests are typically small families with children who just want to enjoy the beauty of this area. It's not about throwing large parties and disturbing the peace. My guests have been hardworking nurses who took their first break after 2 years being overworked in a hospital due to COVID. My guests are family members who are gathering for a reunion after several years of not being able to see or hug each other. My guests are a young couple who want a baby moon before their family grows and life changes. You'd be taking away tourism income and taxes that are reinvested back into the local community and development initiatives that make Douglas County and the Tahoe Township an even better place to live or visit. We're building an event center which will bring more families, travelers, businesses, and income to Douglas County. Vacation rentals are a critical part to support its success in allowing for more accommodation options. I implore you to consider these points and the devastating impact that elimination of vacation rentals to Douglas County would bring to so many people. This is not to overlook or look away or excuse violations that have occurred in the county as the result of VHRs, but those issues are absolutely addressable. Mismanagement or poor behavior should not be tolerated, but the actions of a minority few should not punish the majority who are proactive in managing their guests well and being good neighbors. I ask you to vote with your heart and vote with your conscience today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Heidi Gunter. I'm a full-time resident here in Douglas County, right off of Kingsbury Grade. One major thing that the anti-VHR people are forgetting is that Lake Tahoe is a tourist destination. It has been since the 1800s and it will always continue to be. Recently, I sent out a survey to past renters with the question, if a vacation home rental was not available in Tahoe, would you stay in a hotel instead? The answer from 95% of those past renters was they would find another town to visit because they do not want to stay in a hotel. This means the money these renters bring into our town will also leave. The money that these families spend in our local restaurants and shops will leave. And yes, they do spend their money in town when they visit. In my survey, the results shows that families spend $200 to $400 a day in town. Now, what about the over $4 million a year in TOT that comes into our county from VHRs? Where will that money come from? I would hate for our taxes to be raised just to make up for this. So let's say VHRs are gone. Now people can only rent their house for 30 nights or more, long-term only. Now there goes the enforcement with the ordinance. The fines and rules do not apply to those 30-night rentals. Those renters can come and go as much as they want for 30 nights. They can have as many people and as many cars as they want, and there's no ordinance or enforcement for that. I have an idea. Let the VHR Advisory Board change the density of each individual neighborhood so that we don't have just a flat 15 and 20%. Each neighborhood is different, and it should be looked at individually. Only allowing them at the top of Kingsbury is not the answer. Are you forgetting that we have a lake also, not just a ski area? Families also want to stay near the beaches in the summer. You don't have the answer because you are not the expert in anything VHR related. You are only listening to a small group of people, and most of them are retired who don't have to work for a living. Well, my husband and I do have to work for a living. Managing VHRs is what we do. If you take this away from us, you take away our ability to make a living, our employees' way of making a living, then you can explain that to our children and our employees why we are out of a job. You will be responsible for local businesses going under because there is not enough families visiting our town. I believe there's a middle ground. If you can just give the VHR Advisory Board more time to look into the densities of each individual neighborhood, I think that will be the best decision. And don't shut down every VHR just because there's a small handful that are doing it illegally and not properly. Thank you.
My name is Kathy Oyster. I'm a resident. Some of my friends thought I should talk about Gary Carano's personal beliefs and his open disapproval of vacation rentals. Others thought anecdotal stories of harassment by local property managers, their property investors, and customers would hit the nail on the head. But I think the commissioners, when faced with people venting from every which way, might need to be reminded of their goals for Douglas County and the tools at their disposal to achieve them. The 2020 Master Plan was adopted on December 9th, 2020 by the Douglas County Commissioners. In the executive summary, it states the plan was designed to consider issues of community character, environmental impact, resident security and safety, aesthetics, and efficient service delivery when reviewing developmental proposals. VHRs are changes in the use of residential zone neighborhoods, and these impacts need to be reviewed. Multiple VHR owners have stated that they are businesses, commercial enterprises, and the IRS has codes that would agree. The very first chapter of the master plan addresses land use, in particular, policy L15, protect residential neighborhoods from encroachment of incompatible activities and uses that may have a negative impact on quality of life. Design and site proposed non-residential development adjacent to residential neighborhoods to protect the privacy of residences. This sentiment is further supported under housing growth, policy G8, promote development that enhances the quality, desirability, and integrity of our neighborhoods. In the section of the master plan, looking to the future, top answers about why businesses are located in Douglas County included quality of life, life-work balance, and community. We have heard from professionals such as physicians, teachers, and pilots that confirmed these vacation rentals impede their ability to perform, have a family life, and cause them to have to be undeputized enforcement officers. We are likely to lose a key growth demographic if we continue to abuse the residential zoning of our neighborhoods. The reason the vacation rental code is failing is that it does not fit residential zoning or the Douglas County 2020 master plan. The tide is turning. You can support the constituents, or after 4 revisions, you can continue to be reactive. I support eliminating vacation rentals from residential zoned neighborhoods. I am a full-time, gainfully employed human being that felt today's excuse from work was warranted. I am a resident of the community, and I buy food at my local Safeway in Douglas County. I eat at my local restaurants. Thank you.
My name is Kristen Frizzell Kearns. I am a constituent, and I have...
Use the microphone, please.
Sorry, I'm shorter than some of these people. I have a house in Lower Kingsbury that is a vacation rental. It was a Tier 3, now it's a Tier 2. We spend as much time there as possible with our family and our friends, but we also do the short-term rental. Obviously, I am pro vacation rental and against a ban. The program has changed. The program as changed has not been given a chance. The new staff and deputies have only been in place for a short time. Look how much they have accomplished in just a few months, as we've seen with the presentation here today. I'm concerned about the loss of revenue for Douglas County, tax revenue, but taking away the cabin experience will also have a detrimental effect beyond the loss of tax revenue. We have many friends that can only afford to live here and enjoy this beautiful place and all it has to offer because of the tourism. As many have stated, we need our workers, our small businesses, and they depend on the tourism. As going to some people's point about what happens in the recession, our home in its previous iteration before we purchased it, in the mortgage crisis, something happened to that family. It went from being somebody's family home to absentee owners that didn't pay their mortgage for 5 years before they were foreclosed upon. During that 5-year period, we've heard from our neighbors and even run into people that lived at the house. It was a revolving door of irresponsible tenants that partied all the time, didn't take care of it, didn't care about the street. And there was, like everyone's pointed out, no regulations to stop that. So that's all I will say.
Hi there, my name's Keith Novotny. I'm for responsible vacation rentals. I've been a resident in Round Hill for 20 plus years where I raised my family. Now my home has become a vacation rental. I moved down to the valley. My son actually takes care of vacation renting the house. He's doing a very fine job. treats it like a business, does all the appropriate things to follow regulations. I think the major problem here is code enforcement. When there's complaints, people aren't following the codes properly, prompt enforcement needs to take place in order to circumvent these problems by some of these irate people that have come up and complain about parking and stuff. That's code enforcement. You're getting the resources hired to handle that problem. You need to let things take their course. Let them do their job. Don't make a major change of, let's stop vacation rentals. We've got some probable recession coming down the road. We don't need to add to that problem at this point in time. Find a win-win solution for everybody that we can all live with. And that is the best thing. Create a win-win situation and get prompt code enforcement going. Thank you.
My name is Dylan Sabia. I live here with my wife in Tahoe. She is a native to the town, and we're 100% for vacation rentals. And it's funny coming up here and coming to this meeting while I have to work, but I'm seeing everybody that's talking about that they're not for vacation rentals. They're all retired. They are not native. I haven't heard one person that's been native to this town that is against it. Thank you.
My name is Aiden Downey, for the record, and I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Sierra Nevada Realtors. I would like to thank the Commissioners and the VHR Advisory Board members for all the work you have done and will continue to do for the betterment of Douglas County. The Sierra Nevada Realtors believe that there should be reasonable restrictions set on VHRs to allow residents the peaceful enjoyment of their homes while still protecting a property owner's property right to use their property as they see fit in accordance with the law. The work the VHR Advisory Board has been conducting is extremely important, and the input from the community stakeholders has been very productive. I ask the Commissioners to allow the VHR Advisory Board to continue their work and not eliminate the program. I have the utmost confidence in Manager Strelo, the Advisory Board, and county staff that they understand the importance of their position and will provide the Commissioners with sound recommendations for the betterment of the community. Lastly, I would like to thank the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District and the Douglas County Sheriff's Office for what they do behind the scenes and for the program and the county. Thank you.
My name is Jordan Korzak. I live locally here and also have a condo on the top of Kingsbury that I vacation rent. It seems odd that we're even talking about banning them when we've only had, like, said 2 months to enforce with enforcement to show any improvement of it. It takes a lot of time for stuff like that. I mean, I employ local people at my place. It's going to affect all the people, especially the most people that can't be here that are working the servicing and that are local that make their living off of this. And I mean, it's up by a ski resort. At the bare minimum, we should be looking at the areas by area, because it doesn't make sense when people come up for vacation to ban places that are condos. There's timeshares up there. Why aren't we allowed to if you have condos up there as well? It's just along the same thing. Thank you.
My name is Nick Burns. I've lived in Tahoe for many years. A number of those years I was a long-term renter, and I met my wife, and I always wanted to be able to buy a property in the place I came to love, and my wife and I were able to save up money and purchase a condo at the top of Kingsbury grade. And to help supplement that, we went through the process of becoming a Tier 1 vacation rental, and we love being able to be in a shared rental where we can host guests and give the same kind of experience to them that we love and share with them all of the kind of things that we love to do. We also employ local cleaners and handymen, and so I definitely, as being a long-term renter for the time I was, understand the need for a governing force to help with these kind of issues with noise complaints and whatnot, because in the neighborhoods that I lived, there was oftentimes some of those things where there was not regulation and it was a nuisance. So, but I do believe wholeheartedly in being able to have regulations and enforced, and whether that be noise monitoring devices or what have you.
I just think it would be a real shame to take something away that we love and provides revenue to the area. So that's my stance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Gordon. I live at 321 Thomas Drive in the Tahoe Township. My family and I have lived here since 1989. And I can remember in 1989, full schools, a very vibrant Tahoe Township. Now the schools are one's been closed, they continue to shrink, because there's no housing. And one of the big reasons there's no housing is because of these vacation rentals. We had a vacation rental next to us. The individuals that owned that home sold it to a family, supposedly a family in Michigan. And they were going to be using that as nothing more than sort of their own family compound. Then all of a sudden, Friday night, we started noticing lights on and music playing and music getting louder and music on until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I finally went over after dark, started taking pictures of license plates. And every weekend, I did that every weekend. And it's interesting, they were never the same license plates. So I was able to, with some help, was able to give this information to the district attorney. And also, your agency did an incredibly good job because my wife was working with you and giving them the information. And we ended up, eliminating that license. And that, I'm pretty sure that individual was fined. And I'm pretty sure that if they were to apply, they went to the bottom of the pile. But this is too big of an area for 5 commissioners to make a decision on. I agree with the comments that say put it to the people. They're the ones you represent. What are you afraid of? Put it to the people. Let them decide. Thank you very much.
Drew Murin, Douglas County resident, business owner, operator. Just a couple comments on that previous gentleman's mention there about VHRs taking up vital housing. 30 feet to your left or to the west, you will see that it hasn't affected anything in the way of housing by eliminating the VHRs. Also, you guys, we hire you to make decisions for us. I don't think it needs to go to the people. You guys are qualified enough and able enough to make that decision, so that's why you're there. First things first, I just want to thank all the hard work from Tom Dallaire, Ernie, and his team for putting this together. I think we're learning a lot from the mistakes made in the California side, and they put together a great plan. I do believe in management, but I also don't believe in people making a problem out of not a problem. And that's my biggest issue is when people move into an area knowing that there's VHRs and then try to change it. It's like you knew there was VHRs there, and you moved to California. There isn't a VHR. Move to another area. But that's the part that really starts to bug me. And then it's people like Peggy Borland and Linda Dangler who move into the area and then want to change it. It's just like, if you don't like where you live, if you don't like where we live and where we reside and how we run things, go back to where you came from. Also, the point of them trying to run up call volume, I totally object to that. I mean, if it's a serious issue, let's handle it. But trying to run up call volume, which if you look at the call logs, a lot of the numbers are the exact same. Strolling through neighborhoods, searching for violations. Like, all you're doing is wasting time from our valued Douglas County Sheriff's Office, which I rely on as a business owner in the state line area that have to go up there and respond to a call of 2 people barbecuing if you look at some of these reports. So, you know what? Thank you to the Sheriff's Office for all they do. I'll tell you what, I rely on them heavily. And for these frivolous complaints that keep coming in, yes, there's issues, and let's handle them, let's manage them. I'm all about that. but the run-up call volume with frivolous complaints, wasting this valuable resource that we have that we need down here really starts to bug me. So I know you guys will do the right thing. I want to thank everybody that put this plan together. Let's manage it and not make the same mistakes they made on the California side. Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Bill Wright. I'm the principal of the William John Maxwell Limited Liability Company that consists of myself, my family, and 2 of my sisters and their family. We own a piece of property south of Cave Rock in the Lincoln Park development. And my family's been there since 1921. The uncle I'm named for purchased the property from the original developer, Ed Malley. Now, we employ a professional property management company to rent the place for us when the family isn't using it. I'd like to see the VHR, the rental permit, whatever you decide to do with the fees and that. I think they're a little bit exorbitant, but we would like to keep it because that allows us to put the money that we make back into the property so that we can preserve it for my grandchildren and my sister's grandchildren. And I have never not known that I can't come to Lake Tahoe. I was born in '49, so the house had been in the family over 20 years at that point. And I'd like to keep a vacation rental permit so that I can put a metal roof on, so that I can comply with other health and safety code things that I see. And if you take the permits away from me, I won't be able to do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Chris Larson, and I'm a neighbor of Mr. Rice's in Round Hill. I've been involved with this conversation since vacation rentals have come to the forefront of this community and commissioners as far as being a problem. And I've actually written you guys several times, starting several years ago, because I was an opponent of vacation rentals. We had one behind our house in Round Hill, and they were regularly making noise. And what I'm here to say is I'm kind of come to the middle on this. We participated in the community discussion when a tier 2 or a tier 3 rental was reapplying for their permit, and that rental was subsequently denied their permit, so they were knocked down to a tier 2. And like Mr. Rice said, with the Paiute Party House, this is a separate house in Round Hill, we haven't had any issues with that house. And I think I can speak for our neighbors that aren't here, that they haven't had any issues as well. And so being on one side of, like I said, being an opponent of vacation rentals, I'm kind of in the middle, and I think I would encourage you guys to let this system work. You spend a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of man and woman hours on this. So let these guys do their job, let it play itself out, and then we can revisit it after that. Is this system perfect? Nope. Should the code enforcers be working Monday through Friday from 8 to 5? No. They need to be working Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 4 to midnight. Just a few examples of how we can change things to make things better, but I think we need to let this system work for a little while, and instead of making any draconian decisions right now. Thanks.
My name is Bradley Oneto, Mr. Chairman and Douglas County Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. And I guess I was retired for a year, and now I sold my company where I employed 45 people, and now I'm starting another company, and this gentleman over here employs 40 people, and these other people are not retired, so I guess there was a evaluation of the people here today. I am not interested in being in business relationship with my neighbors or a court enforcement officer for Douglas County. In any business relationship, it's always a mutual agreement, not one side imposing their business model on another community member. I have 5 VHRs on the street around me. We have parking issues, garbage issues, excessive noise. The streets are only 8 to 10 feet wide in most places because of in the community because of encroachments, which makes egress parking and parking in the fire lanes a common thing in the daily and so on and so forth. I've made complaints to the Douglas County Sheriff and Douglas County Code Enforcement. All I personally want to do is live in the house that I built, enjoy my home, the surroundings, and not have to deal with commercial issues generated by the VRBOs. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Joshua Priu. I work for Lake Tahoe Accommodations. I do vacation rentals, lake-wide, so here in Nevada as well. I've been taking notes and stuff as we've been listening to everybody speak, so I'm kind of all jumbled a little bit here. But one of the things I keep hearing is commercialization of our neighborhoods, or take our neighborhoods back. You know, there's been vacation rentals here for 100 years. You know, I grew up coming here from the Bay Area and staying in vacation rentals. That was 40 years ago. And I think one of the things that I just don't understand is when you were doing the presentation, there was a code enforcement or code call, there was a number of calls, and nobody even discussed it, but there was only 42 noise complaints over an entire year. That's less than one a week, and you want to ban all vacation rentals for one call a week for noise. And it just doesn't make any sense at all to me. And the other thing is what wasn't presented was how many violations were there? How many citations have you given? Have you revoked anybody's permits? You know, is it bad actors being eliminated? You want to eliminate all of them, eliminate the ones that are being bad. And that goes back to a lot of what people said, that enforcement's the issue, right? I mean, you guys have had an ordinance for almost 20 years. You had the ability to suspend, you know, people from renting their houses or revoke their permits if they were being bad, and Douglas County didn't do it. Let's see here. Oh, and the other thing is I was at the advisory board meeting a few months back, and one of the things that they specifically told us was they're not recommending banning vacation rentals, and they didn't today, so I don't understand why you're not listening to the people that spent all the time and effort in here to do everything they've done and not listening to what they want. But yeah, $4 million in TOT revenue. What about sales tax revenue? You know, I mean, we're talking about people that spend big, big bucks. You know, they're going grocery shopping, they're going out to nice restaurants, you know, that kind of thing. Heidi said it best. She questioned her guest, and 95% said they wouldn't stay in hotels. They're going to go other places. So that money's not going to get spent here. So you're talking about losing TOT, but you're talking about a ton of other, you know, revenue from sales tax and, of course, loss of jobs. Everybody, or with the presentation earlier, he said they need time to work it out. Specifically said that to you guys. So let's work it out. No reason to jump to conclusions and do anything just crazy. And also bring up real quick, Peggy Borland talked about Measure T. You know, that's still in a lawsuit right now. It's in the appellate court, 3rd District of California. And that thing's probably going to be overturned. So just want to throw all those little points out there. Please hold back on doing this today. Thank you.
My name is not Mark Zuckerberg, and I do not represent him. My name is Todd Tano, and you guys are one of the best looking county boards I've ever seen. So thank you, gentlemen, ma'am. That was an attempt at levity, because it seems like there's a lot of stress here. I have been a resident of Douglas County since 2016. I live in Lake Village. I am on the board of Lake Village. And we've discussed this issue quite a bit, along with pickleball courts. So thank God we're not talking about pickleball courts. Anyway, it's been an issue for quite some time, and I feel like everyone's been asking for a better system for years and years and years. We finally put in place an attempt to rectify that with the VHR Commission, And we've had a whopping 2 months of really trying to make it, see how it works, to dial it up, which is just not enough time. So it's basically like disbanding the team after one preseason game. You got to give them a season or two, guys. Let the coach give it a shot. Let's see if they can dial it up and give it a go. But give them time. All right, thanks so much for your time.
Hi, my name is John Nelson. I've been a resident of Douglas County since about 1977, and I'm only 51, so it was most of my life here. I do own 4 homes in in Douglas County, 3 of which are in Lake Tahoe. I do not vacation rental my homes. I choose not to. They're long-term rentals in my own personal residence. However, we used vacation rentals when my home flooded in 2017, I believe it was. And I was able to stay in a vacation home with my family of 5 children, 2 dogs, for 6 weeks while our house was being fixed. And it was a huge benefit to us to be able to have a place to stay that wasn't a motel. We were able to cook our own meals. We had Wi-Fi, we had TV, we had phones, a garage to park in. I own a small restoration company and carpet cleaning company. And since that time, we use vacation rentals on a regular basis for our customers who end up with a fire in their house or a flood, and they have somewhere to stay. It's just been a great benefit for those people to be able to stay, once again, not in a hotel, be able to cook meals and still keep their families together. Hotels a lot of times won't allow dogs and their cats or whatever, so it's been good. And then as far as on a business goes, I'm a small business owner here, and probably at least 40% of our business is with vacation rentals, whether it be flooding or just regular cleaning. So it's a benefit to us, and I would hate to see vacation rentals being banned in Douglas County. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for the time. My name is Debbie Effenberger. I'm a Tier 2 permit holder in Zephyr Cove. My family bought our lot in 1929 for $750, and our home has been rented 2 months out of the year, July and August, since the early 1930s. Most of our renters are multi-family generational people. The people I have in there right now, some of the families have been renting their week in our home for over 20 years. I believe my family's caused more problems than my renters. We can always try and do a little bit better, but I would ask the board to consider allowing the ordinances that went in last year and these people to give it another shot and see if we can do better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Pride. My husband and I started looking for a home up here in 2016. It took us 2 years to find something large enough that our whole family and children could visit whenever they wanted. We did not realize that the house that we bought had been a vacation rental, and it's a 7-bedroom home, and all of our neighbors came over and thanked us very much for buying it because they were tired of having 20 and 30 people in there at a time. We do have a vacation rental across the street from us. Most of the time, it's not a problem. Occasionally, it has, like when the people drove a 4-wheel ATV through our property, when they bring over their children to sled on our property, and when they set up beer pong in the front yard and play beer pong because there is no backyard in the property, and when there are 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds in the property. But most of the time, it's not a problem. I feel for the people who live up here and own VHRs. I feel for them a lot. I have no problem when it's not, families in the house. The problem may be, I think somebody on one of the slides said, only like 40% of the VHRs owned up here, the people live in Douglas County. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's the out-of-state VHRs because the people can't be got a hold of when there are problems. And I agree with the gentleman that said maybe the code enforcement should be working Friday, Saturday, and Sunday so they can be gotten a hold of when there is a problem. Thank you.
My name is Nanette Donnelly. I am a homeowner here. I also own...
I'm sorry, you're going to need to speak into the microphone because we can't hear you
Sorry,
here.
there's a lot of people who've spoken into this microphone. I'm keeping my distance. My name is Nanette Donnelly. I am a homeowner here. I'm also a VHR owner. I also work for a VHR company that is global. Sorry, my phone keeps going off. I have 3 phones by my bedside at all times. So a couple of things that I wanted to make sure of. The noise devices that have been, I guess, authorized by Douglas County are not exterior. So they're not, we've employed a different noise where that's one of the things that I do think is going to help. The second thing I think is important to understand is that there was an industry boom for VHRs during the pandemic. We have never seen the kind of rentals that we have seen during those 2 years. Nobody wanted to be in a hotel. No one wanted to be on a cruise ship. No one wanted to be anywhere where a 5-year-old is going to wipe their nose and touch every doorknob along the corridor. So we are seeing now that cruises have opened up, that resorts have opened up, that VHRs are going back to this little quiet time, not just because it's shoulder season, but it's because we're seeing those pre-pandemic numbers. So I do agree that we do need to see the program that's in place, see it work, and see it work in an environment that's somewhat normal and not pandemic. I don't think this is going to stop any illegal. I mean, if you put in a gun law, that's not going to stop somebody from, a criminal from acquiring a gun. You're still going to have to patrol illegal VHRs. It's still going to cost money. You're just not going to have anything coming in to counterbalance that. So the efforts are still going to have to be there no matter what. But I do think we need to kind of look at that pre-pandemic number and see if we can use what we have in place right now and see if we can kind of come to some sort of agreement. But yes, I do agree with the noise, that we need some exterior noise monitors. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to listen to these next 2 comments. Then we're going to take a hard break until 12:15 to give everybody an opportunity to use the 2:15. 2:15. I don't have the ability to go back in time. 2:15. Not that there are times where I wish I could, but mostly not. But anyways, we'll take a hard break at 2, and we'll come back at 2:15. And then at that time, we will hear the online comments, public comments, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jimmy Morris, and I own a 40-year management company here at Tahoe. We're the only company that manages in four counties and 1 city. So we've had a little experience. We've asked governments all over the place to consult with us, and we'll tell you how we can solve some of the problems. They never do, because you guys are rulers. That's what you want to do. You want to rule. And I need you to think about that ruling, because that's a big deal here. You got 100 people here, and this is not only 1 hearing, but 2 or 3 hearings that we've attended. We went to the gas station down here in Gardnerville and talked to the committee and all that. And all you want to do is change. You don't want to listen to anybody. I know I've talked to Mr. Tarkanian, and he knows all about the vacation rental business because he's from Vegas. And they got a lot of vacation rentals in Vegas. But he hasn't learned anything about what we got up here, where people are coming up here to do recreation. So anyway, we paid, in the last 15 years, we paid over $2 million in TOT to Douglas County to pay. I don't know if you get any pay, but these people get paid, and you've also got about 7 new employees that haven't really accomplished anything but create a report that's about a half-inch thick. I mean, they're trying, but we've told you, and I wrote letters to the commissioners and the commissioners before you about the folly of pursuing this vacation rental without ordinance, without enforcement. Now, you still don't have any enforcement. You don't have any enforcement. These guys are on the job 4 months or 5 months, and you don't have any enforcement. because you won't tell us how many fines you've made, how many permits you've revoked, because you don't know. None of you guys know up here. If any of you know, speak up. Tell me how many fines and how many revocations, although you've had in this ordinance, which we helped found this ordinance over 15 years ago, 20 years ago. You know, you don't know. Now, if any of you know, shake your head. I know you don't want to look up and look bad, but if you know how many fines you've done, how many permits you've revoked. You don't know. And until you guys can have the facts here, don't regulate anything. Just let this thing die, and you let your sheriffs. If you got a noise violation, you cite them. That's what you do. But you guys have done nothing, and the agencies before you haven't done anything. And I'm going to have you fill out.
Thank you.
I'm going to
You have exceeded
distribute.
your time. I appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Be careful, please.
Thank you. I'm Fred Madlener. I own a home in Zephyr Heights. I don't have a VHR permit. My wife and I decided that for the current time that it would be counterproductive to what our plans were. That being said, I'm surrounded by vacation home rentals, and very, very, very rarely it's kind of a little bit of a pain, maybe a little bit of noise in the evening. But when I weigh the difference between a minor inconvenience and the number of people who are employed by the VHR setups, who are mostly local folks, who are barely getting by, and this really helps them out. I think that we are asking the board of the regulatory board to be this sort of magic bullet that's overnight going to fix everything. It's not. They've had basically 60 days to work their magic. I think we need to give them more time. So I would use my time to encourage the board to maintain the VHR system as it exists today. We can surely improve on it, and that is going to take some time. I'm certainly not a NIMBY or a not in my backyard person. So I can live with the VHRs that are surrounding me. It's a function of education. If we tell the renters what to expect and we service them locally, keeping that money in the community, I think it'll be a great benefit to all. Thank you.
We're going to take one more public comment before we take a break. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow board members and advisory board, and I thank you for your time and all your effort. For the record, my name is Janet Murphy. I represent myself as well as Tahoe Douglas District, and I just wanted to make a few points. I'm sure you've all heard me before. Bottom line, it's all about the money. That's all it's about. Follow the money. Basically, what a lot of the entities, folks, what they're trying to do is make the East Shore that was quaint at one time into commercial. That's what they're doing with the highway. That's what they're doing with a lot of the businesses. Trying to make the East Shore into commercial. I used to be an advisor for 6 terms. I represented the Tahoe Township, the entire township for 6 terms. Represented all the folks here, all the businesses, saved their money up at the lake, saved the businesses. So I'm very familiar. I'm 3rd generation here, so I'm very familiar with the East Shore. I sit at Dead Man's Curve on the highway for 30 years, so I'm very familiar. I just wanted to say a few points. Number 1, people have 2nd or 3rd homes. Feel fortunate. because there's a lot of people that can't afford to even buy a home. Think about that. And the people that work here need housing. We don't have the housing. So if these vacation homes were full-time rentals, then they'd be able to live here and work here as well. Just like the lady had spoke about Measure T, do you know that when Measure T went through, a lot of those vacation rentals turned into full-time rentals, 30% of them. And God bless them for doing that, because it worked. And did their TOT go down? No. Did the people find other places, locations to go, just to go to a VHR? No, because they come here to Lake Tahoe. See what they did? They stayed in what we have. Timeshares, hotels, that's what they did. The revenue did not change. So these are all the facts. These are not coming from nowhere. These are the facts. You can follow it up with South Lake Tahoe. So I covered the employee housing. And as far as the demands on the infrastructure. As you know, I managed the Tahoe Douglas Utility District 30 years, longest manager on the entire lake. And I can tell you that when infrastructure is built, it's built for a certain size and demands that's going to be met. So that means the infrastructure in residential area is built at a certain rate, certain size for the demands, as well as commercial, as well as industrial. You cannot keep up with the demands if you're going to have commercial businesses inside a residential area. It's a fact. So that is the number one thing, and you cannot stray away from that.
Excuse me, Ms. Murphy, your time has expired. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but thank you, but that's critical. Thank you.
Okay, as I mentioned, we're going to take a hard break right now until 2:15, and at that time, when we return, we'll go to the public comment that's online. Thank you. Hello, I want to bring this back. We're at 2:15, so I want to bring this back to order. I have been informed that there are additional folks here in the room that wish to offer public comment. I got the impression that that was not the case because there was nobody left in line. So anyways, if you wish to offer public comment, if you would please line up and we can conclude the public comment here in this room before we go to public comment online. Is there anybody else who wishes to offer public comment? Okay, I need you to line up, please. Okay, and I need you to sign in. And I'm trustful that we're going to hear some new information. If you wish to offer public comment, would you do me a favor and raise your hand, please, so I can see exactly how many people we have left to do public comment here in the room? I'm only seeing two. Well, I can't do it. They cannot offer public comment in the hallway. Okay, please. All 5 commissioners are back in session, and the advisory board is back here, so thank you.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. My name is Tim Gilbert. I own a cabin with my wife at 464 Elks Avenue in Elk Point. I'm also on the board of directors of the Elk Point Sanitation District. We've been informed that our sewage capacity is almost at capacity, and as a result, we're going to have to upgrade. Now, we have 14 VHR licenses in our neighborhood, and those are really commercial businesses. Those were not, the Oak Point neighborhood was not designed to accommodate commercial businesses. They tax the sewage capacity. They also tax the road system, the water system, and everything else that goes with a single-family residence. So I'm asking the board to please eliminate VHRs from single-family residence communities here in Douglas County. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. For the record, my name is Robert Taylor. I bought my first home in State Line 22 years ago in Lower Kingsbury and Juniper Drive. For the past 17 years, I've been the owner-operator living up here in the county of Tahoe Management Services Company. We just celebrated our 40th business year anniversary. I didn't start the company, but I acquired it 17 years ago. And so I've basically been a 20-year Douglas County resident, 17 years as a real estate professional. By way of background, I'm an operations background in real estate. I am a retired U.S. Army colonel. This is my retirement, and so I want to echo a couple really important points that I just don't understand how it seems it's not being heard. You know, obviously there's history. Everybody's got a perspective on things. I'll take a case in point. A home that I have in Lower Kingsbury has been a vacation rental for 24 years. In that time, in particular recently, some people have moved in recently, like in the last 2 to 4 years, and they've decided they don't want a vacation rental in their neighborhood. If you look at the statistics on these homes, we calculated it. We've had over 2,000 bookings. Do the math. Average guest group anywhere from 8 to 12. Thousands of guests. And the statistics in the county in terms of the complaints is 1, and it wasn't even an official complaint. I just got a call from an inspector that came out and said there was a complaint of one car, big truck, had his bumper 2 feet over what was supposed to be the public easement area. So in terms of parsing out the symptoms from the root causes, it seems very clear to me, and it's like a breath of fresh air. Ernie Strelo is just, he's nailing it. I mean, this guy is a jewel. You guys, there's a system. You must let the system work. I've served on many boards. I've sat as zoning board of appeals, plan commission members, president of, okay, so I got to end, but you know, it would be, in my perspective, almost criminally negligent if you guys throw the baby out with the bathwater. And the lawsuits you got before, it's nothing compared to what the firestorm you will unleash. If you unwittingly, with best intentions, pull the trigger and prematurely try to knock out vacation rentals, it would be insane. I can't emphasize it enough. You know, political aspirations aside, you got to rein it in. I mean, seriously, you got to listen to what people are telling you. Let your staff do their job.
Okay. Is there additional public comment here? Once again, may I have a show of hands of how many people wish to offer public comment after this one lady? Okay, after this, we will go to the public comment online then. Ms. Johnson.
Hello, my name is Linda Rhodes, and I live up here in Zephyr Cove. I haven't always lived here. I did live in Las Vegas for 18 years, and then I moved up here and lived in Dayton, Nevada for 15 years, and then I got a great opportunity to move to the lake, and I love it up here. I'm very grateful for the atmosphere because living in the desert most of the time. I was born in California though, but I will not move back there. But I am grateful for the trees and the beauty up here. I do appreciate the lake. Before I moved up here, when I was living in Dayton, my family would have a family vacation time, and so we would come up to the lake and go to a rental company, a management company, and rent a vacation home. And there were some we stayed in that some of the neighbors weren't very respectful of anyone, much less vacation renters. But we tried to be very respectful. But I want to say this, that my family, when we get together, I only have 3 kids, but when we have a family vacation, it ends up being about 20 people, okay? But we are not partiers. I've always been criticized in my original family of my brothers and sisters as being, you know, kind of a prude. So I'm not the partier or anything. But we vacationed up here quite often because we couldn't afford to live up here by any means. I mean, we bought a home in Dayton, and, you know, we could afford that, but not moving up to the lake. So not everyone that comes up here to vacation is to set out to destroy it, okay, the area, or to disturb the neighbors or anything. Since I have moved up here, I've worked for a company that manages vacation rentals. They used to have 250 vacation rentals that they managed. Now during that, I want to tell you that most of those owners only owned 1 property. In fact, I think there were only like 2 that owned multiple properties. So, you know, that's something to consider. I just want to give a real quick thing. I think that all of you sitting in front of me need to look at what is required by these vacation rental owners, because there's a long list and they have to pass a test to be able to hold a permit. So I think all of you should probably have to pass a test too, the same test, so that you become knowledgeable about what's expected. Thank you.
Okay. I am now going to go to public comment online. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. There are a few people online who have indicated they would like to provide public comment. Robert, do you have public comment on item number 2?
Yes, I do.
Please.
I oppose the proposal to eliminate
Robert?
vacation home rentals.
Please state your name for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
record and we'll start your time.
Robert Hudson. I oppose the proposal to eliminate vacation home rentals for the following reasons. A major rationale for borrowing home VHRs is that vacation home rentals have been declared a business enterprise operating improperly in a single-family residence zone. I reject that premise because VHRs are no more a business than a person who works from home or manages a business from their home, as several in my neighborhood do. If VHRs are banned as businesses, then the home offices should also be banned. B, NRS 116.340 specifically allows transient commercial use, that's now a business as declared by the resolution, if the governing documents of the planned community do not prohibit such use. I have no planned community, so we have there's nothing, no restriction to my right there. And C, if VHRs are banned, then the proper way would be to make a legal case for declaring VHR as a business, then delete NRS 116.340, and then change the county codes regarding permissible uses of SFR zones. Number 2, elimination of VHRs would restriction of one of my property rights. 3, my neighborhood has had vacation rentals for more than 75 years. 85% of the current property owners tacitly approve VHRs when they bought their homes, knowing full well that there are VHRs here. Eliminating VHRs now is unreasonable and discriminatory. Number 4, almost all of our renters are small gatherings of family and friends which cannot be accommodated in other than VHRs. Many of them are repeat guests that have been building vacation memories for more than 10 years. They love and respect they love the cove and the lake and are very respectful of our neighbors. It's punitive to punish these people for the sins of others. Number 5, we are good and considerate VHR neighbors. We monitor our guests' noise, parking, and occupancy via webcam, and we ask our neighbors to let us know if our people are out of line in any way, and we react swiftly to rectify any situation. Number 6, on the topic of residents' desire not to have VHRs in their neighborhood, no fewer than 12 of our neighbors or their families and friends have rented or attempted to rent our VHR on multiple occasions every single year. Showing how valuable a resource VHR is to a wide range of people, including residents. Number 7, if VHRs are eliminated, there will likely be many homes for sale, which will glut the market and likely lower property values across the board, with possible impact on property tax revenue. And finally, number 8, VHRs contribute greatly to local businesses, restaurants, vendors, and service employees, recreation, and as well as generating sales and occupancy tax revenue. The economic impact of terminating VHRs will be deeply felt. There are many social and economic benefits of VHRs and significant impacts of not having them. The VHR
your time has
ordinance
expired,
addresses
so-
many of the concerns.
Thank you. Please, your time has expired. We'll now go to the next opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. Stephen, do you have public comment on item number 2?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record, and we'll start your time.
Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry. Are we on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Stephen Lindsley for the record. I'd like to thank the commissioners and the VHR board that presented on agenda item 1 today. I would say, as someone who's been here for 5 years and runs a vacation home rental, that it was the most comprehensive review of both the pros and the cons. And I think there's been a lack of information that has stemmed from the heated debates coming from both sides. So I thank you for putting that together. From the comments from the commission, I think it's very clear enforcement is at the front of everyone's minds. And with those comments, that were answered by both the sheriffs, confirming that a majority of the complaints did not result in violations, as well as just the sheer volume of complaints. It seems like although the new tenured representatives from VHR are just that new, they are doing a phenomenal job. I'd like to point out a couple things from the slide. Specifically, the total call volume listed in the slide is 105. So taken over the entire year, that's 2 calls per week on 523 vacation home rentals. That is less than 1/3 of 1%. So I think it very clearly defines that there is a small amount of people doing things outside of the rules, and they are being enforced appropriately based upon the presentation. The other thing I'd like to point out, there was comments earlier on slide 17 about the out-of-state ownership. And I just want to acknowledge before the committee, because I'm not sure if they're aware, but although it might be owned by someone out of state, part of the requirements as part of the current regulation is to have someone on site within an hour's notice. So that is misrepresenting the actual impact of that ownership, because every single permit holder has to have someone within an hour's time to address any concerns. I think a large majority of vacation home renters have acknowledged that they address concerns timely. And so it seems like the commission should take into account and allow the people that they've hired to do their job on what is 1/3 of 1% of the total people currently operating in Douglas County. The only thing that I think is missing from the presentation is the board's recommendation as to account for the budget gap that would be caused. As noted, there were numerous people previously who outlined the ancillary economic benefits that come from having VHR outside of the 4 million, but the board has not presented any proposal to compensate for that. There was a speaker earlier who recommended an extra ticket fee, but that would require its own substantiation, its own process, and I haven't heard that from the board. So I would like to hear, if they were to go forward, what is their plan to fill that budget gap for nearly 20% of the county budget?
Thank you.
Similarly, I think...
I'm sorry, but you have exceeded your time has expired, so we'll go to the next individual online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Cindy, do you have public comment on item number 2?
Yes, I do. I just want
Cindy
for everyone, and thank you for the commissioner.
Cindy, please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Yes, my name is Cindy Pham, and I just want to thank everyone, especially the commissioner and the VHR community that are involved in this. But I think I have lived in Nevada for the past 2 years, and I think it's very silly, and it's almost like entertaining that every month there is somebody saying, this is my backyard, and it's completely, you are not looking at the whole pictures of the whole economics. And we have a place, a beautiful place that God given to us that we should be shared by everyone. But it seemed like the people who locally there live here are very mean towards people. And it just validate that we as a community should really, really hone on being able to solve this issue and not totally eliminating the VHR just because of few bad apple, because there is a community of hosts around. I'm a host myself, and we take it very seriously. Like a lot of people said, we have to pass the test. We have to follow every single rule. And when guests are even making a noise, we immediately like go at it and try to resolve that. So there is very little that are, we're not controlling it. So just please take that into consideration as a voter, as a parent, as a wife, husband. Would you want your kid to go stay at a casino, grandpa and grandma stay at the casino, visiting your parents? It's just ridiculous. We can live among having the hotel and the people who able to rent out their home to support their family and kid. So please think about that when you go to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Andy, do you have public comment on item number 2?
Yes, this is Andy Brewer for the record. I own a tier 3 up in Heavenly Village across from Stagecoach Lodge. I got an email from Heidi Gunter about the number of complaints that were lodged. It says 85 complaints in the last 14 months, and 90% of them were unfounded. And of the 9 that were founded, I happen to be one of them. I got a violation that's permanent on my record because at 10:20 at night on a Friday night, a sheriff came to the house and said there were folks talking outside, and they asked them to move inside. And now that's a violation on my record. I've been hosting in Tahoe for 8 years. I've never had a complaint, never have an issue. All of my neighbors have my cell phone number. They supported our VHR application. None of them contacted me. Nobody contacted the local contacts. Nobody contacted the property manager. I didn't hear about this issue until after the appeal window had ended. I took my kids on vacation, and the certified letter that was mailed to me, I didn't get until the time was up. So it's a little bit frustrating to be like neighbors with hotels and get a noise violation for folks talking between 9 and 10 at night on a Friday. You know, there's some serious issues that we need to address, like with the parking in the small neighborhoods, the trash being left out, but let's not, you know, penalize folks that are doing a really, really good job, you know, here in Tahoe renting out for tiny, tiny issues like this that could easily be resolved by talking to folks, by giving the local contacts a call. I just wanted to say I'm unfortunately like 10% of the bad apples because we had one guest talking outside between 9 and 10 at night. So if that gives you some perspective about the complaints that are coming in, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Dylan, do you have public comment on item number 2?
Hi, yes. My name is Dylan Bear. My wife and I are successful tier 1 owner occupant Airbnb owners or vacation home rentals over in Zephyr Cove. We've been running our Airbnb for about 3 years now. We have no problems at all. Basically, all of our guests, we have a max 2 occupancy, so it's just quiet couples that come on over, and everyone's super respectful of our neighbors. We never have any problems or complaints. So kind of just wanted to touch on something that basically, as an occupant, we should not be punished by this whole VHR ordinance. We live here all year long. We keep a basically tight watch on the property. All of our people are super respectful. And then not to mention that, I mean, we're pretty much paying 3 full-time people over here. So the economic impacts, it'd pretty much be like economic suicide. I mean, we're paying a full-time cleaner who's a local, paying a full-time snow removal guy, handyman, etc., gardener to keep the property nice. So basically that would just be, I mean, all those jobs would kind of be taken away because we'd no longer need them. And I mean, they serve so many other VHRs in the area as well. And basically, yeah, all the small businesses would suffer as well. And it's just, I mean, all these people that are trying to change the like VHR ordinance that just moved up here and everything else, and some of the older people, like VHRs, and Tahoe's been a tourist destination since the 40s. Like, you should know this. If you're trying to go somewhere quiet, you got to go to the like mountains of Idaho or Montana, something like that. Like, Tahoe has always been a busy tourist destination in the winter and the summer, in both the neighborhoods, the hotels, everything, whether it's tourists or families coming up here for the holidays and everything like that. So, I mean, to like sit here and basically tell everyone that you want your nice little neighborhood to be like quiet and yours and you don't want to share it with anyone else is a bit ridiculous. Because, I mean, we basically live on a street with 2 other full-time residents up in Zephyr Heights, and yeah, never have any problems at all. So I definitely to stand for strong property rights.
Jody, do you have public comment on item number 2?
I do. Thank you.
Please state your name
Can
for
you
the
hear me
record
okay?
and we'll start your time.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to make public comment regarding the new ordinances being considered. Most affordable areas to live at the lake in Nevada. My husband and I purchased our home here over 25 years ago because this was the most affordable spot where a family could purchase a residence. I believe that by changing this ordinance to only allow the vacation home rentals in the Upper Kingsbury area, this will effectively raise home prices and make home ownership or even long-term rentals unavailable for our community. This will drive out families and will drive out our current workforce. This will affect the ability for businesses to employ a workforce who can live in Lake Tahoe, as well as impacting the schools. Many families will be unable to attain home ownership or rental in Lake Tahoe, and this will impact the amount of students in our lake schools and the quality of education that can be offered with reduced funding. Second, I wanted to point out that Kingsbury Grade is one of the most dangerous roadways in our community. By concentrating the majority of visitors to the Upper Kingsbury area, vehicles will need to be prepared to travel in snow conditions. This will include chains, snow tires, and four-wheel drive. Road conditions change significantly from the bottom of Kingsbury to the Upper Kingsbury, which results in many vehicles being unprepared for the conditions at top. In the last 10 years, this has become more and more of an issue as more people travel on Kingsbury without adequate preparation for their vehicles. This results in many crashes and road closures. This affects our law enforcement and requires additional law enforcement resources in order to respond to vehicle crashes and problems. This would also require additional snow removal by Kingsbury General Improvement District in order to be sure that the roads are safe for visitors. Generally, one would know the requirements of a vehicle and the safety of the roads if one was a resident of the area. By increasing the visitors staying in Upper Kingsbury, this will require more work by the snowplow drivers as there will be increased visitor vehicles and the possibility that these roads will need to be maintained at a higher level as they are being traveled by people unfamiliar with these types of dangerous roads. This will increase costs, and these costs will need to be passed along to the residents of all of Kingsbury General Improvement District. In conclusion, I believe the Board of Trustees needs to consider the fact that by concentrating vacation home rental use in only the Upper Kingsbury area, we will affect these neighborhoods.
We'll move on to the next public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. Rodolfo, do you have public comment on item number 2?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
My name is Rodolfo Mata, for the record. I've heard a lot of perspectives from hardworking locals, and I actually didn't plan on speaking today. I was chiming in because my parents still live in the basin, and my entire family has lived in the basin for over 25 years. I was born and raised at the lake. I know a lot of the people that have spoken out here today, and we've heard a lot of backgrounds. A lot of people from backgrounds including property managers, business owners, VHR owners themselves, and we've alluded a lot to the economic ripple effects that this kind of ban would have on locals. And I wanted to contribute just because my family, I'm the son of 2 working class parents up here in the basin who called this place their home for over 25 years. And quite frankly, when I was young, I recall how much my parents did depend on that supplemental income. And they were actually the people that would get hired full time to clean these vacation homes when I was younger. And I actually didn't really think about it until I hopped on here. And honestly, that really would have had an economic impact on my family. And luckily, they're in a better position now where they don't need to have that supplemental income. But I know that there are tons of people that still do this kind of work. And when I lived up on the lake in high school, I even worked in restaurants where you would talk to a lot of the tourists that would come in. And a lot of time they were older couples, the kind of quiet couples that some of the public statements have already alluded to. And a lot of those people are just up here trying to get away from the casino kind of areas where you could stay in the hotels and you could stay in those kind of accommodations, but a lot of people love to just come up here and enjoy Lake Tahoe and love it the same way that locals do. And When I worked in the restaurant, you'd have so many people that would come up here and appreciate it. And I think there's a lot more of that than the bad apples that I know the other side is concerned about. And honestly, I just wanted to chime in and give my perspective because, you know, I think there's a lot of ripple effects on like the restaurants, the hotels themselves, the VHR owners, and all the property managers who hire good people to work on these properties when they, you know, have to do the turnovers for new guests. And you know, I think a lot of people love Lake Tahoe, and it's a gem. And I think this would honestly just push a lot of the business over to the South Shore, and that's great and all, but I think it's something that should be considered and as far as the economic impact goes. So thank you all. I thank everybody for being able to chime in today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, very good. So at this time then, we'll bring it back to the board. And at this time, we would like to hear from the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board on this proposal and their recommendations to the Board of Commissioners after hearing the public comment on the possible elimination of the VHR program. So I'm going to start with Mr. Sloan, I guess. You're down at the end, and then we'll go to Mr. Byers, and then we'll wrap up your comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the opportunity of the board to let me give my views. I want to thank all my VHR family members that come here every meeting, and I see so many familiar faces. It's normally about 20 to 25 people we get every meeting, and from both sides. But I think at the end of the day, when we get finished with our meetings, sometimes they're 2 hours, sometimes there's 8 hours, both sides agree that we're trying to do the best we can. And I submit to you, Board of County Commissioners, that we are a really good board. We're innovative, and I would ask that you give us a chance to proceed with some of the ideas with your direction if we get to item number 3, that we can proceed with this program. You know, some of the things that we've already dealt with in the 10 meetings we've only had, we've had to deal with many Tier 3 permits, and only about half have been approved at this time. And of that, about half, I believe, have been conditionally approved for just 1 year. So that means they would have to come back to us the next year. And this board is growing. We're improving month by month. We're now meeting twice a month, you know, because we get overtime pay. And we just want a chance to fulfill our obligation of our 2 or 4 year commitment to this and make this program a balanced program. And if you give us a chance to get to item number 3, you're going to be blown away by all the great ideas we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Mr. Byers?
Thank you, County Commissioners. And I don't envy your authority in this matter. I thank you for taking on this very big issue in the Tahoe Basin. I don't have to tell you this is a complex issue and it has a great deal of passion on both sides, and it asks us to balance peaceful enjoyment of property with the property rights to do with your property as you wish. So there's no simple solution. You know, simple answers to complex problems are like killing flies with a sledgehammer. It doesn't work very often, and even when it does, it leaves a pretty big mess. This agenda item is about a complete ban of VHRs. It's a binary decision. Life isn't very binary. So as you go through about deciding this up or down, I wanted to give you my perspectives about these issues. First of all, Tier 1s, because they're owner-occupied, don't create the issues with neighbors that others do. I would suggest you encourage them by lowering fees and streamlining the application process. I also think if you're going to consider an outright ban, you have to consider Tahoe Village. Tahoe Village is near the ski resorts, and it doesn't look like the rest of the basin. Of the roughly 1,000 houses, and I'll round these numbers, of the roughly 1,000 housing units, 60% are timeshares. Because the 20% density cap applies to all the housing units, there's another 200, approximately 200 VHR permits. That means that area, 80% are already, of those housing units are already part-time residents. We've had tier 3, we've had several tier 3 permits come from that area. Not a single neighbor complaint has ever been lodged. In fact, one was half of a duplex, and the other half of the owner of the duplex wrote a letter in support. You know, that tells me this is a tourist area. I'd suggest community engagement before you determine that, but I believe that area could exist. I do believe it needs local management, even on tier 2s, and local management needs to be people with a local broker, not someone with a secretary in Tahoe. And I think that's related to 2 and 3, and more on that if we get to agenda item 3. To be clear, this is the only tourist area in the basin. The rest is residential. Some areas are single family, some are multifamily, but they're all homes, they're all residents. Close proximity tourist area created Tahoe Village. No other area, anywhere in the basin has anywhere near that density. None are over 20% or not much more. They're not semi-tourist, they're residential. They're homes for 80% of the residents. I believe your real vote on this agenda should be for the rest, tier 2s and 3s in residential areas. Those are the majority of VHR permits. I asked to join this board because I thought I could be a fair arbitrator in the matter. While we have VHRs in my neighborhood, the one next to me doesn't rent very often, so I come at this as a complete novice trying to find the right solution for all of our county residents. Coalitions, as you've seen today, coalitions have formed along very bright, definable lines, permit holders versus residents. I wish these coalitions had frayed. I still hope they do. Some residents want all VHRs eliminated. Some may be anti-tourist. Others just don't care how they get peaceful enjoyment. They want peaceful enjoyment. On the other side, of permit holders, some don't even have a permit. They just want that right. Some like the idea of just being able to get one. Some are full-time residents and rent very seldom, but then there are some who provide accommodation 365 days a year. They're not homogeneous, their interests vary, but they've had to join one side or the other. We've heard through our board that from several full-time renters, and I believe they care about their neighbors, but I'll say they're less inclined to care about their neighbors than the ones who basically live there and rent occasionally. When litigation occurred, I wouldn't have been surprised if the occasional renters filed an amicus brief because they do have slightly different perspectives. You know, state enforcement in keeping this permit process alive may have separated their interests from the litigation that we saw. They didn't have parking issues, they didn't have occupancy issues, they wanted enforcement, and they didn't want their neighbors affected. They didn't, because they don't make a lot from renting their homes. They're not, you know, it takes a lot to file litigation, and they were part of a coalition that was against an all-out ban. So as you decide whether to ban VHRs in residential areas, you either need to ban them, or you need to put your faith in a fundamental change to the program, because it's clear today that the program isn't working as it sits now. But let's also get to something reasonable. The current system is untenable. Let's not make October the time where there's each year where there's the World Series and also that we discuss VHRs. Both residents and permit holders need to get to a resolution, maybe not today, but in the near future. Everybody has better things to do with their time than writing angry letters and giving up their Thursday to give angry public comment. So if you decide not to ban VHRs, what could you put your faith in? Some have put their faith in density, and it's been a topic of much discussion, but I don't know if it's a complete solution. It's almost an admission the program isn't working. If the program is working, why does density matter? There may be areas where the neighborhood is not compatible with VHRs, but there will be an unintended consequence that the neighborhoods with VHRs will see more and more and more rentals as you lose areas with VHRs in them. My problem with density is you could be sacrificing the few for the benefit of the majority, and that's right out of Marxist worldview. You know, a density of one poorly regulated VHR is too many if you're the poor soul with his bedroom window 30 feet from their hot tub. While I don't think density is the answer, I also acknowledge I could be wrong. Some members of the BOCC, the advisory board, and a lot of public have said there's something here. So I will pretend I'm wrong, and you have my full support to go through and look at these neighborhoods one by one, if that's what you choose to do. I've looked at solutions. You know, why would you either ban or why would you not ban VHRs? I first looked to enforcement. We've heard about enforcement over and over and over again. I haven't heard anybody against enforcement. But we also saw quick litigation against the original code because of due process and burden of proof. Due process and burden of proof are the rights of every citizen, and the permit holders were justified to defend their rights. But we need to accept that these protections limit the effectiveness of enforcement. And we've heard today over and over, why isn't there better enforcement? Well, if you care to dig in and you actually listen to the sheriff department and code enforcement, you see very justifiable reasons they're doing what they're doing. I don't want code enforcement walking up to a house. That is one of the most dangerous things you can do, and I don't want to put our county employees at risk by having code enforcement walk up to a house. Our sheriff has priorities, and we've heard that, you know, that they do handle noise complaints. But on Friday and Saturday nights, I want them to prioritize our calls, and while noise is a big deal, it may not be the biggest deal our sheriffs deal with. There are drugs, there are fights, we have casinos, and they need to prioritize their calls. When they do prioritize those calls, they often don't get to the scene when those noise violations are occurring. So if you're going to place your faith in enforcement, realize there are some natural limitations. And someone said, you know, do we know? Yes, we know exactly how many permits have been removed. We know exactly how many violations have been issued. And that's very telling. The current status, the current snapshot of this program, there's been 5 trash complaints. None resulted in a violation. There's been 18 parking situations. None resulted in a violation. There's been 38 noise violations. 23% were unfounded. That's 60%. That doesn't mean the noise didn't occur. That means that they were not able to prove the noise happened. Of those 38, 9 did result in violations. 5 were ruled to be in compliance. There is only 1 that has 2 violations. So the thought that we are going to get rid of bad apples through litigation, through enforcement, is really, really interesting, but it is a long way from where we currently are. Noise, parking, and trash are all functions of occupancy. In the preamble of the code, the county seeks to make VHRs blend with the surrounding neighborhood. If you looked at our residences, house by house, street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, the vast majority have occupancy much, much lower than VHRs are allowed. Probably more than 1 per bedroom. I believe if you were to lower the occupancy to 1 per bedroom plus 2, you'd eliminate much of the noise, parking, and trash because they look like the neighborhoods they're in. Once occupancy is closer to architect's intended use, we'll have fewer issues. Residents build 2-car garages because they want to park 2 cars, not 2 in the garage and 2 outside. We all know that tandem parking is a precursor to street parking. Residents build 1 bedroom per child, not 2 in every bedroom and 2 on the couch. Many have bedrooms of our residents, many have bedrooms that are empty, hoping that grown children come back for weekends. I believe dramatically reducing occupancy would be a greater benefit. You could put your faith in this to keep this program alive. The owners who are occasionally renting may like this program. It gives them the opportunity to rent in a sustainable way, to rent where their rentals are going to look like the remaining part of that neighborhood. However, you need to think about the litigation you've suffered. When there was litigation about occupancy, the occupancy went up, not down. It went from 2 per bedroom to 2 per bedroom plus 2. So the problem with both my solutions is that there's been litigation and we were seen to be on the wrong side of it. So you wanted our suggestion, here's where I am. I don't think you ought to eliminate tier 1s. I think you need to really look at the upper area where next to the ski resort, but I think you need to have professional management for anybody who's not in Douglas County. As to eliminating VHRs in residential areas, I don't have an opinion. I think that's up to you. If you believe we can turn enforcement around where people complain and it results in a violation, a number of violations, and use your license, then that's a reason to keep the program alive. If you don't, it's a reason to kill the program. If you believe that lowering occupancy dramatically to be reflective of the neighborhoods they're in will work and could win through litigation, that's a reason not to kill this program. If you don't, that's a reason to kill the VHRs in non-residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. Ms. Hempler.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. I won't be quite that lengthy. Thank you to all the public that came out, wrote the letters. We take the public comment really seriously on this board. I did want to comment about the 2 board members that aren't here. It was unfortunate that they couldn't be here today. They had prior commitments, and this meeting wasn't announced with a great deal of advance notice. But I do want to make sure you know that their absence should not be construed as a stance against the continuation of the program. If you've been to our meetings, you will see that they're all fully engaged in the process, and I believe they both wrote in letters that became public so that you know their views on the program. This board has heard almost 40 requests for Tier 3 permits. As evidenced by the length of our meetings, each matter is thoroughly discussed, at times ad nauseum. Those of you that attend these meetings know what I mean. During our first year as advisory, we have had the goalposts moved with each rewrite of the ordinance, which has made discussion of code review take a back seat, not by choice, but by necessity. During this journey on the advisory board, and speaking only for myself, I can say that I clearly do see both sides of the issue. Both residents and permit holders are frustrated and angry. Douglas County has invested a great deal of time and resources into this program, and we should not throw it away. It is still in its infancy. I believe there are areas that can handle a greater capacity of VHRs and some neighborhoods that should be severely limited. To make this determination takes time. We have not yet had the time to debate this factually and hear from all the residents and permit holders that would be affected. The introduction to our ordinance, which you've heard several times today, is that it is the intent of the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance to make the transitory lodging activity permitted by this chapter resemble the existing residential uses made by resident owners and lessees. If density and occupancy can be reduced to some fraction of what it is currently in some areas, we can meet that goal. If VHRs are eliminated, illegal renting will be unbridled, and there will be little to no enforcement available because there won't be the permit fees to pay for the enforcement. This isn't fair to the residents. Please let us do the job you appointed us to fulfill. We are now about caught up with Tier 3s, and we will be able to expend the effort necessary for the code review. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hempler. So we're asking for your board to make a recommendation to this board regarding the possible elimination of the VHR program. And if I could count right, in hearing from Ms. Romaine and Ms. Graff that they do not desire for the elimination of this program. I heard the same out of Mr. Sloan and yourself, and then it was almost an abstention, I guess, from Mr. Byers. Am I reading that correct?
That's correct. I think if you
Okay.
have the faith that you can make the program work, you keep it alive.
So, okay, so it'd be four members not to eliminate and one basic abstention. Okay, very good. Just want to make sure that that's clear to us as we go forward in our deliberations. So then at this time, the Board of County Commissioners will then discuss the proposal and recommendation from the VHR Advisory Board and provide direction to staff as to whether or not to bring forward a motion to eliminate or an ordinance to eliminate the program. So at this time, I wish to offer an opportunity for each of the commissioners, and we'll start with Mr. Tarkanian down at the end, to express his views in regards to this program. So, Mr. Tarkanian, you're on, and you have as much time as you need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say how impressed I was with Mr. Byers' evaluation and analysis. It seems like you may have read part of my speech and what I wanted to adopt today. I agree wholeheartedly with Tahoe Village, and I'm going to give you my reasons why when we get there. I agree wholeheartedly that if we're going to have VHRs, we should have local management, some managements that are going to be there 24-hour on call and that could be held accountable for them. I also agree completely with what you stated why enforcement cannot solve all these problems with VHRs. I think that was a great explanation, and enforcement can't. I disagree with your situation about density. If you call determining where VHRs are appropriate and where they're not in the Tahoe Basin, then I would disagree if you call that density. If you don't, then maybe not. And with respect to litigation, we didn't lose any litigation. There was 9 people that filed a lawsuit and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars suing us. The only thing the district court judge said, he was a retired district court judge too, we had no idea what VHRs are probably, and he said, hey, you guys got to eliminate some parking. So you know what we did? We because parking was so important, we wanted the parking back, and we gave them 2 extra people in the rooms because obviously if you have more, the parking is going to increase the density. So I mean, I thought that was a win-win. They wanted 10 years to divest themselves of their permits, and we gave them 2 years. And they paid all their money. I mean, that's a win. And if anybody wants to sue us, I think go ahead and sue us. It's our responsibility as a board to do what's right. Do what's right for our constituents. Not because of some threats of litigation. Illegal renting. Okay, and then with respect to Ms. Hempler, she said something about illegal. If we ban them, there'll be a lot of people doing it illegally, and we won't be able to stop them. Well, yeah, we will when we issue the $20,000 fines to them. And once they feel the pain, then they're going to stop. And I don't agree right now, unless they got good reasons, why we're not giving them the $20,000 fines and we're going on with the $5,000 fines instead. You know, it's our responsibility to make it more painful when you violate the ordinance than it does for renting it. And with respect to Ms. Hempler's statement about time and density, that was an excuse that Chairman Gardner used in denying my request to put my proposal on the agenda. And that just isn't true, Ms. Hempler. And I like you a lot. We get along really well, but you know that I came out there over a year ago with you and Laura Romaine, and I discussed my proposal about determining where VHR is appropriate, where they're not, and the density issue. We drove the neighborhoods. You guys heard all my questions. I've discussed this with Ms. Davidson, and it's my understanding that this board, the advisory board, has said they're not interested in that proposal. Ms. Davidson told me that a few months ago. Mr. Strello told me that he tried to bring my proposal and the issues up to your board dealing with this, and you guys said you weren't interested. And you've had a year. I mean, and when you say let's give it time, and that's my next deal is, there's been so many people up here that said, hey, it's only been 2 months. Where are you coming from? You sound like those political ads on TV. You keep saying the same thing over and over again. You hope somebody believes it. This advisory board took effect over a year ago. They may have had their first meeting a year ago, but they took effect over a year ago. So it hasn't been 2 months. And if you want to say, as my good friend, the assistant DA said, well, it's because they haven't had all the enforcement in there. Well, we had the opportunity to put the enforcement in there at the time we made that change to the ordinance. I suggested and made a motion that we increase the fees at that time to hire more enforcement people, and I was voted down. So because we don't, as a board, do what's right at that time, we're supposed to tell everybody who's living under these, and that's going to be my next deal, the circumstances of VHR's next to them, that that's appropriate? That we need to give them more time to have to live through this, what they call horrendous circumstances? I mean, no, a year's enough. Okay, let me bring up something dealing with, one of the speakers mentioned, I'm going to talk about some things the speaker said, and then I'm going to get into my positions and my vote. But one of the speakers says something about wealthy donors, and he saw my TV ads on Congress. I hope you liked them. I thought they were my best ads I've ever done. They weren't quite as humorous as some other ones, but I thought they were really nice. But the only problem with it, you have a right to give a public comment. You have that right, but you don't have a right to make false statements, particularly when you have no basis to it. My contribution list is public record for Congress. Go through them. There was nobody from Glenbrook that gave me any money. And if it was very minor. I don't even know what it is. So your comments about me taking donor money for Congress, that's a complete lie. Then another guy said something about a Larry Ruvel, and that's something that 2 people had mentioned to me earlier. I never even spoke with Larry Ruvel, who happens to be from Las Vegas, until I moved up here, was elected to the county commission, and the VHR issue came up. Then he contacted me, first time ever. Now, if you want to talk about other people, I mean, there's been members on this board that have had communications with people that have a bigger interest in VHRs than I have, when I hadn't even spoken with this guy. It's my responsibility to speak with everybody who has a concern about these issues, and I did. Okay, I agreed with what, I got to get her name now, where is she at? I agreed with Heidi Gunter. I appreciate her comments about how you need to look at the different neighborhoods, and I think that's very important. I also agreed with Kathy Oster, who said that that the VHRs in many neighborhoods are not conducive and similar to our master plan, which was just adopted, and those are our responsibilities. With respect to Commissioner Engels talking about the lawsuit prohibits the board to make any changes to nine only plaintiffs, not everybody, and it's only until October 1st, 2024 where we can't take away the multiple permits. Well, Commissioner Noasad's motion right now would take effect until after October 1st, 2024, so that lawsuit has no bearing whatsoever. And as I mentioned, if anybody wants to file frivolous lawsuits and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight us on it, that's their choice. It's our choice to fight back on it. Someone said, you guys are from the valley. You guys don't know what VHRs are like. You guys, what keeps you up at night? You know what keeps me up at night? When I get emails and when I get calls and I get complaints from people who send me pictures, and they show me how there's cars parked everywhere, there's partying going on, there's disgusting sexual acts, or at least comments being made in their residential neighborhood. That's what keeps me up at night. Someone said, well, you only represent Gardnerville Ranchos. Why are you worried about Lake Tahoe? No, I mean, come on. We represent the entire county. When we run for office, every one of you can vote for all of us. And every one of us should state our position. And if you don't like my position, I'm sure I'm going to piss off a lot of you guys. Don't vote for me when I run for re-election in 2 years. But that should be the same for every single person here on this board. We're elected to make the tough decisions, and we should have to make those tough decisions. Okay, complaints. We've had a lot of discussions about the number of complaints and this and that. First of all, we had 189 pages of comments that were submitted to us, many of which were in favor of keeping VHRs, but there were so many others that talked about all of the problems they faced with these VHRs recently. And no, they don't get to make complaints all the time. By the time they call up, I've spoken with Mr. Strelo, I spoke with Ms. Davison, and we discussed these problems that have been going on. By the time they get a VHR person to answer, an enforcement staff, the noise is either over, or the VHR enforcement staff goes up there and they can't go into the room, or by the time they get somebody up there to do it from the sheriff's department, it may be over, or they just don't feel that calling and making a complaint is going to make a difference. That doesn't mean it's not happening. Unless you believe these 50 to 75 plus people who made comments are all lying to us, and the 50 plus people who emailed me are all lying to us, and many of them just sent me pictures, then there are problems going on. And you know what? If you don't live next to it and experience it, then you don't care about it. But when you live next to it and experience it, it does bother you. And I'll tell you another comment that sort of bothered me today. When I hear everybody say, well, you see the people coming up speaking against VHRs, they're all retired people. Well, what's wrong with retired people? Hell, I'm going to be there pretty soon. But you know, retired people bought homes in residential neighborhoods. And if they bought them in residential neighborhoods where the intent and understanding was there wouldn't be VHRs, why are we forcing it on them? Why? And why should we discount it? I got so much to say, just bear with me. I've been here a long time. Difference between short-term rentals and long-term rentals. Long-term rentals, people are staying there for a month. They get to know their neighbors. They care about their community a little bit more. Short-term rentals are people that are coming up and going to have a big, not all of them, but a lot of them are going to have a big parties and celebrate. They're coming up for graduation or somebody's birthday, or, hey, they're 21, so we're all going to party to it. There's a huge difference between short-term and long-term rentals. Somebody made a comment, I think this was Mr. Gunter. He made a comment that all the HOAs have voted for VHRs, and that's not the case, where we want to talk about banning them, and that's not the case. Glenbrook, which is a big concern of mine, that HOA has banned VHRs for anybody outside the HOA. No outside tourists can come in and rent those VHRs in that HOA. So that's not the case. They have voted for that, but according to this proposal that this advisory board wants us to adopt, they want and I'll have the exact number in a second, 56 other homes that are outside that HOA to suffer the experience of having all the VHRs there. In fact, I think Mr. Byers made the comment, if you start outlawing them some places, they're going to go to others. Well, what if you're in the same neighborhood? You're in 56 homes in Glenbrook, and you're going to have all the VHRs going there? Okay, and then the last thing is, somebody made a comment about, one of the callers did, about, they cited the NRS statute and said transient commercial use, it can be appropriate in residential neighborhoods, and that's going to be part of my speech too, and he's right. However, it says specifically that they say if it's not part of the governing documents like CC&Rs and bylaws. But what it does say in the NRS is that those units must be properly zoned, and I think we should be changing the zoning where we're going to allow them. And they have to be licensed by the local government, which means we have to license it. And we as a board, if we don't license it, they cannot be in these residential neighborhoods. It is up to the board, and we were elected, and we're going to be responsible for it. Okay, let me get to what I really. Vacation home rentals is an emotional and passionate issue for many. There are some of you who believe that they have a constitutionally protected right to use their home any way they want. That isn't necessarily true. There are many restrictions government puts on the use of homes for the betterment of the community. How many of you think we should have a strip bar should be allowed next to your home? A better example is a bed and breakfast. You cannot operate a bed and breakfast from your home without a special use permit. Bed and breakfasts are very similar to VHRs. There are others of you who would argue that vacation home rentals are an unlawful commercial use in a residential neighborhood. Well, that isn't necessarily true either. In the recent Supreme Court case this past August, the Nevada Supreme Court ruled that homes which are legally restricted to a single-family residential purpose may use their homes for transient commercial use, such as short-term rentals, so long as the governing documents do not prohibit it. Therefore, it is up to us, as a Board of County Commissioners, to determine where transient commercial use or vacation home rentals is appropriate and where it is not. Now, this Douglas County ordinance has been said several times here in the meeting, and I'm going to say it again. Douglas County Ordinance 20.6222.010B7 states, "It is the intent to make the transitory lodging activity to resemble the existing residential uses made by resident owners and lessees." Now, who would disagree with that? Who thinks we should force short-term rentals that would change what the intent and the existing uses of those neighborhoods? Who in the board's going to vote for that? Well, we're going to find out soon. This section makes it clear that neighborhoods are not to be treated the same. This board must look at the intended use of each neighborhood to determine where VHRs are permitted, where they're restricted, and where they are prohibited. This board has previously determined that vacation home rental use is prohibited in the Carson Valley, but it is permitted in Lake Tahoe. The argument used by the people who defend this distinction is that Lake Tahoe is a tourist destination, and the Carson Valley isn't. In fact, Advisory Board member and VHR permit holder Patty Graff stated, "VHRs are a great family place for visitors in this vacation destination area, Lake Tahoe." The argument goes that use of VHRs in tourist destinations resemble the existing residential uses in those areas. Well, I would argue that there are areas of the Carson Valley which attracts tourists as well. I would also argue that there's areas in Lake Tahoe that are not tourist destinations. What is the difference from the gated community at Genoa Lakes and the gated community at Glenbrook? Besides a much larger bank account of the owners in Glenbrook, there really isn't. How many of you believe that the owners of Glenbrook intended for their neighborhood to be used for a transient commercial purpose? It is 10 miles from the tourist corridor where the skiing and casinos are. There are homes in the Carson Valley located on Foothill that are closer. Glenbrook has one and in some places 2 private gates. It has its own private security guards. The roads are very narrow and the beaches and other amenities are solely for the use of its residents. They are not available to the public. Do you understand that? Those amenities and beaches are for the use of the residents, the homeowners, not the public. Not where you can rent out to the public to come in and use these things. Imagine what happens to those amenities if you open them up to the public. Was that the intended use of the people of Glenbrook? The closest major public beach is at Zephyr Cove. There are no timeshares in the neighborhood. The Glenbrook Homeowners Association, which governs all but 54 homes in Glenbrook, has banned VHR rentals to people outside the association. It is pretty clear the VHR rentals to tourists do not resemble the existing residential uses in Glenbrook. Are we going to follow the ordinance we passed this board? Imagine the unintended harmful consequences to the 54 homes outside the Douglas County, outside the Homeowners Association. Is a Douglas County really going to force homeowners in this neighborhood to allow VHR permits? The rest of Glenbrook bans VHRs to tourists, but Douglas County forces 54 homes in the same neighborhood to allow them. Douglas County lumps these 54 homes with 53 homes in the Homeowners Association in what is designated as Glenbrook South. There are currently 16 permits allowed in Glenbrook South. If the 53 homes in the Homeowners Association don't use any of those permits, that means 16 permits will be allowed in the 54 remaining homes. 30+%. What a cluster, you know what? Who on the board thinks that the VHR rentals at these 54 homes resemble the existing residential use in Glenbrook South? Who in the audience thinks it's fair and equitable to the homeowners, those 54 homeowners outside the HOA, that they should shoulder this burden? Elks Point is a 501c7 nonprofit social club founded in 1925. Its bylaws restricts homes to single-family residential purposes. The bylaws prohibit its members from making a commercial profit. The roads in Elks Point are very narrow. Emergency vehicles have a difficult time navigating them. In fact, the International Fire Code requires a minimum of 20 feet in width, yet every road in front of a VHR in Elks Point is less than that. The homes are right on top of each other. There is very little parking, forcing VHR guests to illegally park in the streets, causing additional significant hazards. Elks Point, like Glenbrook, is a gated community. It has no public beaches or public amenities. Is it really fair and equitable to the homeowners of these private, secluded communities to have a plethora of tourists use their exclusive beaches and amenities? How many of you think it's fair and equitable to have VHRs in this neighborhood? Now, I've heard some say that the VHR problems would be resolved if the county just did a better job enforcing the ordinance. Well, history is replete with examples of people breaking laws that they don't believe in. In fact, you just heard some of the commentators today say that everyone's going to break the laws. How many of you have driven above the speed limit? Smoking marijuana in public is illegal, but it is done everywhere. In fact, my son, we were in San Diego, he's telling me, well, that's marijuana smoke and that's cigarette smoke. Who thinks that's good? People break the law, and if you make something legal, it's going to be broken. Enforcement has been in place for over a year since we passed this ordinance, and there are still all these problems. Read the 189. I hope all you commissioners did before you vote. Those 189 pages of comments where they describe all of the problems that they've had with these homes and think that's right, and that's with the enforcement. Now, I recently discussed with the county staff a sexually disgusting picture at a home in Elks Point. I was told there was no Douglas County regulation that prohibits this conduct, and in fact, this type of behavior happens all the time at public beaches. Well, that's the point. We may not be able to preclude rude, obnoxious, sexually explicit acts and comments in public beaches, but we sure as hell should try in purely residential neighborhoods. On the flip side, there are neighborhoods where VHRs were intended, appropriate, beneficial to the community. Tahoe Village is located right next to the ski lift. Most of the homes are timeshares, VHRs, and hotels. There are 192 VHR permits in this neighborhood with 50 more on the waiting list. This county has not received any complaints about the VHRs in this neighborhood. Homeowners bought their homes with the knowledge and understanding that there would be a large turnover of tourists. To me, that's the big difference between the places I just mentioned and this place. The people who bought their homes had a knowledge and understanding that there would be a large turnover of tourists. Well, why in the world would the Board of County Commissioners not want more VHRs in this neighborhood? What rational basis does the board have in denying a permit, which we are, to 50 people currently on the waiting list, and I've had at least one other who's asking if they can get it? Think about this. Almost half of the VHRs right now, when everybody's talking about the economic problems that we'll have if we ban VHRs, and they're saying, hey, it's going to cost jobs, it's going to cost this or that, half of the VHRs could be in an area where everybody intended them to be. But we as a board, under our current program, I'm sorry about that, we are denying that. Why? In a neighborhood like this, I don't believe there should be any limit on the number of VHRs. Then there are the neighborhoods not next to, but relatively close to the casinos, ski resorts, and public beaches used by tourists. Some people in these neighborhoods bought their homes with the understanding that they could rent them on a short-term basis. Some are relying on this income to make their mortgage payments. Many will see the value of their homes reduced if they are prohibited from renting short-term. Many more people bought their homes in these neighborhoods with the simple, basic, undercharged factors just mentioned. In my opinion, maybe we need to ban them there. But this is what we as a board should be doing. We had 50 VHRs next to the ski lift in Tahoe Village. The county will actually earn more TOT money and more jobs will be created. VHRs will be permissible in areas they were intended and prohibited in areas they were not intended. I believe this proposal is in the best interest of the county as a whole, and it is fair and equitable to as many more people than it harms. The Board of County Commissioner has far too long punted this issue down the road. Some Board of County Commissioner members suggest this board should rubber stamp what the advisory board recommends. This is a safe approach. Don't take responsibility for the end results. Pass on the difficult decisions which will make some residents unhappy to an elected appointed board who never faces the wrath of the public at the ballot box. This Board of County Commissioners was elected to make the tough decisions. Each of us should be held accountable for how we make these decisions. I am very comfortable being held accountable for my proposal. Now, unfortunately, my proposal is not on the agenda. Chairman Gardner decided this wasn't the right time for it. And I don't believe that Commissioner Noasad's proposal is the answer. But if you're going to give me one or two, and I got to balance the equitable, the harm and benefits to the different people I mentioned, the ones that bought the homes with the expectation they were going to use and make money, or protect the health, safety, and quiet enjoyment of the neighborhoods, I'm protecting the neighborhoods. That's what we were elected to do, and because of that, I'm going to vote for Commissioner Noasad's motion. That was it.
Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian. Commissioner Nosad.
After listening to Commissioner Tarkanian, I almost want to say I rest my case. But what prompted me to make this motion, or to do the proposal that I made, I'm just going to use a little analogy here. You got a horse, you're sitting on this horse, and you say, giddy up. Horse turns around, looks at you. Giddy up. Not going to look. Here comes the spur. Boom, in the flank, and off you go. That was my reason for, I'm going to aim this at the VHR community there. Not the community, but the people who make up the ordinance. You've had since, I believe, 2017 that we've been dragging along. There was 6 years later, and we're still dragging along. And what I understand is that they're only halfway there. So what I'm going to ask is, how long is it going to take to get to the bottom line? The other thing I wanted to talk about was the enforcement issue. We heard the input from the sheriff's office that said, we got two at the lake, we got one up here. I used to be on Citizens Patrol, and I know that they had two officers down here and one up on the county, up in the valley. They have priorities. So we get a noise violation or a noise complaint. We know we're not going to get the ordinance guy up there because he's not going to be safe going up to that door. So how long is it going to take the county DCSO to get there? Longer. So that's going to be ineffective enforcement. One of the things I would like to make as part of the enforcement. You mess up once, fool me. So I have no sympathy for people. I rest my case.
Thank you. Commissioner Engels, do you have anything you wish to add?
Commissioner Tarkanian, I'm impressed with your passion for zoning because you screwed up. And she brought this up.
Believe that we have always had VHRs and we talked about what they did in legislature decided to impose their own. Luckily, Douglas County and the rural counties were left out of that. I guarantee you, if we do away with the VHR program that we have made in a long time, and trust me, we've made some doozies. Party house.
County, including myself, was completely happy with the code as it was written, understanding that there was needed changes, but that we needed to process through this thing to see where it's already vacation home rentals that are in an unpermitted process. So I'm concerned about that. Should we eliminate this program? Because we have a vote. Anything else I would say in regards to tweaks and things that I feel are necessary or I would like to neighborhood density levels.
Unlimited in the,
The motion that is articulated in item
Mr.
2.
Chairman, I'm asking for clarification for the person who made the motion. Thank you.
I think what Commissioner Tarkanian is referring to is the last clause in my proposal, and that was to maintain the top of the top of the hill there for the ski run up there. At this point, I would be more than glad to delete that phrase.
The motion with the phrase?
I need some direction out of legal counsel, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Commissioner Noasat modified his original proposal, and the motion that he made was to disband or get rid of the VHR program and direct staff to bring back an ordinance to effectuate the elimination of the county's vacation home rental program. That is the current motion.
Okay. To direct staff to eliminate the VHR program and bring back an ordinance for this board. Is that right, Mr. Ritchie?
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. That's correct. The motion does not talk about any modifications to the program. It's the elimination of the county's vacation home rental program.
So this is an up or down on elimination of the program? Excuse me, but you're out of order. Okay. So do I have a second to that motion?
Just to clarify the motion, it's a motion to end the VHR program and have the staff bring back verbiage in the code to effectuate that.
That's correct. Do I have a second to that motion? Sensing no second, the motion dies for a lack of a second. The program remains intact, and now we can go into item number 3 for possible action. We're at, what time are we at right now? Okay, can we make this a short 9-minute break and get back at 4? Let's do that. We will take a break right now and resume at 4 o'clock, where we will go into action item number 3. Thank you. Okay, well, we've exceeded our timeout for a couple of minutes, so I'd like to bring this back now. All the members of the advisory board are here. Okay, okay. Okay, well, I'll read the item into the, I'm going to read the item in. Mr. Tarkanian has to step out for a couple of minutes to handle an issue, but we'll proceed with the others. Okay, item number 3. Once again, I really appreciate your indulgence and sticking to the rules. That's important, and we want to make sure we respect everybody's feelings. So item number 3, for possible action, the Board of County Commissioners, BOCC, and the Vacation Home Rental VHR Advisory Board will discuss possible program changes to the VHR program and amendments to Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code, the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance. The VHR Advisory Board may vote to make recommendations to the BOCC. The BOCC may direct staff concerning future amendments to the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance. All this really is today is an advisory by not only the Vacation Advisory Board, but the Board of Commissioners also to staff as to items that I think individually we would like staff to look at. Okay, is that the feelings of the board, both boards? Okay, so I know I indicated that I had some things, but first of all, I want to go to the Vacation Home Advisory Board and see what they have to offer. I know that they've been involved in a number of meetings in regards to taking a look at possible changes to the code based on the last year's experience in running the program and trying to operate the program. And I know that different commissioners also have ideas as well as items that they would like to also suggest the Vacation Home Advisory Board and county staff look at to tweak this so that we can make it even stronger than it is now. So at this time, then, I'll turn the floor back over to our Vacation Home Rental Coordinator. I don't know what your title is. I don't know that you know what your title is. But anyways, coordinator, director, does it, I mean, it may make a difference because it all depends on what I call you is what your pay level is, right? I mean, so.
Let's try leader.
Okay. Anyways, Mr. Strelo.
Ernie Strelo for the record. Just don't call me late for dinner. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the VHR Advisory Board. Ernie Strelo, VHR Program Manager, here for the record. Item 3 appears on your agenda today to allow members of the County Commission and the VHR Advisory Board to jointly discuss the status of the VHR program, the work the Advisory Board has completed, and future possible changes to the program. What we are hoping to hear from you today is feedback regarding your efforts, our efforts to date, including anything you think still needs to be addressed or that should be a priority to complete in the coming months. We anticipate once our work with the Advisory Board to review code is complete, staff will prepare a report with draft recommendations for consideration by the Planning Commission, and then we will share our recommendations with the Board of County Commissioners. It is our intent to update the regulations and continue the good work the Board of County Commissioners and the VHR Advisory Board have done to make this a workable program for county residents. Earlier today, I provided an update with the information I thought may be relevant to your discussion. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I am happy to revisit anything I presented earlier to aid you in your discussion. I am also available to answer any questions that you may have. With that, Mr. Chair, I would turn it back over to you to lead the discussion, county staff here, to support you and take notes.
Thank you, Mr. Strelo. I forgot I had to press the button. Anyways, we've heard from, but I want to go back to Mr. Sloan and ask him for some input, and then Mr. Byers, and then Ms. Hempler as well, and then we can bring it over here. And but yes, I do have some observations also that I would like you to consider. So, Mr. Sloan, you have the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the, or two of the issues that are very difficult for our board to justify are what is a tourist or recreational zone. And so by the end of this meeting, or if it's possible, the Board of Commissioners can discuss that, because it is very difficult for us to figure out what is a tourist or recreational zone. And then the second item is that we're having trouble, like everybody else, with the terminology of 622010, the number 7 clause, where it's
Michael?
Yes.
It's Commissioner Engels.
Yes.
I got a question on what you're talking about. When you say zone, you're talking about this overlay idea?
Yes, I'm talking about, was it page 11, Mr. Strelo, on where you had these different zones on your layout? And let me go back to that then, or if you could put that up on the board.
Ernie Strelo, for the record.
It's just a question of nomenclature is all, that's all.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do we just want a clarification, if you feel there is a tourist or recreational zone in Tahoe Township, and where would that be specifically? It would help our discussion on, especially with tier 3s, to be precise. And the second, did that answer your question, sir?
Well, I don't know if it's getting ahead of it, or I've heard a lot of talk about Heavenly being almost like a community unto itself, because not many residential properties are there. They're all vacation home rentals. Is that something you'd be looking at? Thank you.
Yes, well, we just look at any area that you feel would be a recreational tourist zone. That's what we would kind of like to get some direction on, if you could.
Okay, well, it's not me, because I don't live up there. You guys are crawling all over these maps and everything. What do you think about that area up there?
Me personally?
Well, no, for making it a tourist zone for VHRs.
Me personally, speaking for myself, I think it is a tourist zone. The board in the past has, I believe, voted on some tier 3s because we thought it was a tourist zone, that we approved some tier 3s that we would not otherwise have approved in other areas. And so we just would like some direction if you feel that is a tourist zone or not. I can give an example if you wish. We've kind of come to an overall consensus, I would say, that if you're within 100 feet of another place, tier 3s are just a little too tight. But that being said, up in the top of Kingsbury, near Heavenly, Stagecoach, we have allowed tier 3s, a little bit tighter density. And so we just want to know if you feel we're heading in the right direction that way, or if we should apply the top of Heavenly to be the same as all other areas. And you don't have to answer. That was just my example.
Mr. Chairman?
I guess the question, Mr. Sloan, is we're asking for your personal comments, maybe not necessarily the feelings of the entire board. So I think what we'd like is some of your personal observations on issues that you've encountered on the board and how we might go about correcting those.
Okay, so I pretty much dialed in with that one. The next one I would have would be, based upon what Mr. Byer had to say, would the board feel more strongly about reducing tier 2 and 3 occupancy levels? Because that would be something that we can work on at our meetings.
Thank you, Madam
Chair.
Chair.
Is that it? Mr.
Well, I guess I had lots of other ideas. One of the ideas that I have is that code enforcement is not a preview of our board, but I feel like we just need more Douglas County Sheriff's officers out there. And so one of the ideas that I would like to at least present would be that we find a way to find funding for off-duty Douglas County Sheriff's officers to specifically patrol VHRs from Friday to Sunday, and just find a way to do that. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
So just a minute, please. I did want to remind the public that even after we have our discussions here, we will go to the public for public comment because this is an action item, and then we'll bring it back to the board as well. So, Commissioner Nosad, you had a question of Mr. Sloan?
No, I have a suggestion. With reference to the more deputies, do we not have retired law enforcement folks in this area who might want to do a part-time job? I did it for over 20 years.
Yeah, I think those are interesting observations, and it's very possible that perhaps maybe we can take a look at that in some manner. So, sure. Go ahead, Ms. Simpler.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. I know I'm out of order here, but just with this little back and forth that you've seen gives you an idea of how difficult it has been for this board to take on code review, because we all have a lot of ideas and it takes a long time to come to consensus on them. I know there's many of them in the packet that we have agreed on in consensus and have asked for a red line. There's a couple of things we've done that have been approved by us for the red line's been approved. There's so many ideas out there, and we get new ideas at every meeting when we have public comment, that I just wanted you to understand that this is the difficulty we're going through, because there's 5 of us with 5 different opinions. Thank you.
Yep, and this is a difficult, and I agree with you, and this is a kind of a difficult item also on an agenda, to try to have the free flow of ideas by not only our board but your board back to community development on our thoughts and processes. So I can appreciate exactly what you're saying there. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I almost want to suggest that we're given some extra time to really get some good, clear ideas to the board, rather than doing a lot of back and forth. I know if there's specific questions maybe some of the board members have, because there's so much, occupancy's huge, density's huge. All those things drive the noise, trash, and parking problems. And those are the things that we need, that we've not gotten to yet because we just didn't have the time. And I just hope that we don't waste any of your time today with this kind of banter.
Thank you. I'm almost of the mindset that perhaps maybe it would be easier for you if we started on our end of the table and gave you some ideas on what we thought might, observations that we might think you guys should look at in putting together the code. And I see your AJ is, I don't have your last name. I'm sorry, I don't like.
That's all right, thank you. I gotta push it the whole time. Sorry about that. AJ Hames from the Douglas County DA's office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think it would be helpful by way of background for this board to make sure that you understand there are certain issues that the advisory board has already voted on, and they would like those to go before the Planning Commission, and then ultimately those might reach your they would go to you for review. Those aren't necessarily before you today for review, but just by way of background, you can kind of understand some of the changes that the advisory board has already considered and voted on. And I think there are really five kind of key items that they have already approved and are going to send to the Planning Commission. The first is the elimination of the provision that allows a vacation home rental unit to host up to 50 guests, and instead adding provisions that impose on a VHR unit a single occupancy limit, particular to each VHR, that would be applicable during all hours. So as you may know now, the code currently allows for a general occupancy, which is for overnight guests, and then there's reference to daytime occupancy, and there's a limit of 50 guests. So the recommendation is to eliminate that. The second item that they have approved would be adding provisions regarding the features required for noise monitors that are installed in Tier 3 VHR units. You may recall from the code that there are requirements that they install noise monitors, but there's not a lot of specificity as to what those noise monitors should do or what kind of data they should collect. And so the board has considered specifically items that they would like to require, and it includes allowing Douglas County to have access to that data so that when somebody calls in and says, hey, my neighbor's being extremely noisy, they've got 50 guests, they're having a party, we would be able to request that data from the homeowner. And so that's something that, again, the advisory board has already voted to present to the Planning Commission. The third item would be adding provisions that require owners to contract with a waste management company for regular trash removal and to accept legal responsibility for trash from the VHR that is illegally dumped. So there's provisions in there now addressing trash, and the recommendation would be to sort of enhance those requirements so that it is considered a violation anytime that trash is placed somewhere where it shouldn't. So whether it's the cleaning lady, whether it's the renter, if someone's putting trash where it's not supposed to go, that falls upon the owner. That is a violation. The fourth change that this board has approved would be adding wording to clarify that a VHR owner is ultimately responsible for knowing any applicable homeowners association restrictions or CCNRs related to VHRs. That was just an item that wasn't totally clear from the code now. And then the fifth, similarly, adding wording to emphasize that a VHR owner may neither rent nor advertise their property as a VHR prior to the issuance of a VHR permit. Currently, the wording of the code suggests that you might be able to advertise even prior to receiving a permit, which is inconsistent with other areas of the code, and so they've voted to clarify that that would be improper. So I state those by way of background. I think that those will kind of help move the discussion along, but those are 5 items that this board has already voted to send to the the Planning Commission for their review and approval. I stated the fourth and fifth very quickly, but they both related to fixing wording. The fourth one was adding wording to clarify that the VHR owner is responsible for knowing the HOA and CCNR rules. And the fifth was that we would add wording emphasizing that an owner cannot advertise prior to receiving a permit. Although that is currently the law, it's a little unclear in a certain aspect of the code, so that was wording to fix that confusion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you stepping in here and making those comments because that puts us back on track, and now I kind of feel like I know where we're going with this. So once again, I think it's important for the Board of Commissioners individually to express to you folks and to community development how we each individually, understanding what you are already bringing forward, how that might, how we might have additional ideas. So if the commissioners are good with that, Commissioner Tarkanian, would you like to start off? Because I know you
my
have some
wrist is still
particular issues.
hurting from holding it down so long last time I spoke, so I'm going to try the other hand. I think those are really great ideas. I would also add in there a couple of things Mr. Byers has stated. I think that the property manager should be someone local and having someone available to handle any problems, you know, within a much shorter time than an hour, if that's what it is now. I didn't think it was that long. But somebody local instead of having an out-of-state property manager or somebody that may not be available as quickly. I know Ernie, Mr. Stradle pretty well, and I didn't even realize this, that the code enforcement's working Monday through Friday from, 9 to 5, when most of these problems that would happen will be after that. Now, I understand you say it's the sheriff's responsibility to go out there. Well, you know, I think it puts a great burden on the sheriff's department. If we're going to stop all these complaints from happening, and all these people like to say, hey, there's no complaints because we don't have a number of complaints. Well, how do you have them if you only have 2 sheriff's people working up there with 545 or whatever it is VHRs, and they're the only ones that handle complaints? I don't know why code enforcement can't go out there and identify complaints, and maybe they don't have to go into the room. You can certainly see if there's multiple cars parked out there, they shouldn't be after hours. If the cars are parked within that area blocking the emergency entrance, which we talked about in the past, something has to be done to better the enforcement to be more responsive and quicker. I don't have the answers to all of it, but that should be something. I had one more. I don't want to, if the chairman would be kind enough to let me bring back the one I'm forgetting, I would love to do so and pass it on.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I can't remember one of them. If you let the other commissioners talk, then if you let me the opportunity to say one more thing, I would love that opportunity.
Okay. Okay. Did you, okay, Mr. Commissioner Nosat, did you have any items? I'm sorry, what was that?
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing to add.
Okay. Commissioner Ingles, is there any observations you wish to bring forward and present?
I'd like to see an upper limit on the number of vacation home rentals, and over a period of time, as licenses are revoked, there is an attrition to lower the limit.
So that thought process. Commissioner Rice, what are your observations?
Number one, we've already put a limit on the number of VHRs. And so I don't know that we need to bring the number down further than that. I will say that I like the five rules as presented. That covers most of the things that I would have had to say. I know trash removal has been a problem, and I would like to see us require trash removal. We have a company that is contracted by the county that comes in, and I think that if you have a VHR, that you should be required to have the trash removal. And I also believe that it ought to be required that we have a property manager that is local. that would be able to respond to complaints as well as have a owner contact available.
I remember my next one. Can I jump in, or you want to go first?
I'm going to mention a couple things when we come back to you. Okay? So anyways, I appreciate the changes that you're looking at. I agree with we've had some identified issues with the 50-person maximum, so I appreciate what you're looking at there. Obviously, the trash removal and disposal, I thought we had addressed that. I know we addressed that in regards to bear boxes where applicable, but I thought we had already addressed this, but maybe not. When we talk about noise monitoring, and that's where a lot of our complaints have come from, I'm not sure that we shouldn't require noise monitors in the Tier 2 level as well as the Tier 3. I think that might help us identify where we have some real issues. I did have an issue or a situation occur several months ago where I got a call from a constituent, and I consider, by the way, yes, I am commissioner that's elected in District 3. However, as all the commissioners, we all feel like we work on behalf of the entire county. So when I say I have a constituent, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's in my district, okay? That individual lives in my district. So I consider the folks in the Tahoe Township to be my constituents also. So I had a lady call me and indicate that she had been disturbed for 3 days with excessive noise. And she indicated that unfortunately she's suffering from terminal cancer, and she needs her rest and sleep. And I can certainly appreciate that. And we certainly don't want those things to occur. However, when I took it upon myself to call Vice Chair Romaine and find out the contact phone number for that individual for that particular vacation home rental. And when I called that number, I failed to get somebody to answer the phone. Now, this was in the middle of the afternoon, okay? So later on, that individual finally called me back, only to tell me that, yes, she is, and she didn't know she was a contact for that particular vacation home rental, but she informed me that she was actually the housekeeper for that particular vacation home rental. And that's what the owner of that vacation home rental has put on our records as the contact. And she indicated that, no, she's not going to answer her phone at 1 o'clock in the morning because all she is a housekeeper. That was alarming to me, okay? And so I've become convinced that maybe we need to do a better job of vetting those numbers and maybe even making a return call once we identify the number, calling that individual and finding out if, in fact, that is the contact for that. I finally eventually got a hold of the owner of the property who was off-site and out of state and indicated that we had an issue and we would appreciate his help in eliminating that issue. So, but that just brought up the ideas of, or perhaps maybe, and it was a Tier 2, so it may be the issues of having noise monitors as a requirement in Tier 2s might be an appropriate thing to do. Just my thoughts. The other thing, and Mr. Tarkanian doesn't necessarily understand or believe that I agree with this process, but we do have 38 identified neighborhoods. And when we were discussing this process last year and trying to get this code in place and operating again so that we could lift the moratorium and get the program operating, we settled as a board on a level of 15% maximum occupancy, maximum permitting in single-family residential neighborhoods and 20% in multifamily residence neighborhoods. That was to me, that was a stopgap, something that we could put in place immediately and get rolling. It was my understanding, I believe we only had one or maybe even two of those 38 residential neighborhoods that had met their levels, whether that be 15% or 20%. I don't know exactly where we are. I haven't really studied your chart here, exactly where we are, but I do agree that now that we have the time, and I know it's a very daunting task, I appreciate the efforts you've put in that regard, Mr. Strelo, and the Vacation Home Advisory Board, and actually going through and identifying those neighborhoods and which ones are could perhaps handle more than 20%, and perhaps those neighborhoods who should have less than 15%. And so I think that's another dissection of this program that we really need to probably hone in on so that we can try to identify the problems. I know I've talked with Ms. Hempler about that, and I know her board wants to tackle that issue as well, and that's encouraging. So I haven't forgotten about that, Mr. Tarkanian. I want that discussion, okay? Because I believe that you're correct, that there are neighborhoods that could handle more and neighborhoods that perhaps should have less. But anyways, other than that, I want to continue to ensure that whatever we do, this program continues to pay for itself. Okay, that is critical to the residents of this county, is that the program pay for itself. Now, with that being said, perhaps we've identified a need for 4 code enforcement officers and 2 full-time equivalents to sheriff's deputies. Maybe we have that equation a little bit off. Maybe we need 3 code enforcement officers and 3 sheriff's deputies that could control that program, because I want to protect the safety of our code enforcement officers, and I certainly don't want them to go into dangerous situations. We never know, what's going to happen when anybody walks up to a house, and knocks on the door. We don't know what's behind that door, and certainly we don't want to put their lives in jeopardy. And I know that we've had some problems with that over a number of years. So I want to make sure we protect that. And if we need to redirect those finances in that direction, then that's something that we can discuss, and that's something your board can discuss. Okay, and then we obviously have to talk with our sheriff's department in that capacity. Okay, so those are just my thoughts, and once again I really appreciate the job you guys are doing, and I look forward to making this program better than it has been, and solve these issues. So, Mr. Tarkanian, you had something more to add?
Yeah, so first of all, I thought the noise the noise monitors for Tier 2 were something that was going to be recommended by the advisory board. At least I thought I was told that. I don't know if that was from Ms. Davidson or Mr. Strelo, but I think that's very important. I forgot to mention that when the person came up and spoke about Lincoln Park, I get more complaints from people that say the number of VHRs in Lincoln Park is horrendous, particularly for that neighborhood. I certainly hope that that's a neighborhood, because it wasn't one that I addressed in my talk, but that should be looked at too. My final proposal that I think that we should look at, and I think it's very important for the liability of the county, is the International Fire Code, if I am correct and have this right, requires a 20-foot width for them to be able to maneuver on the streets. I don't believe we should be having any VHRs permits if the road is not at least 20 feet in width, and that's another thing that I would suggest.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioners, Commissioner Nosehead, you were going to push your button?
Yes, I did. With respect to overlays, I notice we have overlays in there now with a specific percentage. I would like to know what criteria is used to determine that percentage. What kind of, what's the ABC of coming to D?
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. Are you referring to the density chart or the percentages?
That's affirmative.
Okay. So, yeah, I have a spreadsheet that I went through when I went through all the neighborhoods. And we measured each of the neighborhoods that I went through to figure out the road widths. We looked at how close the houses were together, the characteristics of the neighborhood and so forth, and applied it to a Likert scale. So we used a scoring on a scale of 1 to 5, depending on the category. This doesn't have the Likert on it, but this is kind of how I came up with the numbers. So when in some neighborhoods, so for instance, it is an example, when I was going through Lincoln Park, if the roads were 13 feet wide or less, on a Likert scale, we would give it a low score. We'd give it a 1 or a 2. And the lower the score, the lower the overall scores with the housing density, characteristics of the neighborhood, access from Highway 50 into that neighborhood, and a few other characteristics. We just did the math, and anything under a 30 was either a 5% or a 0, based on what we felt that how many houses or how many people should be renting VHRs in those type of neighborhoods, because a lot of these tier 2 permits tend to be 6, 8, or 10, and trying to get 4 cars per tier 2 into those kind of neighborhoods, it's very dangerous. You can also see that on this chart that I also had winter, and I didn't emphasize it as much in this meeting today, but I actually had originally went into this looking at a different scale, a different density for the winter months because of the snow. And as you know, when you drive around Tahoe, some neighborhoods, if you have a 9-foot or a 10-foot road, and then you have a snowplow go down it, and on top of that, shrink the width of the road. Elks Point was brought up a lot today. That's a very good neighborhood for this example. It makes it very difficult to traverse that particular area. So the score and the density suggestions were much lower in the winter months. So I have at the office, I have a spreadsheet that has kind of the calculations on how I went about this, but I try to take a math approach when I load the angles of the road. So and so if I was driving down some of these roads in my truck, I know I couldn't get down them very well. Or if I was in Mickey's neighborhood, I would lose a mirror. So, it's kind of common sense. The other areas I looked at, like I said, was acceleration on Highway 50. Some of these neighborhoods, you have to come to a complete stop to turn into it, right? So, so there was a scoring based on if you had to stop in the middle of traffic to make a right-hand turn into one of the neighborhoods, or if you had to accelerate to get out of the neighborhood. And it happens on both sides of Highway 50, by the way. And then some other areas, there are, can emergency vehicles make a turn in the neighborhood? And obviously, we've talked about some of those. No, some of them you can't. So they were all scored based on those criteria.
So with reference to the east side of Highway 50, up in the highlands, I guess you'd call it, you have snow and no snow. If you consider it during the snow period, I would wonder if you would issue a VHR permit for that. I could see that you would in the easier months of the year, the 9 months of the year that we don't have snow. So how do you work that out?
Well, yeah, and that's right now I'm guessing because, I haven't driven through these neighborhoods in the winter. But as I drive down these neighborhoods and I continue the winter analysis, it could be that our permit structure changes. We're one of the ideas that we talked about, I think, in the advisory board meeting when I presented was following the GID snow removal map, where they have certain times of the year from May to, I think it's October 1st or October 31st, whereas it's the warm months, and then the rest of the year would be the snow removal months, and you just have permits or no permits based on that.
Okay, so then it sounds to me like the east side of 50 would be excluded for a permit during the winter.
Some parts of it would.
And
I
then
don't
just
know if all would.
And then just issue the permit for a 9-month period.
Could be. Future permits, yes.
And that's really the observation I was making. There's several here that you've indicated are lower in the lower permits available in the summer, in the winter than the summer. And so trying to determine how you'd go about doing that assignment to me, because when you get a permit, you get a year-long permit, and so you'd almost have to say everybody has to not rent during that particular period. That's a daunting task on your part to try to figure out how you're gonna determine that in a fair manner to ensure that you may just want to just have one season, snow season, and that's it. I don't know. That's why you get paid the big bucks to come up with those decisions. But
There's Ernie Strelo for the record. I don't know yet. This is a conversation that the VHR board and all of us will have discussions on. So,
sure, Ms. Hempler, please.
Sorry, Mickey Hempler for the record. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this study has been in our packet. We've not yet discussed the seasonal part of it. It does seem cumbersome, I will say that, and the few comments I've heard from some of the board members, but we have not discussed it as a board yet as far as seasonal.
It's an interesting concept, though, because there are different conditions, especially in the Tahoe Township in that regard, seasonally. So, commissioners, Commissioner Rice?
When you're talking about seasonal permits like that, I know in the GIDs, we have rules that during winter months, you may not park your car on the street if it'll block a snowplow. So that could resolve some of those problems where you could still have the VHR, however, allow no parking on the street, no off-site parking.
Mickey Hempler. I believe our ordinance already does not allow off-site parking right now.
Okay. If any other, and we're going to certainly have an opportunity to look at this again in the future, but are there any other recommendations that the board wishes to share with Community Development or the Vacation Home Advisory Board before we go to public comment? Okay, sensing none, then I think we should, Commissioner Board Member Byers.
Thank you. One thing I would like clarity on, and again, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, is we have had discussion whether enforcement is part of our purview. Because enforcement is of the code, and we're to set the code, not the enforcement. However, enforcement seems to be the only thing everyone agrees with. And right now, enforcement is difficult, and I would like the commissioners to empower our group to look at enforcement. I believe we will never get enforcement right until we go to a preponderance of the evidence. If someone has pictures of parking violations, it may be a violation. If people have videos of noise, it may be a violation. And if we're hinging everything on enforcement, I think our committee could be tasked with looking at enforcement, looking what's happening, and recommending suggestions to improve it. The rest of the stuff is there. And again, density, I think I would like you to give that to us and let us come back with some solutions and what that means and how the permits would work and how the advertising would work. I would like that purview from you, but enforcement has been the one area that there's been conversations whether we can talk about enforcement or not, since it's the county enforcing the code, not us writing new code.
I want to see how I phrase this, but I tend to agree with you. I think legal counsel would need to take a look at that process. But if the whole process here is to identify the bad players and get them out of the system, okay? And if we have no method of doing that through the enforcement process or the multiple complaint process, I don't know how we go about eliminating the bad apples out of the cart, so to speak. So, Mr. Hames, I think maybe you and Mr. Dallaire and Strelo can take a look at, how we want to incorporate that into the code. Commissioners, is there any disagreement on that, Commissioners?
No.
Just something to take a look at, right? Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. So, okay. So sensing that, we will at this time entertain public comment. Once again, we ask you to have respect for those individuals offering public comment. You'll have 3 minutes each. Mr. Rice will be working the clock here. And then after we hear from the public, we'll go to online public comment, Ms. Johnson, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Thank you, Commissioners. And I agree with Mr. Byers on the enforcement issue in terms of opening it up.
Sorry, we need your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nancy Gilbert. Thank you. If a homeowner submits videos and photographs, but then when we submit it, it's considered unfounded because the sheriff didn't see it, who came by 2 days later. That gets pretty frustrating because it gets used against the homeowner as an unfounded claim because the sheriff didn't see it. But I have submitted, for example, and I know others have, several photographs of violations, yet there's no documented violation of the VHRs. So I would ask that they seriously, if you're deputizing us in terms of observing it, take our word for it. We can send in the videos, we send in the photographs. Please document it as a violation. Number two, I'd ask that the commissioners and the advisory committee please get rid of this. Well, they're accommodating VHRs by saying, well, yes, we saw the violation and we're going to give them a couple of warning letters. You know, it takes a lot of energy for the homeowner, the neighbor next door, to have to call it in. If the VHR is going through a program and they say that they've read everything, if the violation is there, tag it as a violation. Don't give them all these warning letters as an accommodation to them. That requires the homeowner or the neighbor next door to continue to call it in. Number three is the IFC, the International Fire Code, 20 feet of roads. In Elk Point, we had a fire in October 2019. Because our roads are narrow, when the firemen, it was a rental that caught on fire, when the firemen set up the fire truck, we only have one road to get in and out of Elk Point. It blocked everybody's access. We couldn't get out. So I want you guys to seriously look at this. If the International Fire Code requires 20 feet, why are you allowing VHRs an increased density when we have 8-foot wide roads? We have 9 foot in front of my house or our cabin. So please, let's follow. If you're going to make it safe for the neighbors, please make it safe for us. The other thing I would ask is number 3 is mortgages. A number of these VHRs that we've looked into, if you look at their mortgages, they sign a document saying that they will only use their house as a second home. But they're using it at VHRs. They're signing documents under penalty of perjury. Nobody's checking that. So Douglas County is gaining money from basically an illegal activity. And I would ask that you look into that and require the homeowner to provide their mortgage showing that they have authorization. They're trying to save money on interest rates. The other thing is house cleaners. Why we are aware of house cleaners are the local contact. It should be somebody that knows what to do 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Ainsworth. I was a member of the task force that worked almost a year to provide
recommendations in a very comprehensive package to the county manager and his staff to put forward to the board. We spent time on two major areas: code development and enforcement. Logical, right? What's interesting is that our recommendation was that the property manager / local contact was to be the first point of contact, not the sheriff. It's been brought up finally here just recently with a couple of comments from both sides of the fence here, and I think you ought to go back to that. I don't think the sheriff needs to be called for every issue. I'll call it the issue resolution process. I think the property manager, local contact, should be contacted first, and if he doesn't resolve the situation or needs help from the sheriff, then you ought to take that step. It's obvious that the code enforcement people that we've hired really aren't code enforcement people. That's almost a misnomer. They're more of an administrative function at this stage of the game. So I suggest that you think about and discuss in detail what I just talked about, because we spent an inordinate amount of time talking about the property manager local contact topic, and that's why we recommended that to the county manager and his staff. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christopher Ireland, and I represent a community down the road called Pine. Sorry? Okay, how's that? All right, I'm Christopher Ireland. I live in a community down the road called Pine Wild. We're 135 homeowners, and your regulation actually greatly helped us. So I want to explain how it helped us and then point out a few things that are not working yet. The way it helped us was, even though we considered ourselves a residential community, 35% of our units, before your regulation was passed, 35% of our units were short-term rentals. And realtors were coming in and selling our units as short-term rentals. They wanted that to happen. In fact, one realtor, one of the very prominent ones in town, said he would only be happy if every single unit at Pine Wild was a short-term rental. He told our board that. Your organization, or your board, allowed us to have some teeth. You brought it down with your cap to 20%. But we felt it should be 15%. We're a very tight social community. We have young families, we have working people, and we have retirees. We are townhomes. That's just because we don't want to do that outdoor work. We don't want to shovel our own snow. It doesn't mean we aren't there living full time. So we wanted it 15%. Our CC&R said that there could be no commercial businesses, so once you put a little teeth in your regulations, we ended short-term rentals. We grandfathered in the ones that were there. But now, we've had 3 homeowners who have come to your office and gotten applications without our signature or approval because your office has said that our CC&Rs cannot prohibit short-term rentals the way they're currently written. So we're at a loss. You're saying that HOAs can control their own communities, but we're not seeing that actually happen. Another problem we're seeing is that even though these are often referred to as owned by mom and pops or families, they are managed by very large commercial businesses. One in particular sends notices to our homeowners, monthly at least, encouraging them to become a vacation home rental. These agents also rarely tell us when they change the contact. The contact may be changed every week. We don't know that. We have to solicit it ourselves. So they're perhaps owned by homeowners, but they're managed by large commercial enterprises, and something has to be fixed there. Finally, we have really limited parking. We don't even have garages. We have parking spaces, so you have to get used to having 4 feet of snow on your car when you come out. We've told your office repeatedly, every unit has 1 parking spot, but your office continues to send out multiple permits for parking because we have guest spots, but the guest spots are first come, first serve. There's no guarantee of parking. So we need some clarity on that. So in short, what we're looking for is really clear regulations, very consistent answers to our questions, and very good communication so that we know what's happening when you make these changes. And thank you for helping us get to this point. You solved a lot of fighting in our community. We no longer are cleaning up vomit on our sidewalks, and the bachelor parties have disappeared. So we're thankful for that.
Hello, I'm Serena Martin. I'm a resident of Douglas County and a vacation home rental owner in Lincoln Park. So just some of the things you guys are mentioning about that neighborhood in specifics, it relates to not just, the people that live there or rent there, but as a matter of public safety. You talked about making a really hard left turn to enter the property or having to speed up to exit. That applies to me too when I go to my property. That applies to my mother-in-law when she goes there to visit. That applies to anybody who's entering or exiting. So if we think that that's an issue, I think that should be a matter of public safety. We could put in a stoplight or something else in order to make access safe to that neighborhood and not just like a known problem. And then in terms of parking in the neighborhood, there is no street parking. So if anyone is complaining about someone parking on the street or anything like that, they should be ticketed and towed out of the neighborhood so that everyone that's going in and out of there can have access. So, I mean, yes, we do have really tiny streets, but, all of us might need a fire truck at one point, whether you're a resident or a visitor or a traveler of the area. That was it.
Hi, Doug Kraus again, for the record. So I think echoing a little bit of the prior comments, one of the things, as we get prepared for our Tier 3 review, which will just be in a few weeks, and having gone, to some of the prior meetings and whatnot, of course, we're trying our best to manage everything we can. Because like I said in my prior comments, we're all about being a good neighbor. We didn't come here to have a party house and be a bad neighbor. So the things I can control, right? Parking is a big issue. We don't have an issue with parking. We put a monitor up there for it, our Ring camera. Trash, we've always had trash service. We've always had a bear box. Noise, like I said, we were early adopters of Noise Aware. I think what I would suggest is that there would be a review of, get some technology experts. I'm an electrical engineer, and I don't remember all the logarithms and decibel formulas and everything. I know they're exponentials and different frequencies travel different distances at different volumes and whatnot. But I do know, for example, with this 100-foot rule, I can't control that, right? Obviously, we can't move our property 100 feet away from both our neighbors. At the same time, we do have Noise Aware there, and it does produce a log. And I like the idea of, hey, if there is a violation or a report or a complaint, obviously we want to get on that and resolve it. And we can show that recorded data. But, I was sitting out on our property just a few weeks ago, right? I was treated to Dave Matthews at Waymore, that concert down there, and I'm over 2 miles from that. So, I just think there's certain situations where it's really hard, and it's difficult for the VHR board as well, right? I mean, they're being tasked with something that's, a very technical and very difficult job to address. So what I'd like there is maybe a little more evaluation of some of that technology, how it could be used to help us be better neighbors and to help, this whole coexistence challenge. Because I think right now it feels like we're guilty until proven innocent, right? Because of our distance to our neighbors, we're guilty. We can't have a Tier 3. But yet we can show data that shows we have no noise issues on a continuous basis since we've owned the unit. So anyway, that's just something I thought that worth considering. Thank you.
Hello again, Heidi Gunter, full-time resident off of Kingsbury Grade. I want to acknowledge how much hard work and time the VHR Advisory Board and county staff have put into trying to streamline this ordinance. I've been to a lot of their meetings. Some of them take 2 hours of public comment. That takes away a lot of time that these board members have to streamline this ordinance. Same with the county staff. One thing I want to see a crackdown on is who manages these houses. The cleaner should never be the local contact. If a neighbor is having a noise problem, that needs to be handled within 20 or 30 minutes. You can talk to my husband and I. We've got some great stories of shutting down parties and making our neighbors happy. They like the way we manage houses. Down the road, they have houses that are managed by VHR. Also, where's the owner of VHR? Nowhere, because they are not part of our community. We are part of our community. VHR is a large tech company, and I don't like the fact that they manage houses in our neighborhood, because they are not local. We are local, we have boots on the ground, and we have no problem taking care of a problem right then and there to keep the quiet enjoyment of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. Where do I start? First, I want to caution you on zoning. There is a TRPA governing board adopted plan from 2013 that talks about equivalent Douglas County zoning districts. Community development is overloaded now. They should not and cannot address area plans or community plans. We have many more priorities. Next, let's just dump the word density. I recommend we start calling this total neighborhood capacity. This is the carrying capacity of a neighborhood, the maximum number of individuals that a given environment can support without detrimental effects. In other words, a population's carrying capacity is the size of which a population can no longer grow due to the lack of supporting resources. Carrying capacity is also related to resources like water, sewer, and trash disposal. Furthermore, environmental capacity and infrastructure are also part of that capacity analysis. Example, more people, more cars, road degradation increases, and lake clarity is impacted. There's other rules for impacted lake clarity called total maximum daily load. We need to be reevaluating the current tiers occupancy. Recommendation is less people in tier 2, allow up to 6 to 8. We've referenced the code 20.6220107, which is closer to the actual neighborhood density. This would bring tier 3 starting at a minimum of 10 and possibly analyzing up to 16. I said up to. I believe the intent of the periodic updates of the vacation home rental ordinance is the continuing effort to rid the county of bad players, and in some cases, the good people that just don't read it and understand. Improved enforcement alone is not enough, but when combined with stiff fines, a clear and concise ordinance, and revocation rules, this program is on the path to being the best in the basin. I want to get back down to tier 2 as concluded in the staff report at 91%. These are very similar to tier 3s at a minimum or maximum as you look at them. So I think they need to be reviewed, additional staff hired for the VHR team itself so they can be analyzed properly. I believe the results of allowing this ordinance to go forward for at least a year or so will ultimately inform a long-term strategy for how to manage the issues.
Hello again, Jaron Gunter for the record. I'd like to say thank you that we actually got to this point of the meeting. I think that's a great accomplishment for everyone. About contacting the manager, it should be, the local point of contact should be a 24-hour. We're available 24-hour. I've answered my phone in the middle of the night. Sometimes I don't hear it, or if I'm in a deep sleep, but I leave a voicemail, I always get back. There's certain managers around here that you cannot contact. We brought one up. We had a lockbox put on one of our houses, and we couldn't figure out why this lockbox was on our house. We found out that it was put on by another company called VHR. I then called VHR, couldn't get a hold of anyone. Then I went to their office in Round Hill, couldn't get a hold of anyone. There was no one there. I had to drive all the way down to the Y and then got a person that was at the front desk, and I asked her, well, who do I call? She goes, well, we don't give out our phone number because we don't want the renters to call us for problems. That was a direct quote from this person in that office. As a professional manager here, that really made me angry because it doesn't give us a good name. The occupancy, I'm really happy. For the 14 years that I've been running my company, we do not allow anyone, sometimes it happens if we don't catch it, but we do not allow anyone over the max occupancy at our properties at any time. If it's 8, you can have 8. You can't have 12 there for a cocktail party or dinner. You can have 8. Just last weekend, we had a neighbor call where they had a rental rented down the street that wasn't ours, and they were staying at ours, but they had everyone come from that house over to ours. Instant phone call to that renter says, do not do that again or you're gonna be asked to leave. Didn't happen again for the next 2 days of their stay. So again, proper management of these properties is key. I have a question about the roads. These roads that are saying that are 6, 8, 9 feet wide that aren't supposed to be, that's not a safety issue for vacation rentals. That's a safety issue for everyone that lives there. A person that lives there full-time can catch their house on fire. If you're not allowed to have a vacation rental there because the road's too short or too narrow, you shouldn't have houses and people living there if the house is, or if the road is too narrow and can't get through. And also, anywhere in Tahoe, as far as I know, you're not supposed to park on the streets, even at my house. I'm a full-time resident. I'm technically not supposed to park on the streets. It says during snow removal, but if you look at, I believe the ordinance says you're not supposed to park on the streets at any time in the Tahoe Township. That's not a vacation rental, and that's supposed to be for everyone. I have a neighbor around the corner from me that's got 7 cars parked on his street. It's not a vacation rental. He lives there full-time, and half of them don't even run. I've called county ordinance on him, and nothing's been done about that. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Greenhall, and I'm the owner of a vacation rental in Elk Point. And I'm a little bit shocked at Mr. Tarkanian reading the Supreme Court decision on our subdivision, and it said that our bylaws do not forbid them. And then he says, well, if the Supreme Court's not going to do it, we've got to do it. That, he needs to have some discussions. Our board has constantly supported vacation rentals. The great majority of our owners support vacation rentals. And it's a very small number of very vocal people who cause so many problems. We've had to call the sheriff on them for their actions. The actions of the anti-vacation rental people causes many problems and demand more time from the code enforcement people. And I don't believe that the majority of the people in Elk Point want to get rid of them. So I am encouraging you to not make random statements when you really don't know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Kathy Oyster. I wanted to remind everybody of something that Mr. Strelo said earlier, and that is that this program is reactionary. It reacts to a report made by a neighbor. We are your first line of defense. We don't carry guns. We don't carry badges. We try to knock on the door. Perhaps that's stupid, considering the danger. You won't even let your code enforcement officers do so. So the idea of this program is frightening. It is reactionary. Our photos, our videos, our description of what's happening should stand as an infraction. You heard Gunter say that they don't have any complaints. I think he meant infractions, because he went on to describe a couple of complaints that he literally gets people out, calls them, does something about it. There was an issue. It should be a complaint. You also have an issue with how those complaints are infractions, are registered on the system or within your system. It's 12 months from the date of renewal. It should be a running 12 months. It should be a running 12 months. Enforcement hours and patrolling. You know, the enforcement hours are also, that you put up on the screen, those are reactionary. Those are calls that came in, were routed to the sheriff, and he acted. If we're paying for 80 hours a week, they should be patrolling 80 hours a week. And when they get a call, they just move to that section of our county, of our township. There should be objective standards in these rules. It should be a minimum road width, and it should be, is it road width that's paved? Is it road width that contains the shoulder? Is it road width to the fence, to the forestry land? What is it? Is it 20 feet of paved roadway or not? We won't have VHRs in Elk Point if that's the case. Half of our roadways are one way. Half of our, I think there's one VHR that has an 18-foot frontage road width. I sent you all packages. Parking has a parking pad size and a defined exit for the car. The roads should. Those should be elements that are considered when giving a permit or refusing a permit. Make your rules objective, then they'll be enforceable. And I too very much have attended listening to you guys go through your process. Thank you for your time. Thank you, commissioners.
I'm Linda Dangler, and I'd like to discuss this 50-person issue. It should never have been approved of. It doesn't fit the zoning in any way, shape, or form. It's the reason we have giant parties. It's the reason we have wedding venue events in our single-family homes right next door. Okay, that has to be eliminated. They've approved of it. If you guys would please approve of it and get rid of the excess people, because that's that many more cars, and they stay overnight. I have submitted numerous photographed, time date stamped things to violations, and not one of them has received a violation, not one. In one day, I photographed 14 people in the evening staying overnight in an 8-person house. In the daytime, I photographed their 2 cars on the street and the cars blocking the bridge driveway for egress. So I photographed the blocking the driveway, which is a safety. I photographed the cars in the day, the middle of the night, the next morning. Numerous photographs of where the cars, where it can't be a code violation. The next weekend's family, these years.
Hello. Hello, I'm Mary Martin. I live in the Lincoln Park Circle area also. We have a vacation home rental. We're there about 50% of the time and rent it out about 50% of the time. And as one of the very first online presenters talked about, the conversation was rules for the homeowner and rules for VRBO. When I'm at my property and I have book club, if you do a maximum of how many people are in the house, I can't even have my own book club there. So really, let's be serious. So really, when you define maximum number of people in the house, you really need to consider maximum amount of people, whether it's the homeowner or the vacation person. I also want you to look at the word density. This is a cute little, tight little community, really pretty much a one-way street. Everybody's very courteous, and if somebody's coming down the street, somebody pulls off to let them go around them. And when you consider dense, when I'm on my property, and pretty much I can count 8 cars in an 8-hour period of time that come up and down the street, I don't think that's dense. The biggest user of the property is probably the UPS truck. So, and he can make the tight turns. So really, when you think about density, it's not the amount of numbers, but really take into consideration, some of the houses are big. There are only 2 houses in the Lincoln Park Circle area I know that are potential problems. But think about density, and a lot of these places aren't rented out 100% of the time. So when you think about density, think about the time that really people want to be closer to the hill. They don't want to be in Glenbrook as they travel around. So think about density. It varies. Lincoln Park Circle is busier in the summertime than it is in the wintertime. So consider it all. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to offer public comment here in the room? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there anybody online who wishes to offer public comment on item number 3?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. There are a few people online with their hand raised. Robert, do you have public comment on item number 3? Robert, do you have public comment on item number 3? We'll come back to him. John, do you have public comment on item number 3?
Yes, I do.
Please state your
Yes,
name
I
for the
do.
record and we'll start your time.
Yes, my name is John Bourne, and I am a longtime owner and sometime full-time resident, and I've also vacation rented my house in the Zephyr Cove area, Lake Village area for over 20 years, and never had a problem. I've always had a good relationship with my neighbors, and I care very much about the Tahoe area, and I think that that's important when you have such an accommodation. And I would also ask that they take care of business, and my neighbors appreciate them. And I would recommend them to anyone, and I recommend that type of manager to be able to run people's vacation home rentals and work with their neighbors. And that the county is making on these vacation rentals and
in-person property should not be considered served because it's highly likely that I would ever see it. Number B is notice can't be served in person unless the person is actually on site, and that's any correction in mind, but is used 31 times in the code in at least 5 different contexts that are not consistent with the definition. Another one is rent is defined in .020 and it is times, but never anywhere, but it's used 14 times in various contexts. Likewise, the undefined terms of tenant is used 7 times, occupant is used 25 times, guest is used 6 times, and it looks like the terms rent.
Megan, do you have public comment on item number 3?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record. We'll start your time.
This is Megan Emery for the record. I live in Zephyr Heights. My husband spoke earlier this morning and he came home. We've been watching it on YouTube. It was brought up to consider what the tourist area is. What we live in Zephyr, that is between 2 of the main beaches, Round Hill Beach and Zephyr Cove, of course. Tourism is not confined just to skiing and gambling. So during the summer months, of course, we believe we are in the tourist quarter. Furthermore, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Furthermore, the statements about the 8-foot access for emergency vehicles and for snow removal. I could, or any resident could just as easily have a fire as a renter could. And why would it be, as far as snow removal goes, it's, my safety is important as any renter. And me, having to stop on 50 to come up the hill is renter or resident, it's irrelevant. And that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. Stephen, do you have public comment on item number 3?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Sure. Stephen Lindsley. I'd just like to say thank you to the commission and thank you again to the VHR board. I think the chairman said it best. It's not best to throw the baby out with the bathwater on this one. And I'm glad that we're having a good conversation on potential updates to the rules and regulations. I do have a couple clarifications in maybe I missed something. There's been some discussion on the property managers not being local property managers or not being responsive. In my mind, that is yet another code enforcement violation. My understanding is all property managers, all local contacts have to pass the same test that the permit holders do in order to know all the rules and know that someone has to be within a half-hour response time. So I think that argument is invalid given that the code as designed has already accounted for that with the intent to have people, not specifically any additional off-duty police officers or any code enforcement people, be the ones responding within a half hour, but have the actual property managers or the local contact be responsible. I think that's a valid, worthy way to go forward, both from a resourcing perspective and putting it on the owners to employ the right people to care for the property and address any neighbors' concerns. There were a couple items I think that were a little out of context, particularly the woman mentioned earlier that she has photos of neighbors and wants to have that kind of taken at face value and automatically have that be filed as a complaint. I think, well, one, given the fact that she mentioned her canyon earlier in ownership of the entire canyon and her residence is wildly inappropriate. But the idea that anyone on the street could take pictures not knowing where they're coming from in a potential rental or if they are, an owner's car or trash or whatever it may be would be rife with comments and concerns from a legal due process perspective. And so I really do appreciate the fact that we want to have the most rapid response to real issues, but would encourage the board to let the VHR advisory be the arbiters of the code and not individual people claiming it's their canyon or their lake that are all of a sudden going to open up a bunch of unwarranted claims that, to some of the other gentlemen's comments earlier, from a noise perspective, we can basically substantiate all those claims through technology. So I would employ the board to look to technology to try to substantiate claims, be able to weed out the bad actors versus.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. Connie, do you have public comment on item number 3?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your
Yes,
time.
my name is Connie Peng. That's spelled CONNIEPENG. And I'm a 20-year resident here at Lake Village. And I'd just like to echo what the earlier Pinewell owner spoke about. I also live in a townhouse unit. And so that means any conversation, my neighbor's balcony, that's going on my neighbor's balcony, it can be heard in my living room and my bedroom. So I just want to voice the concern about having 20% allocate for Lake Village versus the 15% in other neighborhoods really creates a lot of noises for many of us that live here. And another thing I want to point out is that since rentals are operating as business, as we all know, all the hotels or motels, there is such a thing as handicap compliances, and that is not being enforced at all. In fact, I would probably guess most of the vacation home rentals have no handicap compliances. And so that is something I believe the county should take into consideration. And those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I'll go back to Robert. Robert Drabant, do you have public comment on item number 3? Robert, do you have public comment on item number 3? There's no response, and there's no additional public comment online at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We'll bring it back to the board. I did have one question. We had a number of individuals indicate today regarding the reducing of occupancy. And so my question here is for our Deputy DA, Mr. Ritchie. I believe that the occupancy levels that were set were part of the settlement agreement, especially in Tier 2 of 2 per bedroom plus 2. Am I correct in that?
Thanks, Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I do not recall. I'd have to look it up, review the settlement agreement itself. I have it available.
I know that Commissioner Tarkini and I were part of that overall settlement agreement. I believe that's what we agreed to, but we also got the parking put back into that process as well.
It was
is
part
my
of the,
correction? Am I corrected, Mr. Tarkini?
yeah, it was part of the settlement agreement, but the changes that could be made, I thought only applied to taking away the multiple permits, but you'd have to look at the settlement agreement to know if we can't change that until 2024 either.
Yeah, okay, very good. So something to take a look at, Mr. Delaire and Mr. Strelo. Anyways, do we have any additional comments that the Vacation Home Advisory Board wishes to offer? Commissioners, anything that you wish to offer? Okay, then. So I think we provided the direction that you folks need, not only from the Vacation Home Advisory Board, but also staff. Is that right? So I don't know that we need to necessarily have a motion to that effect, do we, Mr. Ritchie?
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. No, the staff has heard the discussion of the board.
I thought it was a very good discussion. I enjoyed the comments that we received from the public and the comments that we received from the commissioners. So I think you have a lot of data to try to massage into this ordinance that might be helpful. Also trying to understand the legal aspects of that also. So you have a daunting task in front of you, continued. But once again, we continue to appreciate everything you guys do. When you guys, when you guys can get it to us, first of all, obviously, you guys have to discuss it and bring a red line and discuss that. And once that goes through the process, it has to go through our planning commission as well. They will make their recommendations to us, and then it will come back to us in the form of a red-lined ordinance for activation, right? Is that right? You got all that right, Mr. Ritchie? Just say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we've reached that point in the meeting where we'll go to closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those items where public comment has not already been taken. We would hope that the members of the public would refrain from chiming in again on this particular issue, but is there anybody here in chambers who wishes, Ms. Waller, to offer public comment, understanding the hour is getting late?
I know, my husband's hungry. He's been dinging me all day. This is rather short. Ellie Waller, Code Section 20, 622.010 8, introduction. Obtaining a VHR permit is not a right. Thus, Douglas County reserves the right to determine which permit locations are appropriate and when the permit may be revoked or denied. Very appropriate. Code section 20.622.010, 9, introduction. The Board of County Commissioners at a duly noticed meeting has the authority to impose additional standard conditions applicable to vacation home rentals as necessary to achieve the objectives of this chapter. I appreciate everybody's time at this marathon meeting. Most of us haven't attended a lot of these meetings. I think for future reference, as I stated at your October meeting, I think it's very valuable for you to at least sit in your home with your coffee or your happy hour cocktail and listen to some of the complexity of the issues and what this advisory board goes through. Lastly, many people have asked me why I participate in Tahoe issues where I don't live here. I did live here for 20 years. A dear friend of mine departed, and I wear this badge in honor. It says Timby. Tahoe is my backyard. Douglas County is part of the entire Tahoe Basin. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? In the room?
Linda Dangler. I just want to talk about the noise monitors and that. You know, they really aren't effective. They take a bunch of noise for an entire week or day or whatever, and you can't identify it. What it has to do is identify the moment that it happens. If it's only 2 minutes and they're screaming and yelling and a DJ's on the mic yelling, they've disturbed my ability to live peacefully in my home. So I want to be able to see that monitor, see the results for that moment, and I don't think it should be 5 minutes. Why? Why do I have to suffer because they're having a party? So I really want to have access to the information from the noise monitors because I have cops come to my house. Myself and a neighbor called in a noise complaint. He went over and chatted with the people, got over to us and said, well, there's really no noise, so you're an unsubstantiated claim. So we're your police because the police don't do much, and then when the police do come, they say it's unsubstantiated. So I need to have the substantiation from the noise monitor myself so I can prove it. And I even took photos like they told me to do so I could show where it was. He said, well, you really can't see because there's the trees, because the canyon I live on, which has 4 VHRs that are tier 3s, I can't see them, but I can certainly hear them because there's trees between me and them, and it bounces off the canyon walls of the canyon I live on. So I'd like to be supported as your constituent, your person, towards the noise being really taken care of. And to call the local contact is to make them put it under the table so it doesn't get violated. That's what they want.
Mine's really quick. Kathy Oyster. I think what you're hearing is that the members of the neighborhood want respect. The notion that someone is, or that the plan is working because the non-registered VHR gets closed down just proves the fact that having a non-registered or permitted VHR is completely and totally off the rules. It can be effected immediately. It's clear. It's defined. The problem is the protective veil that is thrown over the VHR owners, their ability to challenge an infraction. Those are all things that are not afforded to those of us that initiated the issue in the first place. And you heard someone right here publicly say that she filed a complaint with the police against one of her neighbors who filed a complaint against her. That's what happens when you change the use in a residentially zoned neighborhood. They are commercial. The property managers are a layer. of that commercial effort, and they are just as aggressive. So there has to be some definition to roles, and there needs to be a heck of a lot more respect to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in the room? Sensing none. Closing public comment online, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no closing public comment online.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Chairman,
you.
I got,
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yeah, sure.
I wanted to say this during the meeting, but Chairman Gardner had cut me off. This issue about the state interfering and forcing Douglas County to doing something is just not a relevant threat. It's not an actual threat. It was first brought up by the county manager, that an assemblywoman in Las Vegas introduced this bill, and she wanted to regulate all of the VHRs in the counties. And I called her up. Her name's Rochelle Najun. And she said, first of all, she's against VHRs, but there were so many illegal ones in Clark County, she wanted them regulated. She says she absolutely has no interest in regulating anything in rural Nevada. And furthermore, she has no interest in bringing anything up in the future on VHRs because of all the threats that she had, which is interesting. I only wanted to make this comment because both Commissioner Engel and Commissioner Rice stated again that the assemblywoman was threatening to interfere with Douglas County, and that's not the case. I spoke with her personally.
And that has encouraged Mr. Ingalls to have a public comment.
The legislation that she brought forward is all northern Nevada counties, not just one.
Okay. Anyways, we're about ready to adjourn, but I wanted to make one final announcement. Once again, if you're in the room and you've parked in the parking structure and you need to get a voucher that will allow you out of the parking structure without having to pay, Ms. Pauling, our Community Development Assistant Director, is over here up. So please see her for a parking voucher so that you can avoid having to pay. Otherwise, I really want to once again thank the public for their indulgence today, for their showing respect to the different speakers, and also I appreciate the attendance and the long meeting, folks, of the Vacation Home Advisory Board. I appreciate once again your diligence in making this program work. I think it's our objective as yours to make this program work for the benefit of all of our residents in Douglas County. Thank you, Mr. Dallaire and Mr. Strelo, for your presentations and working through this program. And then once again, also to the board for your 7 hours here plus, and staff for coming up and taking care of this, setting this up. So once again, thank you everybody for getting through this today. Appreciate it. The meeting is hereby adjourned.